Chapter 3253. At that critical moment, Long Chen quickly made a response. Everyone, please protect the two worlds. Xiao Lang and I will go kill the heaven-devouring troll. Protecting the people and reducing casualties were the most important things Long Chen had to do at that moment. He gave the task to the 6 ultimate realm ultimate gods. Although they were also resisting the heaven-devouring troll's power, Long Chen believed they could do it. Even if there were too many people flying over from the two worlds, some of them would have lost their lives before they arrived. After all, the heaven-devouring troll's devouring power was too terrifying. All right. Everyone trusted Long Chen. In the past battles, he had displayed this ability. Furthermore, God Master Hong Meng and God Master Creation were more anxious to protect their people. Needless to say, God Master Hong Meng and God Master Creation, the 8 existences instantly split up. They headed in different directions. They had underestimated the heaven-devouring troll previously, and were now paying the price for underestimating it. The 6 ultimate gods should be able to protect themselves, stabilize the people, and protect the two worlds. The ones who should be worried were Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. There are only 2 of them. How are they going to deal with the heaven-devouring troll? We won't stand a chance if they get devoured. The 2 divine lords were the least confident in the end. However, they had no other choice as the people were in trouble. Who would not be anxious at that moment? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were not. They had joined forces once again, and it was a walk in the park for them. At that moment, the heaven-devouring troll's devouring power had once again reached the level of devouring divine lord chaos. The 6 ultimate realm ultimate gods had joined forces to protect the people and prevent the heaven-devouring troll from devouring them. After all, there were 6 of them and they could barely do it. However, they would not be able to hold on for long if the situation was not destroyed. The heaven-devouring troll was best at devouring as it was its most fundamental rule. The task of destroying this situation fell on Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Their faces were cold and they were completely at ease. They allowed the heaven-devouring giant demon to devour them and even rushed towards it. As such, their speed exceeded the limits of the gods and devils. This limit was reached in an instant. At this instant, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had a tacit understanding as they prepared their most terrifying attack. Mo Xiaolang was still in his sun-devouring demon wolf state and the sun-refining fireball. This time, it was even bigger and more majestic. This level had undoubtedly exceeded the limits of what the heaven-devouring giant demon could withstand. I can devour the sun, can you? This was Mo Xiaolang sneering in the depths of his heart. Behind him, Long Chen followed. The Origin Dragon Palace had already merged and surrounded his body. A golden divine dragon coiled around him, and in his hand was the primordial dragon halberd that looked like the primordial dragon's sacrifice. Nirvana. Primordial beginning. In a split second, the Chaos Dragon Fist, Primordial Dragon World, and Creation Reincarnation Law powers gathered on the primordial dragon halberd. In addition, the devouring speed of the other party. In that instant, Long Chen turned into the brightest shooting star. The radiance of the shooting star surpassed the two worlds beside it. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Sun refining, nirvana, primordial beginning. Wang. Everything happened in that instant. Before the heaven-devouring giant demon, the massive devouring whirlpool did not even have time to retreat. The majestic devouring force caused the sun to collide with it at a terrifying speed. Boom. The sun and the devouring whirlpool collided. The devouring vortex was like an ocean, causing the entire sun to sink into silence. Then, the vortex turned fiery red and multicolored. All of the flames, including the boundless ancestral flame, were exploding out. In all the worlds, besides Mo Xiaolang, no one could withstand this level of flames. Therefore, when the devouring whirlpool and the sun collided, the devouring power had already ended. The huge body of the heaven-devouring giant demon exploded with countless bloody wounds. Within it, endless sacred flames started to burn. The terrifying flames turned the heaven-devouring giant demon red. The heaven-devouring giant demon could not withstand Mo Xiaolang's flames. In the end, he had underestimated Mo Xiaolang. Or rather, he had underestimated the sky-devouring tribe. He should have known that the sky-devouring tribe had created them. As such, the sky-devouring giant demon had something unimaginable about them. Even though he was the heaven-devouring giant demon, he could not devour what the sky-devouring tribe could devour. The raging flames within his body were proof of that. The heaven-devouring giant demon's face changed. When he could not withstand the flames, he immediately spat out the power of the sun. Of course, this was not the endless demon physique. He could only force it out. He could not use the flames to attack Mo Xiaolang. It was like vomiting. Endless flames of the sun were spat out of the heaven-devouring giant demon's mouth. He roared towards the sky as the sacred flames rushed towards the sky. Such a scene was a spectacle that shocked the world. However, this spectacle, the giant demon spitting fire, ended Long Chen's life in an instant. This was because he waved the primordial dragon halberd with both hands. He had gathered the power of 2 origin-grade destinable divine weapons, fused it with the 3 great nomological laws. The most destructive nomological laws in history exploded in an instant. Just as the heaven-devouring giant demon was spitting fire, the primordial dragon halberd pierced into the heaven-devouring giant demon's abdomen. In an instant, a sea of blood erupted. Flesh and blood were torn apart. Nothing was complete in the face of destruction. The Chaos Dragon Fist, the Primordial Mist Dragon Realm, and the creation-reincarnation cycle all converged into a single force that shattered repeatedly. In that instant, the heaven-devouring giant demon's abdomen exploded with a huge bloody hole. He wanted to spit out the sun, but his abdomen was blasted open by Long Chen. In an instant, the power of the sun was completely out of control and clashed with Long Chen's God-fiend peak nomological laws, resulting in an unimaginable explosion. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, the heaven-devouring giant demon's devouring had finally ended. After the 6 ultimate realm ultimate gods had taken control of the living beings, they escorted them back the way they came. Just as they were about to return to the 2 main worlds, an explosion occurred behind them. The shock almost caused the 6 ultimate realm ultimate gods to fail to protect the living beings. Looking back, it was as though the entire world was drowned in flames and primordial origins power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Endless terrifying power swept across the sky. No one dared to believe that Long Chen and the others had succeeded this time. It was so perfect. Not only did they break the heaven-devouring giant demon's devouring, but they also turned the tide of the battle and severely injured the heaven-devouring giant demon. In fact, as the heaven-devouring giant demon had devoured before, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had discussed how to deal with the opponent's move. They agreed that it would not be a problem. They quickly tried it that day and sure enough, the heaven-devouring giant demon was severely defeated. From arrogant to tragic, the 6 ultimate realm ultimate gods quickly settled the living beings down. Although the power of the explosion was terrifying, the heaven-devouring giant demon's aura was still there. That guy was the mastermind of the primeval troll and it was difficult to kill him. The battle was not over yet, so no one could relax. Through the endless clouds and mist, the heaven-devouring giant demon's body could be seen. His body was a bloody mess, but he was still alive and had not been injured. As long as he was given time, he could still recover. However, Long Chen did not have to worry about him escaping back to the demonic dragon's ancient tomb, because the demonic dragon's ancient tomb was now Long Chen's world. The heaven-devouring giant demon was covered in blood and looked dead. However, when one looked at his scarlet eyes, one could understand that he was still terrifying. Moreover, this might be his craziest moment. I've been imprisoned for an entire era, and only now am I able to escape this cage. I must complete my mission. I must make this nightmare of my entire era have some value. So whether it's the living beings of the myriad worlds or you, someone must pay the price. You must. In the beginning, it was the heaven-devouring giant demon who said it himself. Later on, all the primeval troll in the myriad worlds were roaring, and going crazy. On the tragic battlefield, the primeval troll gave up everything to fight. Even if they only had a little bit of life left, as long as they were not completely dead, they were still fighting. Nothing could stop their will and determination to destroy. In the scarlet eyes of every primeval troll, what Long Chen saw was not fighting spirit, not hatred, but pity. They pursued the meaning of their existence. They had to make everything worthwhile. But fate was like this. They were destined to disappear miserably from the myriad worlds. Because if they survived, it would mean the destruction of the myriad worlds. If their nature was not to destroy, not to kill, perhaps they could temporarily exist in the myriad worlds. But in the future, they would have to face the Sky Devouring clan, and they would still die. Now that they were fighting to the death, Long Chen would kill them all even if he had to risk his life. Perhaps the only possibility was to ally with Long Chen and fight against the sky-devouring clan together in the future. But everyone knew that this was impossible. The primeval troll were not that strong, and Long Chen did not have that much hope. Whether it was the myriad worlds demons or the primeval troll, they were all races struggling on the edge of death. Because they were lowly, their fates were controlled. Between the two, one had to die. Just like two crickets in a bowl. They fought, wanted to kill, and fought for survival. Actually, it was just two crickets killing each other. And to the spectators, the killing of two crickets was fun. Just fun. Their passion was a laughingstock. All their roars were just wails to amuse the upper echelons. Long Chen suddenly recalled that part of the blood that flowed through the body of the primordial giant demon was also the blood of the divine dragon. Now, how could they not kill each other? However, they had no choice but to kill each other. Just like the heaven-devouring giant demon, even though he knew all of this, he still had to pay everything in order to seek a heroic release and an end. For the inexplicable meaning of life, he had to fight to the death before he could fall. Chapter 3254. Perhaps the heaven-devouring troll demon was the true heaven-devouring troll demon now, or perhaps this was the time when he was most closely related to the sky-devouring tribe. Given the heaven-devouring troll demon's state of mind, he would definitely make a last stand at this juncture. His previous devouring and endless demon body had already brought great disasters to everyone, not to mention the heaven-devouring troll demon's current state. When he revealed so many mouths, Long Chen and the others were already feeling extremely anxious. Xiao Lang and I have already used our nomological laws to their limits, but we still haven't been able to kill him completely. We must find a way to completely destroy him. Long Chen thought urgently. However, there was no such way for now. At most, they could only rely on everyone to attack together and see if they could kill him completely. Before the heaven-devouring troll demon died, Long Chen quickly shared his thoughts with all the powerhouses. To his surprise, Master Chaos Mist and Master Creation exchanged a look. They actually had a way. They were still in their primordial beast and creation beast forms. We all have a treasure together. Although it's a primal chaos treasure, it has the power to surpass the origin grade. Its effect is to gather everyone's attacks together and form the most destructive attack on the opponent. If Creation and I work together, it won't be very effective, but if the 8 of us work together, the effect will be very terrifying. Hearing this, Long Chen could only sigh. It was as if the heavens wanted to destroy the heaven-devouring troll demon. Although the heaven-devouring troll demon was an arrow at the end of its flight, it was still a nightmare for all living beings. Hence, they couldn't afford to be careless and had to kill it quickly. Hence, Long Chen quickly said, "Hurry up and use it." The exchange between them was actually very short. With Long Chen's suggestion, Master Chaos Mist and Master Creation no longer hesitated. Both of them took out 2 ancient stones. They looked ordinary, but when they joined together, an earth-shattering change occurred. This is the primeval sacrificial stone. Hearing this name, it was definitely related to the primordial sacrificial stone. Sure enough, when the two were connected, the primordial sacrificial stone turned into a translucent giant stone with a faint yellow luster. It was like a continent lying in front of Long Chen and the others, emitting an ancient aura from head to toe. It must have come from the ancient era before the dragon sacrificial continent. There was even a strong divine dragon aura on it. Vaguely, inside the yellowish primeval sacrificial stone, one could see billions of godly dragons flying in the air. Long Chen had no time to think or be shocked. Killing the heaven-devouring giant demon was the most important thing now. The 8 super experts were ready and the primeval sacrificial stone was placed in front of the heaven-devouring giant demon. Buzz! The heaven-devouring giant demon's body was burning with blood fire. Countless mouths were preparing an attack that was even more destructive than the devouring. He naturally did not recognize the primeval sacrificial stone. However, the moment the primeval sacrificial stone appeared, all the experts acted decisively and used their previous attack once again. The only difference was that Long Chen used the Nirvana Primeval this time. He was at the most central position, and he imbued the most terrifying destructive nomological power into the primeval sacrificial stone. A silver-gray ray of light rushed into the primeval sacrificial stone and lit up the entire primeval sacrificial stone. Suddenly, there was a burst of intense light. All the godly dragons in it lit up. Long Chen felt that the primeval sacrificial stone could not only gather everyone's power into one point, but it could also amplify Long Chen's own power. The others could not. This was because they were not godly dragons. All the godly dragons in the primeval sacrificial stone surrounded Long Chen's Nirvana Primeval and imbued it with even more power. Boom! Mo Xiaolong's sun-like fireball was also successfully imbued into the primeval sacrificial stone. In an instant, the interior of the primeval sacrificial stone was burning with majestic flames. The power of the flames was forcefully integrated into the Nirvana Primeval, and the resulting power was unprecedented. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, every ultimate god released a nomological power and integrated it into the Nirvana Primeval's power. 7 nomological powers were integrated into the Nirvana Primeval Sacrificial Stone. The moment the last nomological power was integrated, the Primeval Sacrificial Stone's light flooded the entire space. The most terrifying power exploded from the other end of the stone. The 8 nomological powers condensed into a silver-gray godly dragon and charged towards the heaven-devouring giant demon. It seemed complicated, but it all happened in an instant. Everyone present was at the peak of the myriad worlds. Their reactions were swift and ruthless. The heaven-devouring giant demon had just finished preparing for its destructive attack. Its countless mouths opened wide, and from them came a boundless blood-colored light. From the faint blood-colored light, one could feel the power of death that made one's heart shudder. It belonged to the primeval troll and the sky-devouring tribe's ultimate power. If the heaven-devouring giant demon had used it, it might have died. However, among the 8 on Long Chen's side, a few would definitely die. Even the 2 worlds behind them would be destroyed. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring giant demon was a step too slow. Just that one step was enough for the primeval sacrificial dragon's supreme nomological powers to collide with his body and his biggest mouth. Wang wang. The wind blew past and everything was destroyed. All the dragon's scales, mouths, claws, red light, blood, and cruelty disappeared in the destruction. No matter how powerful the heaven-devouring giant demon was, it would definitely not be able to withstand the full-force attack of 8 super experts. Long Chen knew how powerful the silver-gray godly dragon was. It was enough to kill him several times over. He would be annihilated in an instant and he would not even be able to revive himself. It was a power that had not appeared in the myriad worlds for a very long time. Qi, the huge godly body of the heaven-devouring giant demon dissipated under the bite of the silver-gray godly dragon. It disappeared without a trace. Not even a bit was left. This was the true destructive blow. The final incredulous voice was perhaps the only trace left behind by the heaven-devouring troll in this world. This voice was a little strange. It did not sound like unwillingness, anger, or hatred. It was more like relief, a kind of satisfaction. Brilliant colors. The heaven-devouring giant demon was completely devoured in the most brilliant colors. Everything, completely dissipated. Long Chen might have understood him. Everything he pursued, everything he wanted to know, everything he wanted to solve, seemed to be meaningless before he died. They were all obsessions. They were just 2 crickets. Death was relief and it was worth celebrating. As for Long Chen who did not die, he did not dare to imagine what kind of terrifying opponent he would face in the future. It was equivalent to him, a cricket. He wanted to kill the person who controlled them. Of course, that was a matter for the future. When everything disappeared, everyone present heaved a deep sigh of relief. There was nothing left of the heaven-devouring giant demon. He was clearly dead. Previously, he had guessed that the other half of the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb's core was on the heaven-devouring giant demon. Long Chen went to search, but did not find it. Instead, it was Mo Xiaolang who found the heart of the heaven-devouring giant demon that he wanted. The gift he wanted to give to Xueqi. The romance that belonged to him. It was also his fulfillment. That was a matter for the future. The battle was not over yet. There were still many people and gods in the primordial chaos divine world and the fortune divine world that died tragically. As for the primordial sacrificial stone, it belonged to the primordial chaos divine lord and the fortune divine lord. Even though it was like the ancestral dragon's blood essence and was most suitable for Long Chen was too embarrassed to ask them for it at this time. It all depended on fate. Most importantly, he had to kill all the primeval troll. With the death of the 3 ancestor devils, the remaining primeval troll might be weak to them, but as time passed, there would be more casualties. Everyone, Let's begin the slaughter. Long Chen said to the other 7. It was time for an all-out counterattack. In the Death World, when the heaven-devouring giant demon died, the tensely Xueqi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Long Chen was back. From now on, she had nothing to do. On the side of the primordial Chaos Divine Lord and the Fortune Divine Lord, Long Chen had a brief conversation with them, letting them understand the relationship between them, the primeval troll, and the myriad worlds. As divine masters, the two of them naturally understood what was going on very quickly. Now that the most crucial battle was over, the more people there were, the better. Long Chen needed their help. After the battle is over, I can do my best to revive as many people as possible, including your worlds. He was not familiar with the two god lords yet, but they had gone through a calamity together. This time, it was Long Chen who had helped them a lot, saving their worlds from destruction. Therefore, the experts from the Grand Mist World and the Fortune Divine World, who possessed overwhelming strength at the Ultimate God Emperor realm and above, followed Long Chen into the Death World. All the Death World's dragon gates opened, and all the experts descended. It was time for an all-out counterattack. The primeval troll in the Chaos Divine World was basically wiped out by the Chaos Divine Lord. Long Chen started killing them from Pangu continent. The other ultimate god lords, including Mo Xiaolang, descended to other worlds. The experts from the Chaos Divine World and Chaos Divine World also joined in the crushing battle. When they arrived at Pangu continent, the primeval troll had suffered heavy casualties. There were also many reinforcements from the primordial immortal realms. There were many primeval troll, and they had yet to be completely wiped out. Boom! Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon. Wherever he went, even the Devil Lord primeval troll was killed with a single move. Not to mention the others. All of them were annihilated. Not even their corpses were left. Blood-weeping dragon soul. This was a minor rule, but it was playing its biggest role now. Billions of little dragons of slaughter rushed forward. When Long Chen arrived in a world, he only needed 3 breaths of time to kill all the primeval troll. At this moment, he was the real killing storm. There was no need to show mercy in a battle between races. The primeval troll were born with sorrow. It would be better if they ended it as soon as possible. Good luck in the college entrance exam. I have a friend with a combat level of over 300,000, ranked 10th in the district. Is he very strong? Brothers and sisters who haven't played the Dragonblood God of War mobile game, hurry up. There are many activities now, or you will fall behind in the future. Chapter 3255. It was a complete victory. Not to mention the others, even Long Chen himself was in a frenzy of killing. The addition of the Ultimate Realm Ultimate Gods was a devastating blow to all the primeval troll, especially Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and Tong Tian's Spirit Overlord. They usually took a very short time to wipe out all the attacking primeval troll in a world. As soon as Long Chen arrived in a world, he would be faced with tens of millions of blood-sobbing dragon souls. The arm-sized divine dragons were a nightmare for the primeval troll as they directly plunged into their bodies, bit, and destroyed them. They could even use the dead soul blood talisman's law. One blood-sobbing dragon soul was enough to deal with many primeval troll. Tong Tian's Spirit Overlord was even more direct. He cultivated the original soul and could quickly lock on to his opponent. When he launched a soul attack, it was like harvesting a large number of enemies. Li Xuanji and the 15 Dragon Emperor arranged for them to quickly go to the worlds that needed them the most. The experts from the Primordial World and the Fortune Divine World also helped a lot. Although they were not as strong as the Ultimate Realm Ultimate Gods, the 7 original Grade Worlds had more than 50 experts who were comparable to the 4 Great Sovereigns. The primeval troll had less than 10 experts left and were quickly crushed. The word retreat did not exist in the dictionary of the primeval troll. Especially after the death of the 3 ancestor demons, hundreds of millions of primeval troll fought the final battle with an attitude of seeking death. If it were not for Long Chen and the others who were strong enough to crush them, they would still be injured. It's only a matter of time to solve all the primeval troll. That was what everyone thought. With the influx of a large number of experts, any of the worlds was out of danger. Some of the primeval troll in the worlds were too terrifying. They first defended themselves and waited for the arrival of powerful forces. Long Chen and the others alone had killed more than half of the primeval troll. Swish, swish, swish. Countless primeval troll were roaring and roaring as they turned into ashes before Long Chen's eyes. Next world. After killing the heaven-devouring giant demon, He was now like a machine. He repeated the rules of killing and headed to one world after another. Although he was a machine, his heart was filled with passion and passion. The disaster of the primeval troll was finally over. That was what most people thought. As time passed, the elegy of primeval troll in the infinite worlds was coming to an end. Previously, most of the primeval troll were hidden in the starry sky, so the speed at which they arrived at the various worlds varied. In fact, when the heaven-devouring troll died in battle, there were still some primeval troll that had yet to arrive. At this time, they should be escaping and hiding in the myriad worlds. It wouldn't be easy for Long Chen's side to find them. However, they didn't hide. Like moths to a flame, they persisted in coming to the myriad worlds, persisted in attacking, and put a full stop to their imprisonment for an era. Perhaps it was painful, but it was the end. There would be no more suffering, and it was better to get the pain over with. The difference between them and the gods and demons of the myriad worlds was that one was fighting for survival, while the other was fighting for survival. There was no end to the slaughter. Long Chen was going crazy. He lost track of how much time had passed. It was only when he found out that the primeval great devils had been wiped out of existence and that everyone was celebrating their victory that he realized that the primeval great devil race was nearly extinct. Come back, it's all settled. All the primeval troll that you can see now have been killed. Li Xuanji's voice rang out in his heart. Is that so? Long Chen looked at the world beneath his feet and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Yes, it was over. This world that was supposed to be beautiful was now in a mess. Many souls wandered amidst the cries. They were at a loss and in pain. Although it was a celebration of victory, they paid a heavy price for this victory. Fortunately, if it wasn't for Long Chen and the others who turned the tide, the price that the myriad worlds had to bear wouldn't be as light as it was now. Just like the destroyed world, Long Chen's mission wasn't over yet. When the experts gathered back in the death world, Long Chen began to use the soul revival song. May the souls of the dead be at peace. Long Chen couldn't do anything to those who were directly devoured by the primeval troll. He could only help those wandering souls to regain their lives, just like the world beneath his feet. The flames of life descended upon this world like a moving piece of music. As the flames swept through the world, all the dead souls regained their lives. Amidst this magnificent music, they were pleasantly surprised to find that they had been reborn and had been resurrected. Back from the dead. A miracle. Looking at the world below bathed in flames, Long Chen finally felt a little relieved. All living beings were sinless. Although everyone had birth, old age, sickness and death, which Long Chen couldn't control, the primeval troll was the destruction of all lives. This must be stopped. The lives and souls of the dead in one world after another were resurrected in the soul revival song. This time, Long Chen even traveled across the myriad worlds personally. Every world had a past. There was a destroyed world with many casualties. Long Chen settled them in the dragon sacrificial continent. The soul revival song burned for a full 10 days. With such a huge output, Long Chen was of course very tired. However, every time he descended upon a world, all the souls would cheer for him. God Ancestor, Lord of the myriad worlds for thousands of generations. In this way, he gained more and more faith. In the eyes of all living beings, he was now the ruler of the gods and demons, the savior, the unparalleled hero who appeared out of nowhere. He was the spiritual pillar of the entire myriad worlds. The number of divine palaces in his body increased, and so did the power he possessed. With so many living beings in the myriad worlds believing in Long Chen, the number of his divine palaces increased to more than 1 trillion, maybe even more. Even in the origin worlds, when Long Chen's soul revival song descended, many people believed in him and gave him the wish of all living beings. Long Chen always understood that the wish of all living beings was his greatest weapon. Everyone's power was given to him. As long as he made a move, it would be the will of more than 1 trillion living beings. The more people worshipped him, the more power he could unleash the resurrection melody of life, and the faster the resurrection of the dead souls. Without a doubt, every resurrected dead soul was like a tidal wave, viewing Long Chen as the supreme god of the myriad of worlds. The worlds with the most casualties were the primordial divine world and the fortune divine world. Long Chen stayed in these two worlds for 2 days to resurrect the dead and heal the injured. After witnessing such a grand occasion, the two divine lords no longer doubted Long Chen. Like the other ultimate gods, they were full of admiration for Long Chen. The entire myriad worlds were unified under Long Chen's will. It was not forced, but everyone was willing. The three divine lords of the three divine worlds had also reunited. Among them, the Chaos Divine Lord had died in battle, and the Chaos Divine Marshal was the new Chaos Divine Lord. 10 days later, the soul revival song finally ended. Almost there, I'm about to break through to the ultimate God realm. Long Chen only wanted to save people. Of course, he did not expect to benefit from a disaster and reach such a realm. His ultimate God realm was actually equivalent to others' half-ancestor realm. At that time, his strength would be even more heaven-defying. The so-called Lord of the Myriad Worlds was not an exaggeration. At that time, everyone was waiting for his return in the death reign. Because of his soul revival song, the loss of the Myriad Worlds was directly reduced to less than 1/50th of the original. Most of the common people and gods and demons who died in battle were resurrected. The soul revival song was indeed such a heaven-defying rule. It was also because of this that everyone admired Long Chen so much. Currently, all the experts of the Myriad Worlds had gathered together. Today's victory felt like a dream. When everyone was looking at him, Long Chen did not know what to say. He thought about it and felt that there was nothing to celebrate. The primeval troll were not ugly, but they were also pitiful. Everyone, you've all worked hard. Now, every world is like having just recovered from a serious illness. Everyone should go back and reorganize first. Then, the calamity of the primeval troll may not be over yet, so everyone should be prepared. If there's any news, I'll inform everyone as soon as possible. Long Chen was not talking nonsense. Previously, he had asked around and found out that there were definitely other primeval troll in the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Even existences comparable to the three ancestor devils. It was just that they might not have awakened yet. Now that the three ancestor devils had died in battle, it seemed like they had no chance of waking up the other primeval troll. However, Long Chen felt that it was better to be careful. We all understand. Long Chen had originally thought that the remaining core of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb would be in the hands of the heaven-devouring troll, but it was not. Therefore, it was very likely that the other half existed in the hands of the other primeval troll. Long Chen now controlled half of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. I will head to the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb to take a look. I'll give everyone the news when the time comes. After everyone finished their discussion, they were just about to leave when Mo Xiaolang suddenly said, "Big brother, Yan and I have agreed to get married in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent in a month's time." Long Chen had actually forgotten about this matter. Mo Xiaolang had previously said that he would use the heart of the heaven-devouring troll to propose to Xueqi. He didn't expect that at the critical moment when Long Chen used the soul song of life, they had already confirmed this matter, and even the time was confirmed. This was a joyous occasion. His originally heavy heart was instantly swept away. This was the result between the two people he cared about the most. As the saying goes, the elder brother is the father. As the elder brother, Long Chen naturally had to handle this matter for them. All right, the time and place have been confirmed. All we need is the people. Make the invitations and invite everyone present to attend. Long Chen said with a smile. In an instant, everyone congratulated them. Chapter 3256. Of course, Long Chen had to figure out the rest of the things in the demonic dragon ancient tomb within this month. Mo Xiaolang's cooperation with Long Chen played a major role in that battle. The battle with the three ancestor demons, the devouring of the refining sun, and so on had left a deep impression on the engine-level world lords. Of course, they would put in a lot of effort for his wedding. A month's time was enough for them to prepare. As for the location, it was set to be the location where the three emperor domains of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent used to be. That was the place where Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi met. The matter had been arranged. The specific matters naturally did not need to be handled by Long Chen. Yang Yu, the 15 Dragon Emperor, and Lingxi, there were too many of them. They could handle this matter much better than Long Chen. After that, all the experts had left. Of course, the experts that Long Chen had sent to the myriad worlds and stationed in the various major worlds were still there, continuing to monitor the movements of the entire myriad worlds. The death rain had calmed down. Mo Xiaolang went to help Xueqi refine the heart of the sky-devouring troll. Xueqi now had the hearts of the three ancestor demons and had made great progress. It would not take long for her to reach the ultimate god realm. Moreover, her achievements might be very high. Now that it had calmed down, Long Chen had to worry about the possible existence of primeval troll opponents. Therefore, he did not rest after the battle but went to the myriad world's starry sky. It would not be easy to find Kitten now. However, when Long Chen was looking for him, he did not expect Kitten to suddenly appear in front of him. The burly and strong man stared at Long Chen with his evil tiger eyes and said, as expected of the ancestral dragon's inheritor, "You're quite capable to reach this level under such circumstances. Of course, this is not your own credit. Mo Xiaolang and the other ultimate gods, especially the chaotic godmaster, have all helped you a lot." Long Chen was not used to seeing him like this. And then, Long Chen was looking for him because he wanted to know more about the other primeval troll. Also, I advise you not to celebrate too early. It's not over yet, Kitten said coldly. How much do you know about the primeval troll hiding in the depths of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb? Long Chen went straight to the point and asked directly. Kitten shook his head and said, "To be honest, I don't know. I didn't enter the Dragon Devil ancient tomb. Can't you go in?" "You can go in and take a look, but right now, there is no movement from the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, and the 3 ancestor devils died in battle, and the primeval troll was killed by you guys. I reckon that the other primeval troll do not have the conditions to awaken. You have to know, the awakening of the 3 ancestor devils was actually an accident. This way, as long as the sleeping sky-swallowing clan does not discover you, you can indeed cultivate in seclusion for a period of time." If that was the case, Long Chen felt a little more at ease. It seemed that the heaven-devouring troll and the others were actually not willing to let the other primeval troll awaken. And in the end there was no chance. What do you plan to do next? The current situation did not seem to arouse Kitten's interest, but clearly, as long as the sky-swallowing clan appeared, he would not be able to hide. Kitten said impatiently, "Don't disturb me. I naturally want to recover my peak strength first, and return to the ancestor realm. I don't want to waste my time on anything else. If you can't even solve the primeval troll, then fighting against the sky-swallowing clan is just a dream." After saying that, he turned and left. The last sentence was very realistic, and perhaps it was also his current motivation for Long Chen. No matter what, Long Chen was willing to believe him. This guy was just too stubborn. However, what he said was true. If Long Chen couldn't even deal with the primordial great demon, then it was too far-fetched to say that he could deal with the sky-devouring clan. After Kitten left, Long Chen had already decided to go to the Dragon Devil ancient tomb to take a look. As for Mo Xiaolang's wedding, there was no need for him to worry about it. The battle had just ended, and he was already on his way again. It was much easier to enter the Dragon Devil ancient tomb now. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived here, and after fusing with the core, in the blink of an eye, he teleported in the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, and arrived at the edge of the world that he could control. Long Chen floated in the middle of the blood rain and looked ahead. In front of him was still the endless demon mountain, shrouded in an even more majestic blood rain and black mist, making it even more difficult to see clearly and identify. There were many powers of the rules, causing Long Chen to be unable to sense the situation over there. If he stepped into this area, it would no longer be his territory. Long Chen did not hesitate and directly entered. However, after walking for a short distance, before he could even truly come into contact with that world, he discovered that there was a barrier in front of him. The natural barrier of the Dragon Devil ancient tomb was as strong as the barrier between the origin world. "I can't get through." Long Chen sensed for a moment and roughly understood that if he and Mo Xiaolang worked together, they might be able to break through and enter. However, the problem was, if they broke through, would it awaken the other primeval troll in the Dragon Devil ancient tomb? Right now, they might be sealed for eternity. If they awakened because of Long Chen's opening of this barrier, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, Long Chen hesitated for a while. He circled around the barrier and discovered that all the areas that he could not control were sealed within the barrier. Other than the blood rain and the black mist, there seemed to be nothing else inside. Naturally, there would not be any other movements. It was deathly silent. It was not like the area he controlled right now, which was in a mess. It seemed that he did not see the giant egg of the primeval troll either. If I take the risk and go in, it might backfire. If I provoke the other primeval troll to awaken, that would be my sin. The awakening of the 3 ancestral devils is because the divine June broke into this place. The Sky-Devouring clan might not know of their awakening, so the seal of the Sky-Devouring clan is absolute. As long as it is not destroyed, Kitten seems to have said the same thing. In the end, Long Chen decided not to destroy the barrier and wait and see. Right now, there were no longer any primeval troll in the entire Dragon Devil ancient tomb. I wonder if Ji Taishu and Xue Lanyan have died in battle. Of course, these two were small fries. So Long Chen suddenly thought of it and quickly stopped caring about it. With their abilities, even if they were lucky enough to survive and escape to the myriad worlds, they would not be able to cause any trouble, let alone return to the Dragon Devil ancient tomb. Now that Long Chen had sealed all the entrances to the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, even he himself was not prepared to enter again. In the end, he left this place. At the same time, he also instructed the people of the myriad worlds to pay attention to whether there was any news of Xue Lanyan and Ji Taishu. In any case, he could not let these two guys cause any trouble. Back then, when the primeval troll attacked the myriad worlds, the two of them might not fight to the death. Xue Lanyan left the Dragon Devil ancient tomb in advance. Ji Taishu was not a primeval troll, so they were different from the other primeval troll. It was as if the matter was over. Long Chen also returned to the dragon sacrificial continent to prepare for Mo Xiaolong's wedding. At the same time, he was also improving himself. He estimated that at this rate, he would be able to reach the hierarch realm in less than a month or two. In the midst of meditation, time passed quietly. The exciting moment was about to arrive. These days, the girls were busy dressing up Xueqi. Long Chen also saw her sister, Su Shui. It had been too long. Long Chen. When she saw Long Chen, she revealed a warm smile. It was very indifferent and very quiet. Long time no see. Now that they met, Long Chen felt that it was very beautiful. Of course, Long Chen would not forget the time in the ancient cemetery. Just like that, they got along indifferently. Now that the entire dragon sacrificial continent was thriving, everyone was very happy. Long Chen thought for a while. There were still 24 types of inheritance blood essence and origin dragon soul. He was prepared to give one to Su Shui. Su Shui might not be very talented, but she was absolutely loyal. Her personality was also absolutely kind. Long Chen understood that he needed such a helper. Of course, Long Chen would give the best opportunities to all those who had fought side by side as gifts. Of course, in terms of feelings, Long Chen had also reached his limit. Because he owed them, he still stuck to his own standards. Now, Xueqi was also married. He and Li Xuanji wandered among the mountains and valleys of the dragon sacrificial continent. I know what you want to say. Li Xuanji suddenly turned back, her long dark green hair fluttering in the air. Now that her belly was slightly bulging, she had even more womanly charm, making Long Chen unable to extricate himself. Long Chen, Yenner and I are different. I like this kind of quiet feeling. If you also give me a wedding and let me stand in front of everyone, I will not be used to it and feel uncomfortable. I understand. Therefore, he just wanted to say something but hesitated, knowing that it would be such an answer. Li Xuanji wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned against his chest as she said, "Don't mind me too much. Being able to stand here and be with you forever is already the best outcome. I don't even dare to imagine how much regret I would feel if I were to pass you by like the other girls. You should understand that sometimes, relationships are all about luck. She-er's luck is the best and she was the first to enter your heart. I'm also very good. I'm already very satisfied to be able to be with you for so long, so you shouldn't think that you owe me anything. The way things are now is pretty good, don't you think?" Of course Long Chen knew that. She didn't need to say anything. Long Chen could also understand her heart. Therefore, he was suddenly enlightened in his heart. Okay. She didn't mind these things in the slightest. Time flew by. On Long Chen's side, he made invitations and invited many powerhouses to the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen opened the door to the dragon sacrificial continent for them. Anyone who came to this world in Long Chen's divine kingdom would be amazed. Congratulations. Congratulations. Mo Xiaolong's only relative was Long Chen. Since his parents were not around, the eldest brother was the father. Therefore, Long Chen took on the role of the groom's parent today. He was very happy. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. Get out of the way. Get out of the way, I'm going to fly. Long Yen shuttled through the crowd. She was also very happy today. Chapter 32:57. The location was the three great imperial regions. The former 3 great imperial palaces were long gone. However, Lingwu Swordmaster and the others still returned here to rebuild everything. Of course, it was now an original incipient realm world. Under Yang Yu and Ling Shi's arrangement, the scene was not very grand, but it was exquisite and tasteful. Moreover, it was a grand ceremony that only ultimate gods and above were qualified to participate in. It was a grand ceremony in itself. The details were naturally based on the old customs of the dragon sacrificial continent. Today, Mo Xiaolang was very handsome. After reaching his current realm, he was even more handsome and incomparable. He was definitely the main character of the day. As for Xueqi, she was also dressed beautifully, in line with her fresh and cute style. No doubt, she was at her most beautiful. She had also experienced a lot of hardships and waiting to get to where she was today. Back then, she had never thought that she could reach this step. Under the hospitality of the dragons, the experts who arrived all sent their gifts and blessings to the newlyweds. The godly venerables naturally brought all kinds of treasures, especially the world lords of the engine-level world such as Tianyuan Celestial Master and the Demon Master of 6 Paths. Although they didn't directly give out engine-level treasures, they did give out original incipient-level treasures that had some magical effects. Today, the dragon sacrificial continent was very lively. As the elder brother, Long Chen had come to complete all kinds of solemn ceremonies. Seeing the 2 of them reaping their blessings, everyone was sincerely happy for them. Among them, God Master Hongmeng and God Master Creation came together. In the beginning, Lord Chaos God and Lord Creation God existed in the form of giant beasts. After the battle, Long Chen saw that they were actually a man and a woman. Lord Chaos God was a man, while Lord Creation God was a woman. The 2 of them were inextricably linked. In their eyes, there were only 2 worlds, and they were the world lords of their respective worlds. It was very normal for them to be bound together. Today, Xiaolang is getting married. We are here to congratulate him and give him a small gift. Please accept it. God Master Hongmeng and God Master Creation seem to have come to an agreement. When they arrived, they took out their gifts. What appeared in their hands were 2 yellowish stones that looked like a piece of amber. However, frozen within them was the shadow of a divine dragon. The 2 stones could be combined into one. The primeval sacrificial stone. Long Chen was stunned. He didn't expect them to take out the primeval sacrificial stone. Moreover, they were willing to do so. We've had this thing together for many years, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. At most, it's a keepsake between us. Today, you have a happy beginning, so I'll give it to you. I wish you happiness. Not allowing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang to refuse, God Master Hongmeng and God Master Creation had to hand over the primordial sacrificial stone no matter what. Back then they were happy that this primeval sacrificial stone was related to Long Chen, and even more so, it was related to this entire world. The dragon sacrificial continent was the body of the primeval sacrificial dragon. In that case, I'll accept it. Mo Xiaolang knew they had good intentions. It was their repayment to Long Chen for saving the 2 worlds. However, the primeval sacrificial stone was useless to Mo Xiaolang. They wanted to give it to Long Chen. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang turned around and said to Long Chen while holding the primeval sacrificial stone in his hand, "Big brother, I would like to thank you for taking care of me and Yan on this joyous occasion. I would like to present the primeval sacrificial stone to you." Long Chen didn't bother to be polite with him. They had been brothers for many years, so he didn't care about courtesy. He put away the primeval sacrificial stone and said with a smile, "You're smart. All right, it's almost time to go through the ceremony." Next were the ceremonies. They seemed dull, but to the 2 of them they were witnesses. In the eyes of everyone else, they were witnesses. From now on, they were a match made in heaven. Send them to the bridal chamber. A new beginning. It was as though everything had calmed down. After the ceremony, the powerhouses started to bid farewell. After all, although the primeval troll didn't make any movements, they still had to be on guard. Therefore, the powerhouses returned to their own worlds to guard against any accidents. Peace returned to the dragon sacrificial continent. It was so peaceful that Long Chen felt that all the battles had ended. From today onwards, he could truly live a carefree life. Only when he thought of the demonic dragon ancient tomb and the sky-devouring clan did Long Chen realize that everything was not over. It was just a temporary pause. After the wedding, Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi stayed in the Tower of Time more often. There seemed to be no more incidents now. However, everyone knew that the real disaster had yet to befall them. They could take a breather now and try their best to become stronger before the disaster. In the Tower of Time, Mo Xiaolang was relatively relaxed as he was mainly pondering over the rules. Xueqi was studying the hearts of the 3 ancestor demons. She made the fastest progress. Lingxi was studying the curse ring. Li Xuanji was quietly recuperating, waiting for the arrival of her child. The other supreme divine dragons were also quietly cultivating, alternating between the Tower of Time and the dragon sacrificial continent. As for Long Chen, he was also trying to break through to the ultimate god realm. As for the inherited essence blood of the supreme divine dragons, Long Chen gave the people he was most familiar with in his life who were willing to become supreme divine dragons the inherited essence blood of the supreme divine dragons and the origin dragon soul. There were a total of 24. As for those young experts with great potential, Long Chen put them aside. In comparison, he preferred to let the people he was most familiar with inherit it. Among these people, there were Lu Yi, Su Shui, Feng Jilin, Lingwu Swordmaster, God Wushu Sage's brothers from the Dynasty Dragons, Yi Xian and Yi Xian from the Netherworld Mansion, Liang Tang, Luo Yan, Pang Hong from the Slaughter Dragon City. Even Long Chen's adoptive father Dongfang Xian Xiao from the Lingwu family, his master Zhao Qingyun from the Sky Demon Palace, and Murong Yu from the Congyang Kingdom. They were all people who were friends with Long Chen. The remaining few places were given to a few more heaven-defying young experts. After all, those who were friends with Long Chen and had helped Long Chen, as long as they were humans, Long Chen would repay them. After giving them the supreme divine dragon inheritance blood and origin dragon soul and letting them cultivate peacefully, Long Chen started to deal with his own affairs. It was time for him to break through to a higher realm. After refining the hearts of the 3 ancestor demons, Xueqi grew up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she had already become an ultimate immortal emperor, which was equal to Long Chen in terms of realm. Elder brother, when Yan turned into a primeval troll, she looked a bit different. As Mo Xiaolang said, he had Xueqi turn into a primeval troll. Xueqi nodded obediently. After the transformation in the Tower of Time, what appeared in front of Long Chen was a primeval troll that was completely different from Demon Hua. Taking a closer look, it looked a bit like the combination of heaven-devouring troll, Ancestor Shi and Demon Hua. Demon Hua was mysterious and strange. Now, she was even more domineering and majestic. She was even more majestic than heaven-devouring troll. It seems that I've understood the rules of heaven-devouring troll, Ancestor Shi and Ancestor Hua a bit. Soyan turned into a human and said to Long Chen with excitement. That's good. Long Chen did not think too much about it. This meant that Xueqi had inherited their power. It should be normal. If she could become the combination of the 3 ancestor demons, she would be of great help to deal with the sky-devouring clan in the future. It's just that the progress is a bit too fast. We can slow it down a bit. Mo Xiaolang was a bit worried. However, after thinking about it, the 3 ancestor demons were all dead. It should be fine. Keep an eye on it. Let me know if there's anything. Long Chen said and returned to his seat. The most important thing now was to become stronger. He was ready to break through to the ultimate god realm. He was not very confident before, but now that he had the primordial sacrificial stone, he felt that he could make a breakthrough. The 2 primordial sacrificial stones needed to be combined to be effective. Long Chen combined them and the primordial sacrificial stone returned to its original state during the battle. Although it was very small now, its power was still as terrifying as before. Rumble. Inside the primordial sacrificial stone, a divine dragon sword. Long Chen's origin dragon energy was communicating with the primordial sacrificial stone. If nothing went wrong, the primordial sacrificial stone was like a part of Long Chen's body. The power within could be used by Long Chen, just like the origin luminous stone of the chaotic divine lord. Previously, there was a lot of faith and many divine palaces. Now that it was quiet, a lot of power was dug out. Long Chen's body was like a miniature version of the myriad worlds. Stars shone brightly, all things flowed, and all kinds of power swept across. As time went by, 10 years passed. Decades passed. Of course, the myriad worlds only lasted for a dozen days to a month. Finally one day, Long Chen reached the peak and truly broke through to the ultimate god realm, becoming a supreme deity. Compared to others, his power was almost at the half-ancestor realm. coupled with Long Chen's heaven-defying rules. At this moment, an incomparably majestic power swept through Long Chen's body. It was as if a storm had arisen in the myriad worlds. The trillions of divine palaces in his body were like trillions of stars, flickering with incomparably intense light in the night sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless powers surged. Finally, the moment had arrived. At that moment, the most important thing was that the entire dragon sacrificial continent was improving along with Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen could not help but put the dragon sacrificial continent in the myriad worlds outside. That way, he could clearly see that the dragon sacrificial continent was still expanding, becoming more solid, and producing more heaven and earth spiritual energy. Origin level. Among the myriad worlds, there was finally an origin level world. An origin level world that belonged to Long Chen. A new dragon sacrificial continent. This was comparable to the improvement of his own strength, which made Long Chen even more ecstatic. The current dragon sacrificial continent was not inferior to the three divine realms and the supreme ancient immortal realms in any aspect. Among them, the divine dragon race was reproducing at a faster speed, becoming stronger and growing faster. Even Feng Jilin and the others who had just inherited the supreme divine dragon were growing rapidly. Everything was thriving. In the next 2 to 3 days, other than writing, I have to work on a web novel project. For now, I will maintain the normal 3 chapters update. There will be more updates in a few days, so don't be anxious. Chapter 3258. After Long Chen reached the Supreme God realm, not only did his own strength exceed the limit and reach the peak of the myriad worlds, but he also had the strength to crush many ultimate gods. He had also transformed the dragon sacrificial continent into an original level world. The range of the original grade dragon sacrificial continent had increased by several times. The dragon sacrificial continent from before the epoch had been restored again. The dragon sacrificial continent that Long Chen was born in was merely the center of the current continent, a very small piece. Chaos, primordial chaos, and creation formed the framework of the new world. Heaven and earth spiritual energy comparable to the 9-colored chaos spiritual energy swept across the dragon sacrificial continent. From now on, the Divine Dragon Clan would enjoy the same treatment as the Chaos God Clan. Although they had experienced tens of millions of years of decline, their speed of progress and space for growth would definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Until the Divine Dragon Nation in Long Chen's dream was restored. Now it can be said that my dream has been realized a little. When he first saw Pango Continent, his desire was to make his hometown dragon sacrificial continent the same, so that all his compatriots, the heirs of the Divine Dragons, could also live and cultivate in the top world. At least for now, Dragon Sacrificial Continent was the top world here. When Long Chen reached his current realm, it caused a huge commotion that shocked the myriad worlds and made all the dragons rejoice. Even the Demon Lord of 6 Paths, Xueqi Spirit Overlord, Heavenly Origin Immortal Lord, and the others congratulated him. Excitement and joy. This was good news that swept across the myriad worlds. Many people knew that the Lord of Myriad Worlds, Long Chen, had become stronger. In the eyes of all living beings, the primeval troll had been completely wiped out long ago. Therefore, in their opinion, under Long Chen's rule, the myriad worlds would only be more peaceful. Long Chen finally consolidated his current realm. As Kitten said, although it looks like I'm strong enough, I'm still not strong enough for the future. I just don't know when those sealed primeval troll will appear, and when the sky-devouring clan will wake up. If he was lucky, maybe nothing would happen even after a few million years. At that time, Long Chen would probably have enough strength. If they were unlucky, then at this very moment, the primeval troll might come into contact with the seal, and the sky-swallowing race might appear as well, annihilating the 10,000 worlds. Right now there are 2 important things. The first is for all of us to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger will we be able to take the initiative in the future. As for the second matter, it all depended on Lingxi to remove the seal on the cursed divine dragons. Of course, for Long Chen, there was a third matter, and that was to find the origin dragon soul of the ancestral dragon. Of course, there was also the first ancestral dragon's blood essence. There were still some essence blood of the supreme divine dragon and the origin dragon soul. Now, the remaining ones were the hardest to find. Long Chen could practically go to any place in the myriad worlds now. In the following period of time, he began to search, but he basically found nothing. In the Tower of Time, Time passed quickly. The entire 10,000 worlds had entered the most peaceful and tranquil state. All the living beings and gods and demons seemed to feel that there would never be another terrifying disaster like the 3 ancestral demons in the 10,000 worlds. They didn't know where the 3 ancestral demons came from. Becoming stronger was always the most important thing. As soon as Long Chen reached a new realm, he focused all his energy on understanding the rules. Lingxi was still wholeheartedly studying the God Curse Ring. Mo Xiaolang had nothing to devour, so he mainly assisted Xueqi in refining the 3 ancestral demons' hearts. As for Li Xuanji, she was waiting for the birth of her child with peace of mind. The original 15 dragon emperors, Yang Yu, Yang Lingqing, Lingxi, and the 24 new supreme divine dragons. In the 10,000 worlds, almost half of all the supreme divine dragons had been found. During these days, they had made great progress under the dual cultivation of the Dragon Sacrifice Continent and the Tower of Time. Having the origin dragon soul was a huge benefit. Even Long Yen was now a perfect realm ultimate god. As time passed, two people's progress was beyond Long Chen's expectation. He and Mo Xiaolang didn't make any progress. On the contrary, Lingxi had rapidly made a breakthrough to the ultimate god realm and was on par with the origin world lords. In terms of rules, she was basically completely familiar with the dragon sacrifice ceremony. She even found more primordial god mantras in the God Curse Ring. Obviously, the God Curse Ring was not as simple as a semi-origin creation divine artifact. It was just that its power had not been fully explored. After stepping into another realm, Lingxi had even more confidence in the God Curse Ring. Long Chen saw a lot of hope in her, and he also believed that Lingxi would definitely succeed. The other person who made great progress was Xueqi. With Mo Xiaolang's help and the 3 ancestral demon hearts, it was normal for her to make progress. However, her progress was a little exaggerated. Long Chen couldn't figure it out. In the end, he concluded that it was Primeval Troll's innate talent. After all, Primeval Troll came from the Sky Devouring clan, and the 3 ancestral demon hearts were indeed the inheritance of the ancestral demons. Xueqi had consecutively crossed 2 realms. First, she caught up with Long Chen from the Ultimate Divine Emperor realm and became a primordial Ultimate God realm. Recently, she even made a breakthrough to the Perfect Realm Ultimate God realm. Of course, the 3 ancestral demon hearts had also been completely refined. There's still a lot of power left in her body. She might be able to reach the Ultimate God realm in the future. Mo Xiaolang said. He was already very satisfied with Soyan's current strength. When he first obtained the 3 ancestral demon hearts, he also wanted his woman to have the strength to protect herself in a world full of experts, so as not to let others fall behind too much. Now that she had the perfect realm ultimate god realm, she could go even higher in the future. He was completely relieved. They were now considered happy and blissful. Among the 3 brothers, only Kitten was still wandering around. In order to restore his progenitor realm power, Long Chen naturally couldn't find him. The myriad worlds were so peaceful now, but Long Chen felt a little uneasy. He could not control the Sky Devouring clan, but he often went to the demonic dragon ancient tomb, mainly to observe the movements of the hidden primeval troll. However, the demonic dragon ancient tomb had been very peaceful these days. However, Long Chen would not let his guard down. Every once in a while, he would enter the demonic dragon ancient tomb, and would even stay in the surroundings for a long time. Sometimes, Mo Xiaolang would be with him. In the myriad worlds, it seemed that only the 3 brothers could be considered to be at the half-martial ancestor realm. Among them, Kitten was unfathomable, and Long Chen was slightly stronger than Mo Xiaolang. On this day, while Long Chen was cultivating, he was also preparing to go to the demonic dragon ancient tomb to take a look. Recently, the child in Li Xuanji's womb was about to arrive, and it was estimated that he would come less often in the future, so he wanted to confirm his safety. Are you going? He asked Mo Xiaolang while he was at it. Go. Mo Xiaolang had nothing to devour, and there was no progress in his cultivation. He was bored out of his mind. After a while, Mo Xiaolang came to Long Chen's side. Beside him was Xueqi, who had reached the Great Perfection realm, and she was extremely radiant, petite and cute. She was very compatible with Mo Xiaolang. Big brother Long Chen. Xueqi called out obediently. Are you going too? Long Chen asked. Mo Xiaolang answered on her behalf, and said, I think the demonic dragon ancient tomb is the territory of the primeval troll. After all, has the body of a primeval troll, so let her go take a look. Maybe she will gain something. All right. Mo Xiaolong's words made sense. Long Chen was most worried that something would happen to the primeval troll. He did not dare to recklessly destroy the barrier for the time being, but now that Xueqi had the body of a primeval troll, there was indeed the possibility that Mo Xiaolang had mentioned. After refining the hearts of the three ancestral fiends, Su Yan was no longer Fienda. Instead, she was the amalgamation of the three ancestral fiends, be it in terms of appearance or laws. Long Chen could even foresee that if Su Yan had the strength of the heaven-devouring troll fiend, she would likely be more terrifying than it. Long Chen opened the demonic dragon ancient tomb, and the three of them came to this desolate world filled with blood rain. Black fog lingered, blood rain poured down, and the endless demon mountain could be seen. Stop. With a thought from Long Chen, the blood rain and wind dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen brought the two of them to the vicinity of the barrier. You guys look around. I'll think about it. Long Chen moved by himself and began to circle around the area that was not under his control. He circled around the barrier and memorized all the details inside. No matter how many times he observed, these details did not change. The depths were still invisible, and apart from the blood rain, there was only silence within the barrier. The remaining primeval troll did not seem to show any signs of awakening. It looks like I might be overthinking. There won't be any problems. Long Chen was worried that when his child was born, there would be new trouble in the myriad worlds. Therefore, he wanted to take a closer look this time. Actually, he had thought of trying to destroy the barrier, but on careful thought, he should do it after the child was born. At that time, he would be more wholehearted. After circling around and realizing that there were no changes, Long Chen returned to his original position. Mo Xiaolang was standing there, and he was also observing the movements inside the barrier. When he saw Long Chen return, he asked in concern, "There's no change in here, right?" Long Chen nodded, looked around and said, "Why isn't Yan with you?" "Oh, she said she wanted to look around alone, so I let her be. She's just over there." Mo Xiaolang didn't pay much attention to it, but when he said this, he found that Xueqi had disappeared. He felt like he had completely lost contact with her, which made him instantly nervous. How could she disappear? Long Chen's expression changed greatly. This was the area under his control. As long as he wanted to, as long as she was inside, it was impossible for him not to find her. However, he didn't find Soyan's existence. Obviously, Xueqi wasn't here. Moreover, she didn't return to the Tower of Time, the dragon sacrificial continent, and the life and death realms. It was as if she had completely evaporated from the world. Impossible. Mo Xiaolong's face turned pale. He looked at Long Chen in a daze and said in confusion, "Impossible. Even if there's danger, it's impossible that there's no movement at all. It's not easy to write." Chapter 3259. With the current level of the two of them, it was simply impossible for such a thing to happen. There was definitely something wrong with Xueqi. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang simultaneously shifted their gazes to the other side. Inside the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, the side that he could not control, if Xueqi had disappeared into thin air, then it was very likely that she had entered. First, why did she go in? Second, how did she get in? If Long Chen and the others wanted to enter, they would have to break through the barrier, but she had silently entered. There must be something strange about this. I can't contact her. It's impossible for her to leave this place. After all, this is the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. If she wants to leave, you definitely know. Now that the two of them had just gotten married, and their relationship had reached a new stage, Mo Xiaolang really couldn't figure out what she was. He had always loved Xueqi, did his best to protect her, and did his best for her to become stronger. Now that such a situation had occurred, it immediately caused his heart to be in a mess. Calm down. Long Chen pressed down on his shoulder. Right now, Mo Xiaolong's face was pale white, and he was sweating profusely. This kind of state would not solve the problem, Long Chen warned him, and then coldly looked at the depths of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Although the interior was still covered in a thick black fog, and under the cover of the rules, there was no movement, but Long Chen could already feel that something was different. She went in. It was certain that this slight change was caused by Xueqi. Long Chen didn't know how she got in, but it wasn't important. He was currently considering one thing, and that was whether or not he should break through the barrier. Turning his head, he saw Mo Xiaolong's resolute gaze. Of course he had to rush in, he couldn't care less. Long Chen quickly analyzed. Today, Yenna requested to enter, we didn't think too much about it. Under normal circumstances, Yenna would not be so proactive. There must be a problem. The problem must be with the 3 ancestor devil hearts. We did not expect that there would be a problem with the 3 ancestor devil hearts. If she is affected now, after entering, she will definitely open all the other primeval troll seals. We must break through this barrier. In an instant, he had finished his analysis, and Mo Xiaolang knew what he was thinking. Even though he found it hard to believe what had happened, and even more so blamed himself, this was a moment of life and death, not the time to regret. The two of them instantly entered a state of mind. Just as they were about to break through the barrier, suddenly, there was a huge change in the interior of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Like the end of the world, the entire world was tumbling, the black fog was swept up by the violent wind, the blood rain flew everywhere, endless, the earth demon mountain rolled, as if there were countless giant beasts charging out from within, tearing apart the heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The entire world was filled with lightning and thunder. Originally, everything could not be seen clearly, but now it was even more unclear. However, one could feel that many huge shadows were being born in this world, and they could no longer be stopped. From stillness to riot. Once it started, there was no way to stop it. It was as if spilled water could not be retrieved. It was too late to destroy the barrier. Amidst the chaos, huge shadows rose from the darkness and let out earth-shattering roars. Those terrifying roars, the joy of breaking free, and the sound of the giant beast's bones, all collided with each other. It was simply a series of explosions. Just think about it, being sealed for an era. Ever since it was born, there had been no activity. How terrifying and tragic was that? And now that they had escaped, that kind of feeling was simply unimaginable to normal people. In this kind of torture, the mentality of the primeval troll could not help but become abnormal. This is bad. Long Chen's heart tightened. He took out the primordial dragon halberd and cooperated with Mo Xiaolang. With lightning speed, he tore apart the barrier that was blocking their way. Of course, this was not an easy task, but Long Chen was extremely berserk at the moment. He poured out all the power in his body, and finally tore apart the barrier. Boom! A terrifying storm surged over. Although Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had opened the barrier, they were still sent flying by the furious power of the primeval troll, making it difficult for them to stabilize their bodies. This was definitely the combined power of several primeval troll. So strong. It was certain that this was definitely a power stronger than the 3 ancestor fiends, and there were more of them. Of course, this was the most advanced power. In the other half of the region, Long Chen did not see many shadows, only a few dozen or so. However, the power of these dozens of shadows was probably something that all the primeval troll that had awakened before could not compare to. Boom! In the sky, a whirlpool appeared. It was a passage to the outside world, opened by them. Indeed, the other half of the core of the Dragon Devil tomb was in the hands of this group of primeval troll. The whirlpool was incomparably huge, and it erupted with an extremely strong power. It was currently sucking in a large number of primeval troll, and no one knew where it led to. When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang rushed in, quite a few primeval troll had already disappeared. Looks like they want to withdraw from the Dragon Devil tomb. Obviously, it's because they just woke up and are still in a very fragile state. If they fight with us now, they don't want to have such casualties. Now that they had just woken up, it was indeed a good opportunity to make a move. The most important thing was to save Xueqi and not let them escape. Primeval Troll has reappeared. Myriad worlds are on guard. Long Chen quickly sent this news to Li Xuanji, who was still cultivating in the Tower of Time. Hearing this news, Li Xuanji hurriedly deployed and made preparations. Once these primeval troll appeared in the myriad worlds, as long as they attacked the myriad worlds, they would be discovered. Right now, he still did not know the specific strength of this group of primeval troll, so Long Chen was still a little worried. Especially since something had happened to Xueqi. If he did not handle it well, he would not be able to explain it to Mo Xiaolang. The speed at which the primeval troll escaped exceeded his imagination. When Long Chen approached, most of them had already left. Only after approaching did Long Chen realize that the primeval troll that had awakened this time was at least a perfection stage demon sovereign. At the very least, they were all around the same level as the four great rulers. In the myriad worlds, they were existences that could rule thousands of worlds. Among them, there must be even stronger ones. It was just that these few just happened to be in front of Long Chen. Yan. All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang saw Xueqi appearing on the edge of the swirl. She was still in the shape of a human with a dull look. When Mo Xiaolang called her, she looked towards him. When she caught sight of Mo Xiaolang, she became a bit absent-minded. Brother Xiaolang. She became stunned and a bit confused. Right then, she moved towards Mo Xiaolang. However, right then, a primeval troll as huge as a heavens-devouring troll flashed by and casually rolled Xueqi into the swirl. As a result, Mo Xiaolang didn't even have time to chase after it. She's one of us. How could she mix with you? As that primeval troll sneered, his immortal body and voice disappeared in the swirl. All of a sudden, the swirl accelerated a lot. In a very short period, a great number of primeval troll had been sucked in. It's really bad. Xueqi was completely brought to their side. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang tried their best to rush forward. When they reached the edge of the swirl, it suddenly closed and dissipated. In an instant, the world became quiet. Roar! Mo Xiaolang was going crazy. When the swirl closed, there were still a few pitiful Perfection Realm primeval troll left. Before they could rush forward, they met Mo Xiaolang's furious gaze. In an instant, Mo Xiaolang turned into the sun-devouring demonic wolf and swept past. Those emaciated primeval troll that had just woken up were torn apart by Mo Xiaolang's teeth. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the entire world was filled with the screams of primeval troll. The sun-devouring demonic wolf had entered a frenzied state. The result was obvious. However, at least 40 primeval troll managed to escape. They even brought Xueqi with them, and no one knew where they went. Wait. Leave one behind. Long Chen stood in front of Mo Xiaolang and protected the last primeval troll. His mind was in a mess, and he had to get more information out of them. Little Shi. Lingxi came out from the dragon sacrificial continent and directly used the silence incantation to help Long Chen lock onto the primeval troll, making it unable to move. How could this be? Lingxi looked at the flesh and blood on the ground, the chaotic world, and the red-eyed Mo Xiaolang. Her expression was a little miserable. What happened in an instant had dealt them a huge blow. Mo Xiaolang was the one who found it the hardest to bear. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for wanting to make her stronger. It's all my fault for giving her the hearts of the 3 ancestor fiends. It's all my fault. Mo Xiaolang transformed into his human form. His eyes were filled with tears, and he was in a state of mental breakdown. Calm down. She has the body of a primeval troll. From what happened just now, there shouldn't be any safety issues. Now isn't the time for us to blame ourselves. We must find a solution. I think Yan might not be completely controlled. Try to contact her more. I'll look for the others. After a period of peace, a new flame of war was ignited at this moment. Just a moment ago, Li Xuanji had already informed everyone of the news. In an instant, the infinite worlds once again entered a state of alert, and this time, it was even more urgent. All right, big brother. Yan will depend on you. I won't let any primeval troll go. Don't worry. Long Chen understood that his current calmness was Mo Xiaolang's mental support. He understood Mo Xiaolang, and he was also concerned about Xueqi. In an instant, all the world lords appeared in the demonic dragon tomb. Long Chen quickly explained what had happened. I didn't expect that there would be a problem with the hearts of the 3 ancestor fiends. All the world lords were also astonished. Chapter 3260. Upon hearing that, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang felt a little more at ease. They were previously worried that the 3 ancestral fiends were still around and might even take over Soyan's body. Without that crisis, Xueqi should be safe for the time being. Furthermore, the newly awakened primeval troll treated her as one of their kind. Don't be too discouraged. As long as we work hard, we can definitely bring Yan back. Everyone was comforting Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang's emotions had stabilized a little. It was not easy for him to give Soyan happiness, but now that it had been ruined, it was normal for him to be agitated. However, anger and hatred could not be erased. The most important thing now is to find out how strong these primeval troll are and where they are. They have just escaped and are currently at their weakest. After some time, they might become even more terrifying. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave. However, I believe it won't be long before they counterattack us. First of all, the infinite realms should also strengthen their defenses. This is the same for every world. I will let my people from the dragon sacrificial continent garrison the infinite realms. Long Chen knew that they had to save Xueqi, but the infinite realms defenses had to be established as well. The ultimate god venerables were also aware of that. Everyone, prepare for battle. This time, it will probably be a battle to the death. Long Chen took a deep breath. He brought everyone back to the death rain and redeployed them. Everyone returned to their respective positions. Standing in the death rain, Long Chen could not find the primeval trolls' whereabouts by himself. Since they were hiding, it would be difficult to find them. However, he happened to have imprisoned a primeval troll, so it was the perfect time to ask questions. Xueqi Soul Overlord was also here, so Long Chen was handed over to him. As he was a realm higher than his opponent, Xueqi Soul Overlord spent some effort before he finally succeeded in gaining control and began to ask questions. All the awakened primeval troll have entered that vortex. Where are they going? Skypiercer Spirit Overlord asked coldly. Primeval troll answered obediently. They went to a secret realm beyond the origin level. There they can relax a little. It was a secret realm beyond the original level world. Demon God Bujo Mountain and the Cosmic Honeycomb were at original incipient grade. Long Chen had never seen an original level secret realm before. Now that there was a secret realm beyond the original level, he wondered where it would be. Where is it? How can we get there? Tongtian Soul Overlord asked again. Primeval Troll replied, the Garuda Golden Demon controls half of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, and there is a passage that leads to this secret realm. You guys don't control that half of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, so you guys can't go at all. Garuda Golden Devil. Long Chen asked Tongtian Soul Overlord to ask, where is the passage in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb? If he knew the location, he could still destroy it. Long Chen felt that it should be at the location where the whirlpool had appeared before. However, that whirlpool was actually different from the passageways of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb that led to other worlds. They didn't expect that other than the 6 original level worlds, there would actually be a secret realm beyond the original level that was separated. There's no fixed location. Only the Garuda Golden Demon can reach there. Primeval Troll was controlled by Tongtian's Soul Overlord, so there was no way he would give a false answer. This was troublesome. The other party had completely taken the initiative. What are they going to do with Xueqi? Tongtian's Soul Overlord asked a question that made everyone very nervous. That's our own kind, so of course we have to take care of her. However, they seem to be preparing to use her to lure you guys and capture all of you in one fell swoop. The failure of the 3 ancestor devils has made them very cautious. This result, at least for Mo Xiaolang, was acceptable. Of course, this also meant that if they wanted to save Xueqi, there would definitely be a huge risk. If they were prepared to lure them, they obviously wouldn't need Long Chen to find them. They would set up a trap and wait for Long Chen to arrive. Moreover, this way, they probably wouldn't attack the infinite worlds. After all, they knew that as long as they dealt with Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the infinite worlds would actually be in their pocket. They could destroy them however they wanted. At least Xueqi was not in danger now. If they want to set up a trap, it should probably be in the world beyond the original level. They all know how to use schemes to capture all of us in one fell swoop. For Long Chen, as long as they didn't attack the infinite worlds, it wouldn't be so chaotic. What he wanted was a war between the top experts. It would be best if it didn't affect all living beings. Then what's the strength of the Garuda Golden Demon you mentioned just now? Xueqi Soul Overlord and the others knew almost everything about their plan. The key now was to know the opponent's strength. Primeval Troll said, the Garuda Golden Demon is about the same level as Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi. It lost a lot of power in the seal. So it's about the same level as an ultimate demon lord. There's nothing to be afraid of. There are few in the death world who can stop such an opponent, such as Heavenly Yuan Celestial Venerable and the others. Although we can't kill them, we can still fight them evenly, especially when they are in a weakened state. Looks like they're not as scary as we thought. Lord Sixpath smiled casually. There were about 40 of them in the camp, and most of them were perfect demon lords. If the leader was an ultimate demon lord, it was indeed not strong. However, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang didn't relax. They had seen many terrifying existences, such as the one that sucked Xueqi into the vortex. It was definitely not weaker than the sky-devouring troll. It was definitely not as simple as Lord Six Paths thought. How many ancestral demons did you guys wake up later? Long Chen asked Xueqi Soul Overlord to continue questioning him. Primeval Troll answered obediently, 7. In addition to the 3 from before, there were a total of 10. Lord Six Paths shut his mouth when he heard the number 7. Even if there were 7 ultimate demon lords and more than 30 perfect demon lords, it was not easy to deal with them. How strong are the other 6? This was the question Long Chen wanted to ask. He had to get to the bottom of it. At this time, everyone held their breaths as they waited for the primordial giant demon's reply. The primordial giant demon said directly, "The other 6 aren't much weaker. They're about the same as the heaven-devouring giant demon." The sky-devouring troll was a half-step ancestor. The smile on the Six Paths demon lord's face froze. For a moment, everyone was dead silent. They looked at each other and saw the shock and depression on each other's faces. 7 ancestral demons and 1 ultimate demon lord controlled the other half of the Devil Dragon ancient tomb. However, the other 6 were actually half-step ancestors. On Long Chen's side, even if he included Kitten, he could barely count as 3 ancestral demons, while the other 6 were comparable to half-step ancestors. Previously, fighting with Ancestor Hua and the sky-devouring troll had taken a lot of effort and cost them a lot. Now there were 6 of them. For a moment, everyone was speechless. They all felt great pressure. Mo Xiaolang was still the one with fervent eyes and murderous intentions. No matter how strong the opponent was, his demonic heart would not change. Long Chen turned to look at him, then said to the others, "All right, let's wait for what kind of trap these 7 have prepared for us." Regardless of the others, Xueqi was still in the hands of the primeval troll. Therefore, he had to go even if it was a trap or a sea of fire. "Xiaolang, Yenner will probably contact you when she wakes up a little. Pay attention to her movements." "No problem." He was ready to fight. "Should we take our time to think about it? I think if the other party really sets a trap, we'll definitely be in danger of being wiped out if we go there," Tianyuan Celestial said. He dared to voice out his thoughts. In fact, the other Ultimate Realm Ultimate Gods had the same thought. They were more rational, but for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, they could not be rational as long as Xueqi was there. It was not that they were afraid of death. After all, there were trillions of living beings behind each of them. No one dared to act recklessly. Long Chen could not force them and said, "It depends on the situation. No matter what, the defense of the myriad worlds must be done well. Yes, we also believe in you and will make a rational decision." The few of them did not dare to act recklessly. "Big brother, what should we do if they object to us saving Yenner?" Mo Xiaolang whispered to Long Chen in private. Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "Do you still remember the city lord of the wronged was in the eternal hell back then? We brought his heart to Kitten." "I remember. It's the same this time. We don't have a perfect plan. In everyone's eyes, it's reckless and suicidal. However, some things can't be rational. If they don't go, the 2 of us will go." That was Long Chen's answer to him. Mo Xiaolang took a deep breath. He understood that Long Chen would always be himself no matter what. Mo Xiaolang was amazed by his decisiveness in making decisions. He knew very well that he might hesitate if he was in Long Chen's position, because it could very well be a choice between Xueqi and the survival of the myriad worlds. It would take a lot of courage to choose Xueqi. Next, Long Chen asked Xueqi Soul Overlord to carefully ask the names of the 6 half-step ancestral demons, the laws they were proficient in, and whether they had any strange tricks. These 7 ancestral devils didn't have a subordinate relationship, unlike Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi, who took the sky-devouring giant devil as their leader. They addressed each other as brothers. Among them, the Garuda Golden Devil was ranked 7th, the youngest. Of course, it did not mean that the highest ranking was the strongest. Among them, there were 2 ancestral fiends whose names alone deeply attracted Long Chen's attention, leaving him extremely shocked. Among them, the 6th ancestral demon was called the Primordial Blood Demon. He was proficient in the law of slaughter. According to Primeval Troll's description, He was very similar to the primordial blood spirit dragon. Chapter 3261. The other primeval troll were not to be trifled with just from their names. Apart from the golden demon Garuda, every one of them should be as difficult to deal with as the heaven-devouring troll. Even the golden demon Garuda, who had the other half of the core of the demonic dragon tomb, would probably be quite difficult to deal with. These 7 obviously excluded the heaven-devouring troll, Ancestor Wa, and Ancestor Shi, forming 2 camps. If not, the heaven-devouring troll would have released them long ago. Now that Soyan's actions were affected, it was obvious that the 3 of them had died in battle and there was no hope. Perhaps it was to take revenge on Long Chen, or to destroy the myriad worlds, or to disrupt everything. They awakened the 7 ancestor demons. They also brought nearly 40 demon lords with them. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had killed a few in the demonic dragon tomb that did not manage to escape in time. Perhaps to everyone, the only thing left was to wait. Long Chen did want to ask Kitten for help, but the problem was that she had disappeared without a trace. There was no way to find her. A total of 7 ancestor demons. 6 half-ancestors. If they attacked at the same time in a specific environment and trap, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang would not be able to escape. As for the other Origin World Lords, there was not much they could do to help. Their opponents were half-ancestors. 1 or 2 would be fine, but if there were more, they would only be courting death. Therefore, when this happened, Heavenly Yuan Immortal Lord, Primordial War God, and the others were in despair. The 3 ancestor demons were fine, but this time, they had no chance of winning at all. That's it. After asking some questions through the primordial troll, Long Chen thought for a moment and discussed with the other engine-level world lords. They're in the dark, and we're out in the open. It's impossible for us to take the initiative to attack. We can search for the whereabouts of this world that's beyond engine level in the infinite worlds, but I think it's useless before we have absolute power to suppress them. Even if they could find them in advance, the strength of the other party was not something they could resist. Everyone understood this. It seemed that no matter what they did, they would only be waiting for death. Long Chen continued, "That's why I've come to this decision. If the other party sets up a trap for us to go over, Xiao Lang and I will be the only ones to go. The rest of you will stay here to prevent the other party from luring us away, trapping us and devouring the myriad worlds. At the very least, you will be able to resist and give Xiao Lang and I time to return." With his words, Heavenly Yuan Celestial Venerate, Hong Meng Heavenly Master, and the rest would feel better. After all, they had their own considerations and it was too risky for them to enter the trap. They hoped that Long Chen would not go as well, but Long Chen had already made up his mind, so their advice would be useless. "Xiao Lang and I will go there. If we win, we can at least defeat a few of them and increase our chances of winning. If we lose and die in battle, then there's nothing we can do. This is fate, and no one can change it." What Long Chen said was the truth. This time, the variables were even greater, and he couldn't guarantee anything at all. The line between survival and death was a thin line, and now wasn't the time to control everything. Everyone's lives were hanging in the balance, and if they were defeated, it would mean the destruction of the myriad worlds. As for everyone else, if we really die in battle, or if we are trapped, I hope that everyone can help the myriad worlds and fight against the enemy together. Wolf Cub and I, unless we die completely, will fight to the end. No matter what, we will drag a few people down with us to relieve some of the pressure on everyone. Long Chen said this resolutely and decisively. The 7 world lords of the origin grade worlds hung their heads low. In truth, if they were really hot-blooded, they would have gone to the Hongmen banquet with Long Chen and the others. However, being rational was more important than being hot-blooded. All living beings in the myriad worlds needed them to stay and protect. Between us, those who should risk their lives and those who should protect will do so. No one should hold any grudges against us. Different missions lead to different ways of doing things. I hope that after many years, all of us can stand here and talk. Don't worry, although it's dangerous, Xiao Lang and I may not die there. Not necessarily. Long Chen's fighting spirit was surging. Not only for the kidnapped Soyan, but also for the dragons, for his dragon sacrificial continent, for the people he protected, for his wife and children, and to fulfill his father's original wish. A man should fight hot-blooded. Then, let's do it this way. Although Long Chen said to not hold any grudges against them, the 7 ultimate realm ultimate gods still felt guilty. However, Long Chen was right. The myriad worlds needed adventurers as well as defenders. If the adventurers failed, the defenders might bring a chance of survival. Everyone's mission was equally important. Long Chen, all of you are generous heroes. I've lived for a long time and I admire you. I also believe that all of you will come back alive. We might not even need to do anything. Demon Lord of Six Paths said excitedly. Although the others did not say anything, their eyes conveyed the same meaning. Long Chen smiled and said, "It's still too early to say this. Looks like we can only wait for news." However, as Primeval Troll said, the 7 ancestral demons must be making arrangements. Once the time was up and the trap was set, their news would be delivered. Long Chen felt that they were catching a turtle in a jar. With their current abilities, it was very easy for them to attack the myriad worlds, but they did not do so. This was because they had learned from the lesson of the heaven-devouring giant demon and the others. They knew that Long Chen was their greatest enemy. Only by dealing with Long Chen would they be able to achieve their goals with peace of mind. Otherwise, no matter how many worlds they destroyed, as long as Long Chen escaped, he would still be a threat. They were much more cautious. The haze pressed down on the heads of every expert in the myriad worlds. The coming calamity made it hard for everyone to breathe. The storm had just passed, but an even more terrifying storm was about to descend. Time passed with difficulty. Every moment without news was torture for Mo Xiaolang. He constantly called out to Xueqi, eager to receive news of her big brother Xiaolang. Suddenly, one day, he finally received a response. "Yan, where are you? How are you?" Mo Xiaolang's heavy breathing alarmed many people, including Long Chen. "I think I'm in a place called Sky Dragon Necropolis. Don't worry, I'm fine. After they came here, they have been recuperating and recovering. It's just that they're a little groggy. Most of the time, it's like they're asleep." Perhaps she was afraid that Mo Xiaolang would be worried, so she tried her best to calm herself down. The so-called Sky Dragon Necropolis should be the mystic realm that Primeval Troll had mentioned. It seemed to be related to dragons. Hearing this name, Long Chen's body trembled. He felt that it was somewhat familiar. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Soyeon said again, but her voice was getting softer and softer. She must have fallen into a deep sleep again. Then, no matter how Mo Xiaolang called out to her, she did not wake up. Damn it. After this experience, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were bloodshot, and he was even more terrifying. There was a faint hostility on his body, making others not dare to approach him. "Calm down. I think they're about to make their move. Their target is you and me. Yan will be fine." Long Chen comforted him. Sure enough, it was completely out of his expectations. A day later, a piece of news came from Li Xuanji's side. Not far from a world called Floating Heaven Realm, a huge black whirlpool appeared. Listening to Li Xuanji's description, it was the same as the whirlpool that appeared in the Dragon Devil ancient tomb. After hearing the news, Mo Xiaolang could not hold back anymore. Every breath that passed was torturous for him. Hearing the news, all the origin-level world lords came to the death rain. Although they were there, they did not know what to say. "The future peace of the myriad realms will be in your hands. The two of us are a little selfish, so I hope you can understand. Maybe after 10 days, the truth will be revealed. If everyone can stay here alive and the myriad realms can still be at peace, we'll celebrate again. Don't worry and go fight. We can promise you that unless we die, we won't let the myriad realms let the Primeval Troll do whatever he wants." The ultimate realm, ultimate god's eyes were firm. Even in their eyes, Long Chen and the others were absolute heroes. "Let's go." Just like that, the two of them once again set foot on the path of death. They were determined and did not look back. However, Long Chen's heart was still bleak. Long Yan was still young and did not know much about the outside world. On the other hand, Li Xuanji's child might be born soon. However, it was still uncertain if Long Chen would be able to make it back. If he did not make it back, it was very likely that Li Xuanji's child would be fatherless when it was born. If that happened, Long Chen would feel sorry for them. However, as a man, as the Lord of the Myriad Realms, as the descendant of the Divine Dragon, and even as an elder brother, he had to fight this battle. Even if he knew that he would die, he could not take a step back. "Big brother, thank you." Thousands of words came out of Mo Xiaolang's mouth. "Instead of thanking me, you might as well calm down and listen to my commands." Impulsiveness is the devil, understand? Long Chen had to remind him. After all, Xueqi was the one in trouble. Therefore, Long Chen was calmer than him. No problem. Mo Xiaolang took a deep breath. Let's go. They set off decisively under the crowd's farewell and arrived at the floating heavenly realm. Sure enough, the exact same door was spinning in front of them. All the dangers were behind this vortex. After arriving here, Mo Xiaolang kept Long Chen's words in mind and calmed down a lot. Opening this door means that it's waiting for us to go in. Chapter 3262. Entering the tomb of the Sky Dragon this time was similar to venturing into the eternal hell. It was the same risk, the same desperation, and the same slim chance of success. However, it was also the same indomitable will. Difficulties, life and death crises, and the survival of the myriad worlds were all thrown to the back of their minds at this moment. Sometimes when there was a dilemma in life and death, courage was the key to deciding the outcome in the future. Both of them had this courage in friendship. This was the key to Long Chen being able to reach this step today. Not only was he helping others, but others were also helping him. At this moment, they were like two incomparably dazzling rays of light, rushing into the vortex without the slightest hesitation or doubt. Obviously, the vortex was waiting for them. Everyone in the entire floating heavenly realm was witnessing their entry. From this moment on, the survival of the myriad worlds was equal to their life and death. After they entered, the dissipation began to shrink and dissipate. Every expert who knew about this matter was also prepared to fight for their survival the moment the two of them entered. Everyone believed that even if the two of them could not come out, they would do their best to help them kill as many ancestral devils as possible. At the moment when the vortex disappeared, a white light followed Long Chen and the others into it. Of course, no one noticed this. The entire myriad worlds were now like ants on a hot pan. It was another unfamiliar starry sky. Long Chen could be sure that this was still a part of the myriad worlds, a starry sky that was separated from the rest. This starry sky was slightly larger than the world where the primordial immortal realm was. Of course, this was because there was a huge secret realm that surpassed an origin-level world here. As soon as they entered, Long Chen and the others saw this huge secret realm. Just as Long Chen imagined, it was a tomb. It was not a fortune-divine weapon, but it was like a palace. It was incomparably huge, equivalent to the sum of several origin-level worlds. Its entire body was grayish-black, and it looked like it was cast from ancient rocks. Because it surpassed the strength of an origin-level world, the rocks were definitely incomparably sturdy. Even divine venerables might not be able to destroy them. Looking at the Sky Dragon tomb, Long Chen was deeply shocked, because this place had a dense aura of mystical dragons. Every structure had the style of the dragon sacrificial continent. Even on the outer shell, there were countless dragon patterns in the shape of dragon scales. There were even mystical dragon sculptures standing on it, looking extremely lifelike. After getting closer, one could see the 9 largest sculptures on the Sky Dragon tomb. They were 9 giant divine dragons. They faced 6 directions and looked up at the sky, as though they were protecting the Sky Dragon tomb. It was these 9 statues that caused Long Chen to be even more astonished. They were all ancestor dragons, with the primordial sacrificial dragon in the lead. The primordial sacrificial dragon faced Long Chen, and on the neck of the statue was a huge stone door. That was most likely the door to the Heaven Dragon Necropolis. That should be the gate to the Sky Dragon tomb. Long Chen naturally did not know why the first ancestral dragon was not there. The other 8 ancestral dragons lined up behind the primeval sacrificial dragon, each guarding a different direction. The Great Void Cosmic Dragon, the Chaotic Heavenly Fate Dragon, the Divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon, the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon, the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon, the Primordial Blood Spiritual Dragon, and the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon all appeared in the statue. They were almost no different from the divine dragon that Long Chen had transformed into. At the very end, where the Chaotic Heaven Devouring Dragon should have been, there was an unforeseen event. This was because the Chaotic Heaven Devouring Dragon sculpture had been completely destroyed. Only the remaining traces could prove that the Chaotic Heaven Devouring Dragon once existed here. Long Chen had no idea what this place was or what had happened. However, he could vaguely feel that the ancestral fiends were leading the primeval troll team in the Sky Dragon tomb. They were unscrupulously releasing their majesty inside, baiting and provoking Long Chen, waiting for Long Chen to enter. In other words, They had already set up the trap. They were waiting for the two prey, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, to take the bait. They did not need to be too complicated. With their personalities, as long as Xueqi was here, they would definitely come. Knowing the personalities of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, they also knew that this group of primeval troll was even more complicated. They were calmer and colder, unlike the heaven-devouring troll who was emotional and crazy. This place must be related to the divine dragons, but all the secrets should be in the depths. The primeval troll must have chosen this place for something. However, it might also be an opportunity for me to turn the tables. This place was a good thing for Long Chen. However, at this moment, Xueqi seemed to wake up again. She probably felt Mo Xiaolang's approach and hurriedly said, "Don't come over, they are already prepared. Once you come in, you will not be able to escape." Calm down. Tell me, how did they prepare? Long Chen took over. He would definitely not leave, but if he had more information and knew in advance, his chances of survival would be higher. Inside the tomb of the Sky Dragon, it seems that even the demonic dragon's ancient tomb cannot be opened. They said that this is a forbidden area, and no space can be opened. After entering, if the door is sealed, you have nowhere to escape. So that was how it was. No wonder they chose this place. They wanted Long Chen to die. In a battle outside, defeating Long Chen was easy, but killing Long Chen was difficult, because Long Chen had the life and death realms. He could summon helpers and escape at any time, and this tomb of the Sky Dragon was completely sealed. They could enter but not leave. They were really catching a turtle in a jar. Once Long Chen was not their match, then no matter how many lives they had, it would not be enough. However, this was still within Long Chen's tolerance. It was just that his greatest support was gone, but it did not scare him. He took a deep breath and asked again, also, what kind of environment is inside the tomb of the Sky Dragon? This was very crucial. Whether there were other restrictions, now that he was clear, he would not be caught off guard after entering. Xueqi was nervous, and hurriedly said, "The space inside is very large, much larger than what you see from the outside. It is like a void of 10,000 worlds, but it is divided into countless pieces, and each space is independent of each other. We are now in the starry sky at the entrance, so we cannot see what the other spaces are like. It seems very strange." Long Chen took note of what she said. The space was huge, like the void of 10,000 worlds. Then it was divided into countless pieces, and in each piece, he could not see the other situation. Amidst the chaos. This is a good combat environment. It's like a maze, but the problem is that the 7 ancestral fiends will definitely not allow me to escape to other spaces. As long as they are gathered together, and as long as Xueqi is with them, I will still have to face them head-on. Of course, Long Chen was not discouraged. After all, the situation was much better than he had imagined. At least there was room for maneuver. Xueqi's temporary lucidity was very short. After saying that, she fell silent again. As long as she was in the hands of the 7 ancestral fiends, it was impossible for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang not to worry. "Let's go in." Without another word, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang made their preparations and resolutely headed forward to resist. They plummeted like comets and approached the gigantic Sky Dragon tomb. The closer they got, the smaller they became. Of course, if they entered with their true bodies, it would not be that different. When they arrived at the door, they went straight in. At that moment, they were fully prepared for battle. The two entered together, and the moment they entered, a terrifying gust of wind descended on them, sending them flying forward. Instantly, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang entered a new cosmos. Behind them, a gigantic primeval troll appeared and sealed the entrance to the Sky Dragon tomb. Long Chen's purpose had been to come in and fight to the death. Thus, he did not care about sealing the entrance at all. However, it was as Xueqi had said. Sure enough, after coming in, they felt an extremely heavy pressure even for half-martial ancestors like them. The life and death realms, divine kingdom, etc. were all forbidden and suppressed. They could not be opened at all. The cosmos inside was completely isolated from the outside world. It was a completely sealed void. The crisis and pressure of death suddenly descended upon them. At that moment, it was a paradise for primeval troll. The world inside the Sky Dragon tomb was much larger than the outside world. In front of him, all the primeval troll existed in their true forms, surrounding him from all directions. Turning back, he saw that the one blocking the entrance to the Sky Dragon Tomb was a super troll that was twice the size of the heaven-devouring troll. It was gigantic and looked a little like a human. It had 2 pairs of thick wings and 2 curved horns on its head that were no different from a bull's horns. Its head that was covered in dragon scales also looked like a bull's head. It was a primeval troll in human form. Its body was filled with explosive destructive power. It was extremely violent and ruthless. It was a behemoth of strength that was born for destruction. Ninely Troll. Long Chen easily recognized it. The Ninely Troll was one of the 7 ancestor devils, one of the half-step martial ancestors. Its rules were destruction and strength. It was the most violent behemoth of strength among the 10 primeval troll. It was extremely proficient in close combat. In terms of strength, none of the 10 ancestor devils could compare to it. No one could block it. It was the most suitable person to block the Sky Dragon Tomb's passageway. At that moment, it was panting heavily. It finally saw Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. It let out a ferocious laugh, revealing the wild eyes of a beast looking at its prey. Chapter 3263. That's the Garuda Golden Fiend. The Garuda Golden Fiend was the weakest among the 7 ancestral fiends, but due to its weakness, it attracted the attention of Long Chen and company. This was because its strength was rather unique among the ancestral fiends. The Garuda Golden Fiend was a little like the amalgamation of a golden rock and a divine dragon. Of course, it was covered in golden dragon scales, and its entire body was made of steel. It was similar to the primitive god of war, and its laws were also of the same series as the primitive god of war. It was probably on par with the primitive god of war. However, the Garuda Golden Fiend's eyes were sharp and cold. Its aura was not weak in front of the other ancestral fiends, making it difficult to deal with. Both parties' gazes clashed, and a battle was about to break out before they could see all the ancestral fiends clearly. It was especially so for Mo Xiaolang. When he saw Xueqi, he could no longer hold back. At that moment, Soyan's life was completely in their hands. Since you're here, there's no rush. What's the rush? The 7 ancestral fiends were in no rush. They did not attack for the time being, and instead tightened the encirclement as they looked at Long Chen mockingly. The primeval troll that spoke was half gold and half black. On its head was a horn that was as sharp as a blade, and its claws were in the shape of blades. Its tail was in the shape of a spear. No matter how one looked at it, it looked very similar to the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. Even its laws were almost identical. That's right. I'm the divine Tao heart-refining demon. Back then, the god-fiend behemoth ate the flesh of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon and gave birth to me. The divine Tao heart-refining demon said in a relaxed tone. From the looks of it, the god-fiend behemoth's ability to create you isn't much. The other party's words infuriated Long Chen. The flesh of the former divine Tao heart-refining dragon had been eaten by the sky-devouring race. Fighting the sky-devouring race was no different from fighting for survival in the wilderness. However, the 10 great ancestral dragons were all creator-progenitors. The divine Tao heart-refining devil wasn't offended by Long Chen's words. As he laughed, Long Chen saw the primordial blood devil. It was covered in blood and looked rather ordinary, similar to the primordial blood spirit dragon. However, the intense aura of death and slaughter it exuded was identical. Long Chen understood that this ancestral devil was probably born from the flesh and blood of the primordial blood spirit dragon. Damn it! Long Chen was enraged. The hatred of his race turned into a raging fire that burned in his heart. At this moment, the immemorial blood devil only let out a strange sneer and didn't say anything. He licked his bloody tongue. That intense desire in his eyes clearly showed that he wanted to devour Long Chen. The ninely great fiend, the divine Tao heart-refining demon, the Garuda Golden Fiend, and the primordial blood fiend. There were originally 3 other ancestral fiends, but Long Chen saw 2 of them. One of them was similar to the war fiend, but it was countless times stronger. It was the progenitor of the battle laws. Its will and fighting spirit were in no way inferior to the ninely great fiend. He was the eternal war devil with an undying body. Just like Long Chen, he could practically revive the dead. His battle rules were even more heaven-defying. The other was the Great Brahma Ancient Devil. The last one was the Great Brahma Ancient Devil. He was the eldest of the 7 ancestral fiends. He was ancient and mysterious. On the surface, he looked very ordinary, but there were many strange patterns on his dragon scales. His eyes were not the color of blood, but pictures. He looked somewhat lifeless. He was proficient in a law called creation. Among the 7 ancestral fiends, Long Chen was the most immeasurable character. And most importantly, it was said that the great Brahma ancient devil was the first primeval troll to be born in the myriad worlds. He was the first primeval troll created by a fiend god beast. There should have been 7 ancestral devils, but only 6 could be seen. It wasn't that the last one wasn't here, but the last one was called the Void Devil. The Void Devil cultivated the lawless rules. Speaking of the Void Devil, Long Chen couldn't help but think of the Illusory Devil. The Illusory Devil was a failed product. At its peak, it was inferior to the Void Devil. The difference between the Eternal War Devil and the War Devil was the difference between the Void Devil and the Illusory Devil. They had the same battle rules, but the difference was too great. Now, all 7 ancestral devils were gathered. All of them surrounded Long Chen. Their devil might was vast and unstoppable. Under the pressure, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang appeared incomparably small. Today. Suddenly, the great Brahma ancient devil spoke. His voice was old but calm. His picturesque eyes stared at Long Chen and said, "You have been sealed in the Sky Dragon tomb. You must die. If you don't, we can only kill Devil Hua. After all, Devil Hua isn't part of our race. Of course, if you die obediently, we can let Devil Hua live and ignore her soul that is different from ours." This was a threat. Regardless of the method, as long as Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang died, their goal would be achieved. "And then, you will destroy the myriad worlds?" Long Chen asked. "That's right. Why? What's the benefit?" The great Brahma ancient devil glanced at him coldly and said, "This is our mission instinct." He paused as if he hadn't spoken for countless years. "Don't you feel bored? Don't you feel that living existing is also boring?" asked the great Brahma ancient devil. Long Chen understood. It was still the same. The great Brahma ancient devil and the heaven-devouring giant devil were proving to Long Chen that life's instincts couldn't be changed. It was as if they believed that Mo Xiaolang would show the nature of the sky-devouring race. Unwavering. There was no point in continuing. Long Chen had been searching for a way to succeed, but the 7 ancestral devils' defenses were too tight. He couldn't find a way to approach the Garuda Golden Devil alone. Moreover, there was a Void Devil hidden in the void. If he didn't act, Long Chen wouldn't be able to find him. Once he caught Xueqi, things would be easier. At that moment, perhaps the ancestral fiends had come to an agreement. Garuda Golden Fiend retreated with Su Yan and hid far away, allowing the other 5 half-step ancestral fiends to surround Long Chen. The Void Fiend was still nowhere to be seen. The atmosphere instantly became tense and exciting. The ancestral devils didn't stand on ceremony. They wanted Long Chen dead. They were terrifyingly determined. Their minds were connected, and they completely suppressed Long Chen. In an instant, they attacked at the same time. It had to be said that Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat. He was at his most nervous state. Of course, he was also at his most furious state, and his fighting spirit was at its highest. Big brother. At this juncture, Mo Xiaolang transformed into the sun-devouring fiend wolf. The aura of the sky-devouring race appeared, causing the 7 ancestral devils to pause. After all, they were created by the sky-devouring race. They would hesitate when facing the sun-devouring fiend wolf. But it was only for a moment. There are indeed many spaces in the world within this sky dragon tomb. It's a bit like the 5 extremes 10 worlds demon ceiling formation. If the 7 of them were scattered in these countless worlds, Xiaolang and I could deal with them alone, but that's impossible. That kind of situation was very rare. If they wanted to kill Long Chen, it was impossible for them to separate and be dealt with one by one. Therefore, in order to prevent that from happening, other than the 9-Li Troll Fiend, even the distant Garuda Golden Fiend attacked. With so many experts attacking together, it was obvious how terrifying it was. Long Chen understood the feeling of being surrounded while blocking Ancestor Hua and the sky-devouring fiend. The magical creation laws, the cold and mysterious karma laws, the domineering battle laws, the strange nothingness laws, and the bloody massacre laws all descended instantly. Among them, the primordial blood fiend's massacre laws were extremely similar to Long Chen's death spirit blood rune. It was a law that could rapidly claim a person's life. The primordial blood fiend was extremely intelligent. He did not attack Long Chen, but Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen would definitely be able to withstand it, but it would be difficult for Mo Xiaolang. Furthermore, there were other laws suppressing him. This is troublesome. There was no way to open the world of life and death, and escape was impossible. He could only fight with his life on the line. The Origin Dragon Palace and the Primordial Dragon Halberd were two great original-level creation divine weapons. It was Long Chen's first battle since he became an ultimate god. He had to admit that the pressure he was facing was unprecedented. I can only fight. I'll bring Xiaolang out first before thinking about saving Yen Air. Fortunately, they would not do anything to Xueqi for the time being. Majestic energy gathered in his body as the battle to the death was about to begin. Long Chen was prepared to die. Samsara reversal. At that moment of life and death, a white light suddenly exploded in front of Long Chen's eyes. In an instant, the laws spread out rapidly and engulfed everyone at the scene at a terrifying speed. The laws came from another existence. It was not Long Chen's group, nor was it primeval troll. Long Chen felt the powerful and heaven-defying energy. At that critical moment, he reacted the fastest. First, he stopped attacking. Second, he instantly grabbed Mo Xiaolang's wolf claws and turned into a divine dragon that wrapped around his wolf legs. When he took those 2 steps, the samsara reversal laws had already erupted. The laws were all about the word samsara. Buzz. The surrounding space was distorted and everything was changing. The laws were able to distort the space there. It was obvious that the person who cast the laws was quite powerful. A person appeared in Long Chen's mind and he was ecstatic. Kitten. Vaguely, he saw a tall and sturdy man in this chaotic space-time. That's right, it was the reincarnation divine beast, Little Cat. The rules of the reincarnation reversal came and went quickly, but it was very effective. I used the samsara passageway to barely scatter all the ancestral fiends into the various worlds. The samsara reversal drained a lot of my energy. That ancestral fiend isn't simple either. I failed to snatch that woman of yours. I tried my best. After it ended, Long Chen discovered that he and Mo Xiaolang had arrived in another space. It was also inside the Sky Dragon tomb, and Kitten was indeed in front of them. Seeing him feigning arrogance, Long Chen felt very comfortable in his heart. He was just a little stubborn, but the critical moment had still come. Long Chen would always know that risking his life to enter the eternal hell to save him was worth it. After waiting for a long time, the real benefits had finally arrived. From tomorrow onwards, every day from 11:50 a.m. to 12:10 a.m., Madman would send out the Supreme Dragon's gift pack, exclusively for Dragon-Blooded War God readers on his WeChat official account. In the gift pack, there were 100,000 gold coins and 2 sets of insights from the protagonists such as Long Chen, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten. It was estimated that these super gifts would be sent out for an entire month. Tomorrow, he would send out 15 Apple gift pack exchange codes and 30 Android gift pack exchange codes. 45 a day, he should be able to snatch them every day. Every day felt good. Chapter 3264. When they first arrived, Long Chen wanted to transfer all the ancestral fiends into this endless space. But the problem was that the 7 ancestral fiends were so powerful that it was impossible to accomplish. During the tense battle to the death, Kitten suddenly appeared and used the samsara reversal law to achieve something that Long Chen did not dare imagine. To Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, this was a huge surprise. It was a narrow escape from death. When Kitten saw them relax, he sneered and said, "I think it's too early for you to be happy. Firstly, I have my own mission here. I'm just helping you in passing. Secondly, don't underestimate these ancestral fiends. With my current strength, I can only deal with 2 at the same time. We are still at a disadvantage, so hurry up. If they gather again, it will be impossible for you to save that girl. They won't fall for the same trick twice." In that case, time was indeed of the essence. The most important thing was to save Xueqi. However, if there was a chance to kill a few more ancestral fiends, Long Chen would not show any mercy. These primeval troll were cold-blooded and heartless. Once they attacked the infinite worlds and could not be stopped, it would be terrifying. If not for the Requiem of Life, too many people would have died in the previous war. Just the Primordial Chaos Divine World and the Fortune Divine World alone would have many. "May I ask what you are doing here?" Since Kitten was unwilling to help find Soyan's location, Long Chen could only search with Mo Xiaolang. The situation was good, and the chances of success were relatively high. Kitten said impatiently, "Of course it's in the tomb of Samsara to see if there's anything that can raise me to the progenitor realm. This used to be my territory. I've been searching for his whereabouts these days, but I never expected to find him here." Tomb of Samsara. This place is called the Tomb of Samsara. In that case, why do they call this place the Tomb of the Sky Dragon? Kitten sneered. What do they know? They're just making things up. This Tomb of Samsara used to be a part of the dragon sacrificial continent, just above the eternal god domain, which was also the ancestral dragon realm at that time. It was the place where the divine dragons reincarnated. After all the divine dragons died, the origin dragon souls would return here, go through reincarnation, and be reborn as another life. Back then, I was proficient in the laws of Samsara, so I was invited by the first ancestral dragon to guard this place. So that was how it was. However, it was obvious that Kitten was a gatekeeper back then. After all, he was not a divine dragon. He's very familiar with this place. Long Chen asked. He had guessed that this place was related to the dragon sacrificial continent, and now it was confirmed that it was indeed related. Moreover, it was a part of the dragon sacrificial continent. He did not expect a part of the dragon sacrificial continent to be so huge that it was actually a super origin grade arcane realm here. Not familiar. I've never been here before. Kitten threw a cold sentence and left, leaving Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang behind. Long Chen wanted to ask some more questions, but it seemed that there was no chance. The most important thing now was to save Xueqi. In front of them was an endless space. Xueqi must be in one of these endless spaces. In this space, everything could be seen and felt, so it was difficult to find Xueqi here. It was like a castle with countless rooms, and Xueqi was in one of them. It was really not easy to find her. Keep in touch with her. Maybe she'll wake up a little. We'll start searching. If we meet primeval troll, kill them. Try to find Yen and kill as many primeval troll as possible before they gather. Okay. Now that there was hope of victory, both of them went crazy. They were people like this. As long as there was a little hope, they would never give up. Let's go. There was no one in the world in front of them. They accompanied each other, with Long Chen leading the way. After all, Xueqi had a kind of faith in him. In his divine palace, although the living beings in the divine palace were sleeping, he could still sense their general location if he carefully sensed them. They passed through one world after another. For the time being, there was nothing at all. They did not see any primeval troll. It seems that Kitten's chaotic reincarnation reversal is very effective. It's too scattered all the primeval troll. This was a good thing. It was not easy for all the ancestral demons to gather. After all, the spaces were complicated. Long Chen vaguely knew where Xueqi was, but when he went there, the direction kept changing. Obviously, she was also moving. Primeval troll. Finally, after moving through more than 20 spaces, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang suddenly discovered a primeval troll. It was not an ancestral fiend, but a perfected realm fiend supremacy. After encountering Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the fiend supremacy rapidly fled. You want to leave? Long Chen charged forward with the primordial dragon halberd in hand. Instantly, he appeared in front of the primordial dragon halberd and slashed down, cleaving the fiend supremacy into two. Rip. The primeval troll died in battle with indignation amidst a wail. This was war, a battle to the death. It was destined to be cruel. If one didn't want it to be cruel, then the only way was if the ancient giant devils knew their place. If they showed mercy, then even a grand perfection realm devil sovereign could destroy trillions of lives. Long Chen did not wish to regret it when life was plunged into misery and suffering. Kill. After killing a primeval troll, the two continued forward, passing through worlds. In fact, each world was different. Some worlds even had remnants of boundless divine techniques, fortune divine weapons, primordial chaos immortal essences, and so on. Many treasures floated in the air. Long Chen even found an original incipient grade fortune divine weapon. After obtaining these treasures, Long Chen threw them all into the dragon sacrificial continent. Whoever had the fortune would be the one to obtain it. Currently, the treasures collected by the myriad worlds were basically useless to Long Chen, so he threw them all into the dragon sacrificial continent. After moving through a few more worlds, he collected quite a lot of treasures. However, he did not find a single primeval troll. At this time, everyone was probably searching for each other. Even so, there was still no movement. Clearly, this tomb of reincarnation was too big. Yan air. Suddenly, Mo Xiaolang stopped. Xueqi had messaged him again. Her voice was a little weak. She should be speaking very softly. She said, "Big brother Xiaolang, I'm now with that Garuda Golden Devil. Can you sense my position?" If it was only the Garuda Golden Devil, then it was not a big deal. It was a great opportunity. The problem was, where were they? It's hard to find. The space here is even shifting. See if there are any special places around. Mo Xiaolang asked anxiously. Special? Nothing. Soyan's weak voice came again. Let me take a look. She was silent for a while. Mo Xiaolang thought that she was affected again. Unexpectedly, after a while, she suddenly said, "There are remains of primeval troll here." Garuda Golden Devil was very angry when he saw it. He said that you guys must have killed it. After saying this, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were pleasantly surprised. They knew their position. Along the way, they had killed a total of 1 primeval troll. It was very likely that they had appeared in that position. Of course, Kitten could also have killed it. There was a 50-50 possibility. But this 50-50 possibility was very high for Long Chen and the others. They couldn't wait and instantly returned. With the fastest speed, they followed the trajectory they came from and turned into 2 rays of light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost there. This time the closer they got, the more Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang could sense Soyan's aura. She wasn't far away. Garuda Golden Devil had brought her to the place Long Chen and the others had passed through. This way. The two arrived in an empty world. At that moment, they had a very strong feeling that it wasn't just Xueqi, but also the Garuda Golden Devil. They were in the world beside them. Of course, this was no longer the space where Long Chen had killed the primeval troll. They were also moving, but they weren't moving very fast. They were only moving very cautiously, communicating with other ancestral fiends before gathering. They could communicate at any time, so it was much faster to gather. Go over. After locking onto the space, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang quietly advanced and broke through the boundary between the 2 worlds. They instantly locked onto the Garuda Golden Devil's position and surrounded it as fast as they could. Indeed, the golden primeval troll stood proudly like an eagle and was bone-chilling. It was the Garuda Golden Devil, and Xueqi was sitting on its back in human form. When she saw Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang arrive, her face was filled with joy. Clearly, she was in a clear-headed state. You sure know how to find me. At that moment, the Garuda Golden Devil wasn't nervous. It only looked coldly at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang before sneering. Looks like it's your doing. Xueqi was still in his hands. However, if it was just the Garuda Golden Devil, it wouldn't be so challenging. Only by protecting Xueqi could they fight to their heart's content with the primeval troll. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang closed in on each other. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already transformed into a sun-devouring fiend wolf. His divine body was even larger than the Garuda Golden Devil's. Millions of divine flames and 5 ancestral flames covered his body. He advanced in the void, his eyes fixed on the Garuda Golden Devil and Mo Xiaolang. On Long Chen's body, the Origin Dragon Palace had already merged. The primordial dragon halberd was already in his hand. Silver-gray dragon scales covered his entire body, and the primordial sacrificial dragon aura swept around him. In terms of divine might, he surpassed the Golden Devil and Mo Xiaolang. Hand her over and I'll let you go. The next time we meet, I'll take your life. Long Chen first used this method to ease the tension. Of course, he didn't want to hurt Xueqi in battle. That's impossible. You can only destroy us together, said the Garuda Golden Devil coldly, as if the word fear didn't exist in his dictionary. Xueqi seemed to be glued to his body, unable to move. You overestimate yourself. Chapter 3265. In that instant, Long Chen unleashed his laws. Compared to when he had fought the heaven-devouring giant demon, his strength had increased by 1 realm. The opponent in front of him was only at the level of Ancestor Shi. This was an opponent that Long Chen could defeat when he was in the ultimate Divine Emperor realm. The reason why the Golden Devil dared to act so arrogantly in front of Long Chen was probably because he didn't know that Long Chen was stronger than when he had fought the 3 ancestor fiends. Eternal Whirlpool. Primordial Mist Dragon World. The control of time caused the Golden Devil's time to slow down to the extreme. All time was transferred to Mo Xiaolang, allowing Mo Xiaolang's time and speed to reach the extreme. Given Long Chen's current realm, the power of the Eternal Whirlpool was naturally limitless. Unless it was a half-ancestor, no one could withstand it, not to mention that there was also the primordial Mist Dragon World. Space froze, locked, and rapidly destroyed, suppressing the Golden Devil to the extreme. The double suppression of time and space caused the Golden Devil to suffocate for a moment. He didn't expect Long Chen to be so strong. In that split second, whoosh, Xueqi disappeared above his head. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaolang reverted to his human form and retreated thousands of miles away. Xueqi was in his arms. She had been snatched away by Mo Xiaolang. Success. This was the price the Golden Devil had to pay for underestimating Long Chen. He had been too confident in himself, causing Xueqi to be snatched away. Moreover, Xueqi had resisted and escaped from his control. Your greatest reliance is gone. Long Chen blocked the Golden Devil's path and said coldly. Now that he had guaranteed Xueqi's safety, he could do whatever he wanted. He felt much more relaxed, and the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. Save me. The Golden Devil Garuda was finally scared out of his wits. He fled in the blink of an eye while calling out to the other primeval troll. However, due to the layers of space, his voice could not travel very far. Long Chen naturally wouldn't let him escape. In that instant, a fierce battle broke out. The Golden Devil saw that he couldn't escape the space-time suppression, so he made up his mind and turned around to attack. Supreme True Demon Golden Body. For a moment, the power of laws engulfed Garuda. His body was constantly strengthened by the power of laws and became terrifyingly tough. It was simply an indestructible golden body. Its toughness surpassed even an origin-grade fortune divine weapon. Garuda was so confident because he had such laws. Even a half-martial ancestor would find it difficult to tear his body apart and injure him. Long Chen suddenly rushed in front of him. Without saying a word, he waved the primordial dragon halberd in his hand and started to kill. Endless life and death tribulations. The first fusion of laws was released and engulfed Garuda. It grew stronger and instantly bombarded the body of the Golden Devil Garuda. For a moment, there was a deafening impact. The Golden Devil Garuda was sent flying, but his body only caved in and recovered immediately. You can't hurt me. He had too much confidence in his supreme true devil golden body. Just as he finished speaking, Long Chen had already appeared in front of him cold-bloodedly. Dead Spirit Blood Talisman. The imprint was extremely powerful and directly imprinted on the head of the Golden Devil Garuda. In an instant, bloodlight seeped in. The Golden Devil Garuda could only scream and cover his head with his huge wings. Past and future fate reversal. There was no pause at all. Another law directly struck the body of the Golden Devil Golden Body. It penetrated deeply into the body of the Golden Devil Golden Body. Buzz. This time, the Golden Devil Garuda was in an even more difficult situation. Even the power of the endless life and death tribulations erupted. He was suffering the same pain as the heaven-devouring troll. So strong. The Golden Devil Garuda was a little scared. It was this fear that had stimulated the madness in his heart. Enduring such a terrible injury, he suddenly spread his wings and soared in this space. As the golden wings flapped, waves of light swept out. The power of the law exploded like a flood and instantly covered the entire world. Golden Battle Realm. Crack, crack, crack. When this law was used with Long Chen as the center, all the space had a great transformation. From nothingness, it turned into metal, hard gold. In the middle of the battle, Long Chen was instantly frozen in a metal ball that was as big as a world. The strength of this metal ball was at least equal to an original incipient grade creator divine weapon, or even higher. The space where one's hands and feet couldn't move was completely confined. It could even be considered a seal. On the surface of the metal ball, the demonic patterns were suppressing and even squeezing Long Chen. Every inch of Long Chen's body felt a terrifying pressure. Destroy! The Golden Devil Garuda laughed ferociously, suppressing Long Chen. He was more confident in the Golden Battle Realm. Even a half-step ancestor might not be able to break out of the golden battle realm. It would take a long time to break it. He turned to face Mo Xiaolang. Even though Long Chen's power was still wreaking havoc in his body, he endured it.
Give her to me, and I will spare your life.
The golden devil Garuda threatened. Mo Xiaolang hugged Xueqi and suddenly laughed. With your ability, do you think you can deal with the two of us? You should escape from my brother first. He's being confined by me in. As soon as the golden devil Garuda said this, the danger of death came. He turned his head in fright and saw a big hole in the golden battle realm. A silver-gray light shot out and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. As soon as it attacked, it was an absolutely fatal threat.
Nirvana Primeval.
Long Chen was very calm. It took a lot of effort to break the golden battle realm, but it wasn't much. After tearing it out, the golden devil Garuda's back was facing him. He naturally couldn't let go of this rare opportunity. He suddenly launched his strongest attack. The primordial dragon halberd instantly pierced the body of the golden devil Garuda. Everything seemed to be silent at this moment.
No, I can't die.
However, at this moment, the Garuda golden devil roared furiously. Under the strangulation of the Nirvana Primeval, everything collapsed into powder. Even the opponent's supreme true devil golden body had completely dissipated. The entire Garuda golden devil turned into golden powder that filled the sky. It simply turned into ashes and completely dissipated in this space. He had died in battle. The whole process of the battle wasn't long. It was a complete suppression by Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang knew that there was no need for him to do anything. This time, he was really scared. Now that he had finally found Xueqi, his heart was completely at peace. In the sky full of golden powder, Mo Xiaolang brought Xueqi towards Long Chen. Xueqi was shocked and now leaned on him and cried. Before Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen met, Xueqi's eyes suddenly changed from crying to stupefaction, dullness, and even a little ruthlessness. This sudden change was not seen by Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Big brother Long Chen. Before Xueqi could get close to Long Chen, she broke free from Mo Xiaolang's embrace. Mo Xiaolang thought that she was shy, so he didn't care. After all, Xueqi was often thin-skinned. But the moment she broke free, she suddenly left.
In the blink of an eye, she was 1,000 meters away, holding a golden stone in her hand.
It was the heart of the golden devil Garuda. Long Chen had just taken the other half of the core of the dragon devil's ancient tomb from the golden devil Garuda. But he didn't expect that Xueqi would also take the heart of the Garuda at the same time. Moreover, her speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she directly swallowed the thing into her body. Her eyes instantly shone with a golden light. After swallowing the heart of the golden devil Garuda, she would unintentionally become stronger. Mo Xiaolang was a little careless. He did not expect such a situation at all. When he reacted, Xueqi had actually fled in the opposite direction. Of course, with Xueqi's speed, she would definitely not be able to escape their grasp. At this time, Long Chen also saw what was happening. Without saying a word, he chased after Xueqi, and in the blink of an eye, he would be able to catch Xueqi. At this moment, scram! A terrifying gust of wind swept across, once again blocking the path of Long Chen and the others. Long Chen was extremely familiar with this gust of wind. It definitely belonged to the Void Demon. The Void Demon has arrived. Shwa! In an instant, not only the Void Demon, even Xueqi had disappeared from Long Chen's sight. The entire world was only left with golden dust. The Void Demon was extremely well hidden, and did not know where he had escaped to. You actually killed OL7. We will settle this debt with you later. The voice came from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint the direction. Without a word, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang chased after it with all their might. They cast all sorts of laws and crossed several worlds, but they failed to discover any information about the Void Demon. For such a thing to happen right after they snatched back Xueqi made Mo Xiaolang's eyes turn completely red. He definitely blamed himself. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, "Don't be nervous. If we can find it once, we can find it again. Besides, we have also killed an ancestral fiend. What we can't do now is to let self-blame and anger affect us. Calm down. We were careless this time. Next time, we have to be wary of Yen Er. After all, she's in trouble now. All right, Mo Xiaolang found it difficult to calm down, especially under such circumstances. All he could do was follow Long Chen. The accident was just too huge. Even Long Chen did not expect Xueqi to suddenly snatch the Garuda Golden Fiend's heart, much less the appearance of the Void Demon. He was certain that he had been in the vicinity and had been attracted over by the Garuda Golden Fiend's cry for help. However, by the time he arrived, his seventh brother had already been killed by Long Chen. An accident had resulted in such a predicament. Let's go. This wasn't a place they should stay for long. All they could do now was wait for Xueqi to wake up a little. Chapter 3266. Yen obtained the heart of the Garuda Golden Demon, and she directly swallowed and refined it. She was originally affected by the hearts of the three ancestral fiends, and now with the addition of an ancestral fiend, now that Xueqi was already a perfected demon sovereign, refining it would clearly make her even stronger. Long Chen did not have an answer to this question. Xueqi had undergone some miraculous changes, and it was difficult for him to know what the other 6 ancestral fiends, especially the demon of nothingness, had towards her. But at least, it seemed that they would not harm Xueqi. The most important thing now is to find her. Wait for her to wake up. I'll see if there are any clues about the demon of nothingness. As for Kitten, he did not know where he was in the tomb of Samsara. Long Chen could not find him at all. This time, their hearts were even heavier. Long Chen and Kitten searched around the location of the demon of nothingness, but they did not find anything. Instead, they encountered 2 more primeval troll, and without exception, they were all killed by Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Especially this time, his heart was filled with even deeper anger. Big brother, you've already obtained the core of the Dragon Devil ancient tomb. Does that mean that these 6 ancestral fiends can't reach the myriad worlds now? Mo Xiaolang said. Long Chen said, in theory, that's the case, but we're not completely sure what these 6 ancestral fiends are capable of. Previously, they opened the door to the tomb of Samsara to the myriad worlds. It should have nothing to do with the core of the Dragon Devil ancient tomb. I see. Therefore, the crisis of the myriad worlds was still not resolved. Act according to the situation. Kill if you can. Following that, they encountered other primeval troll and killed them all. Long Chen estimated that they had yet to find Xueqi, but it was possible that the ancestral fiends would gather together, at least in 2s or 3s. For example, the primeval troll that Long Chen encountered would basically form a team of 2 or 3. Of course, as long as they encountered Long Chen and the others, none of them would be able to escape. Ancestral Fiend. When he arrived in a brand new world, Long Chen clearly sensed the aura of an ancestral fiend. Clearly, an ancestral fiend had just passed by. Furthermore, there was more than one. From the remnant terrifying feeling, there were likely 2. One is the immemorial blood demon, and the other should be the eternal war demon. Long Chen was all too familiar with the aura of the primordial blood devil. It was very similar to the primordial blood spirit dragon, but more brutal, more bloodthirsty, and more ferocious. Of course, it was also less profound. Long Chen looked up at Mo Xiaolang and said, "How about it? Do you have the confidence to kill them?" There was no way to find Xueqi now. And once all the ancestral fiends gathered, it would be even more troublesome. At this juncture, killing 1 or 2 ancestral fiends would be a bonus. At the very least, they would not be too passive in the future. Especially the primordial blood demon. If Long Chen saw it, he would have the urge to kill it and make it disappear completely. To Long Chen, the existence of the primordial blood demon was a form of blasphemy to the primordial blood spirit dragon. It was unimaginably disgusting. Kill. Mo Xiaolang's gaze was awe-inspiring. He only said one word, but it was also his firm will. Even if we can't kill them, we can still take the initiative if we can capture them. However, these 2 are ancestral fiends. They are comparable to the heaven-devouring giant demon. It's not certain if we can kill or capture them. Although that was what he said, it was useless to think too much about it. At this point in time, nothing could extinguish their fighting spirit and killing intent. The 2 exchanged looks and did not say another word. They burst forth with speed and charged in the direction the 2 ancestral fiends had left. The 2 of them needed to deal with an ancestral fiend each. Brother, at least I can hold back the perennial war demon. I'll leave the primordial blood demon to you. Mo Xiaolang obviously knew who Long Chen wanted to kill with his own hands. I'll do my best. The two of them had a great tacit understanding. There was no need to say anything else. The two of them charged rapidly, breaking through one world after another. The aura of the two ancestral fiends ahead grew stronger. Clearly, the two ancestral fiends had discovered Long Chen and company. They were returning. At that moment, Long Chen charged into a wide world. On the other side, two behemoths suddenly charged over. One of them was blood-red in color and had ferocious bone spikes. It looked like a war machine and was covered in blood. Of course, it was not an injury. It was the primordial blood demon. It was bloody and cruel, ferocious and cold-blooded. Beside it was the perennial war demon. He stood beside the primordial blood demon. As a half-step ancestral fiend, his will was much stronger than the Garuda golden fiend's. His dark golden eyes emitted a cold gaze that resembled a frosty lake. However, deep within the frosty lake was the intense flames of battle burning. The two teams collided with each other in this world. Let's end the battle quickly, Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang. He was worried that the other ancestral fiends would discover them if time dragged on. As long as a third ancestral fiend joined the fray, they would be in trouble. The risk of dying in battle was rather high, especially when there was the elusive Void Fiend. I've been looking for you for a long time. I never expected you to send yourselves to me. The primordial blood demon let out a tragic and strange laugh. Its gigantic blood wings flapped and instantly, the entire world was filled with sanguine light. It was as though a formless sea of blood was being born. The world had become a world under the primordial blood demon's control. Compared to the primordial blood demon's fervor, the perennial war demon appeared very calm. However, this was actually a sign that he was about to explode. Once he went crazy, the perennial war demon, known as the ancestor of war demons, would definitely not be any weaker than the primordial blood demon. The two ancestral fiends swept over with murderous intent. Both sides had the greatest murderous intent towards each other. When they met, they did not even say a word. Instantly, they found their own opponents. From the confrontation to the battle, there was almost no time in between. Let's compete and see who can finish off their opponent first. The primordial blood demon licked his lips with his scarlet tongue and laughed sinisterly. Of course it's me, the perennial war demon said decisively. Then he stared at Mo Xiaolang and said, Sky-devouring clan, go to the other side if you have the guts. I, the perennial war demon, was really lucky to be able to devour a sky-devouring clan member. It's still uncertain who will eat who. Mo Xiaolang suddenly transformed into a sun-devouring fiend wolf covered in flames. Since they had agreed to fight one-on-one, Mo Xiaolang was not afraid of him. Both sides were about the same size. Mo Xiaolang made a detour and gave the battlefield to Long Chen and company, but he did not go far. A battle between half-step ancestors was about to start. It exploded instantly. Boom. Both of them attacked. Instantly, flames swept across. The perennial war demon's terrifying rule was unleashed. The unprecedented fighting spirit was truly terrifying. He and the primordial blood demon had the simplest rule. He fought, while the primordial blood demon killed. However, both of them had practiced these two rules to the pinnacle. Boom. Perhaps the perennial war demon had deliberately clashed this time. Both of them directly collided into another world. This was because the ancestral fiends were worried that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang would take care of each other during the battle. Only by killing them separately would it be clean and efficient. You are so calm. Aren't you afraid that the sky-devouring clan member will not be able to last long? The primordial blood demon sneered and asked. Don't worry. I will definitely last longer than you, Long Chen said. Although his tone was calm, the anger in his bloodline turned into flames. Even his hair was burning. The more he looked at the primordial blood demon, the more disgusting he found it. You seem to have a strong desire to kill. The primordial blood demon did not take it seriously at all. It could even make fun of him. Long Chen merged with the Origin Dragon Palace and held the primordial dragon halberd. His power began to suppress the primordial blood demon. Naturally, the primordial blood demon was not afraid at all. It continued, You give me a feeling that if I devour you, I will be able to reach a stronger realm, or even the ancestor realm. So, this feeling of anticipation is really exciting. I will definitely devour you. The primordial blood demon roared. Its eyes were filled with extreme desire. Instantly, the entire world turned into a sea of blood. In the surging sea of blood, the primordial blood demon let out an earth-shattering roar. It suddenly attacked and fought with Long Chen in the blood world. Dead Spirit Blood Talisman. The primordial blood demon attacked with a blood talisman. It was condensed from the power of anger and hatred. It had a tracking effect. Before it hit its opponent, the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman would not dissipate. As expected, it completely understood its own rules. Moreover, this was the highest level of mastery that Long Chen had in the massacre rules. The primordial blood demon's Dead Spirit Blood Talisman was slightly different. It was more sinister and vicious. It had the absolute power of death. At the most crucial moment, Long Chen also used a Dead Spirit Blood Talisman. The two Dead Spirit Blood Talismans collided in the air. Long Chen's advantage lay in his purity, while his opponent's advantage lay in his viciousness. In their first confrontation, they had erupted at the critical moment, causing the surrounding sea of blood to be annihilated in this collision, turning into a blood mist that even rose to other worlds. 1. The two Dead Spirit Blood Talismans were completely destroyed in the collision and disappeared. The collision of forces sent both Long Chen and the immemorial blood demon flying. However, this was only the beginning for the two of them. In the next instant, the two of them, both brimming with killing intent, collided with each other once again, initiating the most intense battle. And in the world next to them, Mo Xiaolang and the Eternal War Demon were also fighting fiercely. The Eternal Flame. The Eternal War Demon's body was burning with a sapphire blue flame. That was the Eternal Flame. It was a kind of eternal rule that could make the War Demon immortal and fight to the death. It was the Eternal War Demon's greatest reliance. It was similar to Long Chen's Life Melody and Mo Xiaolang's Chaos Green Flame. But in terms of recovery ability, it was stronger than the Chaos Green Flame. Seeing that it was a blue flame, Mo Xiaolang remained calm. It seemed that this guy still did not know him well enough. Previously, he had also devoured Ancestor Shi's Flame of Destiny. Although the flame was only a form, Mo Xiaolang, as a sun-devouring demonic wolf, could devour all forms of flames. Of course, he was not in a hurry. Chapter 3267. Among the 7 ancestral demons, the one that Long Chen wanted to kill the most and show no mercy was definitely the primordial blood demon, followed by the heart-refining demon of the divine path. In any case, Long Chen's feelings for the primordial blood spirit dragon were stronger. It was the first ancestral dragon's blood essence that he had inherited. Now, the primordial blood demon was right in front of him. Blood-colored light spread, and bloody shadows overlapped. The entire world was dyed red, as if he was in a sea of blood. The primordial blood demon's eerie laughter rang in his ears. Chilly winds and waves of blood. After the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman, neither side suffered any damage. However, this was only the beginning. In the next instant, the two of them were full of murderous intent. One wanted to devour again, while the other wanted revenge. Long Chen carried the deep anger and hatred for the primordial blood demon in his bloodline. The power of the 2 original level destinable artifacts exploded in this world. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the entire tomb of Samsara was rumbling. Naturally, the primordial blood demon, as a half-step ancestor realm existence, was not simple. After the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman failed to harm Long Chen, it was obvious that he had a deeper and more powerful slaughter rules of order. In the sea of blood, the primordial blood demon's body, which was as huge as a world, rushed out. Only a place as large as the tomb of Samsara could allow such a huge body to fight. At this moment, the primordial blood demon was covered in blood, and there was a deep coldness and ferocity in its eyes. It spread its bloody wings that covered the sky and the sun, and instantly rushed forward. The power of rules was released as it moved forward, and for a moment, it brought a terrifying killing intent to Long Chen. Slaughtering Blood God. Another set of rules. Moreover, it was a brand new rule that Long Chen did not know about, but it definitely belonged to the primordial blood spirit dragon. How could a primeval troll comprehend rules? They were just copying others' knowledge. Blood God of Massacre unleashed. Next to the immemorial blood devil, shadows appeared and dispersed. There were 9 shadows in total, and in the blink of an eye, they formed 9 immemorial blood devils. They looked exactly the same, but they were all formed by blood. These 9 immemorial blood gods were not immemorial blood devils. Facing these 9 immemorial blood gods, Long Chen indeed felt a sense of deadly crisis. Each of the blood gods of slaughter had a blood mark on their foreheads, which was complicated and ancient, just like the 9 beasts that had been sealed by the primordial blood spirit dragon in ancient times. Now, they had been transformed into natural laws and attached to the primordial blood devil. Although they all looked like the primordial blood devil, when they attacked Long Chen with the primordial blood devil, they used different natural laws. In the face of the siege of the immemorial blood demon and the 9 massacre blood gods, Long Chen was not frightened at all. He was now in the center of the Scarlet Storm. In the Origin Dragon Palace, a golden divine dragon coiled around him, the primordial dragon halberd, a silver-gray divine dragon in his hand, controlling the mountains and rivers of the new draconic sacrificial continent, the mission of the race, and the power of the billions of divine palaces. Currently, Long Chen had received too much faith from the entire myriad worlds. It was as though everyone had become a living being in his divine palace, providing him with the wishes of all living beings. His body was like the entire myriad worlds, as vast, as resplendent, and as mysterious. Nirvana Primordial. When all the massacres descended, Long Chen fused the Chaos Dragon Fist, Primordial Dragon World, and Creation Reincarnation into the Primordial Dragon Halberd. All the power was gathered here, and the Primordial Dragon Halberd became the most terrifying weapon. Boom! At this moment, Long Chen was like a ray of light. The weapon in his hand was colliding with one of the Massacre Blood Gods at a terrifying speed. When the Massacre Blood God used its body of blood, it displayed the law of lightning. However, all of this was torn apart by Long Chen with a primitive power. Ding! Long Chen's Primordial Dragon Halberd carried the destructive power of the Nirvana Primordial Dragon Halberd and pierced the Massacre Blood God's forehead. Under the extreme destructive power of the Nirvana Primordial Dragon Halberd, the Massacre Blood God shattered like glass, turning into a rain of blood. The scene could only be described as spectacular. However, this was only the beginning. The other Massacre Blood Gods were still attacking. Some of their attacks even landed on Long Chen's body. However, the Origin Dragon Palace blocked them. The defensive power of the Origin Dragon Palace played a huge role at this moment, giving Long Chen a chance to recover and counterattack. Even if he was injured, he still had the resurrection melody of life and the resurrection of the dead. Therefore, Long Chen would not be defeated so easily. Break! After breaking through the rules, the power of the Nirvana Primeval once again followed the Primordial Dragon Halberd and fiercely slashed the forehead of one of the Slaughter Blood Gods. Immediately, the runes collapsed and the Slaughter Blood God turned into a rain of blood and completely dissipated. From the power of the Massacre Blood God, one could understand that the immemorial Blood Devil's ability was stronger than Long Chen had imagined. He was indeed worthy of being a half-ancestor equivalent to the heaven-devouring giant devil. However, this did not stop Long Chen's determination to kill him. Break! 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 The Primordial Dragon Halberd swept everything in its way. Under the violent slash of Long Chen, the Massacre Blood Gods were shattered one after another. He had too many deity palaces and endless power. Even if he exhausted his strength, he could recover rapidly. Boom! He swept across like a bloody light. He was the real peerless Massacre God. Those Massacre Blood Gods were all annihilated under the Primordial Dragon Halberd. Although their attacks also hurt Long Chen, most of them were blocked by Long Chen's Origin Dragon Palace. Even though there were attacks that penetrated the Origin Dragon Palace, they did not cause much damage to Long Chen. The Nirvana Primordial Dragon Halberd's final attack shook the sea of blood and tore the space apart. The Primordial Dragon Halberd burst into a dazzling brilliance as the 3 powers merged into one and hit the immemorial Blood Devil's body. In an instant, a bloody hole was torn on the immemorial Blood Devil's body. Whoosh! The immemorial Blood Demon turned into a blood shadow and dispersed, before condensing once again. Only then did it barely manage to block Long Chen's slaughter. At this moment, the immemorial Blood Demon had already retracted its sinister smile from before. Instead, it had become cold and cold-blooded. In fact, Long Chen felt a little regretful. He wanted to kill the immemorial Blood Devil in one go. However, even if he had reached the ultimate God realm, he might not be much stronger than the immemorial Blood Devil. The immemorial Blood Devil escaped from his Nirvana Primordial Dragon unscathed. That alone was enough to show how powerful the Blood Devil was. The battle was still not over. Not bad, but it's a pity that you're too chaotic. You can't understand the true meaning of killing. That only belongs to me, the immemorial Blood Devil. His opponent was very arrogant and confident.
Long Chen withdrew his massacre sword and said, "In that case, you must have comprehended something even deeper.
If you really can do it, then take it out and let me see. If you only know how to talk, then it would be meaningless." The immemorial blood devil did not say anything after hearing what Long Chen said. However, its eyes were undoubtedly a few times scarier than before. Perhaps it was at that moment that Long Chen truly felt the most fatal threat of death from the immemorial blood devil. Killing. To Long Chen, the immemorial blood devil's will was indeed a new interpretation of killing. However, his understanding was different from Long Chen's. The immemorial blood devil's will was to kill for the sake of killing. However, Long Chen had defined his killing from the very beginning. He did it to protect and to survive. Two different concepts collided violently at that moment. It was not just a battle of realms and rules, but also an exchange of will. This was even more crucial. Once the will was defeated, all of Long Chen's understanding of killing would probably be for naught. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Long Chen took a deep breath. In fact, he did not have a better way to fight against the immemorial blood devil's slaughter law.
He had to admit that at that stage, his understanding of the slaughter law was not as good as the immemorial blood devil's.
Of course, that did not mean that he was not as good as the immemorial blood devil. Wang. The immemorial blood devil stuck out its thick tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. Its eyes were constantly changing. Silently, a rule was released. During this process, the immemorial blood devil did not move at all. The only thing that fell on Long Chen was its gaze. However, it was this gaze that possessed terrifying power. Dragons inverse blood. Through that gaze, the real place where the rule was born was in Long Chen's body. It was all his blood. At this critical juncture, all the flowing divine dragon blood suddenly transformed into billions of immemorial blood devils. They were completely out of Long Chen's control and were biting, attacking, and destroying Long Chen's body. These primordial blood demons formed from blood were actually able to use the power of laws. These rules erupted in billions and attacked Long Chen from the inside. In a very short period of time, it was a devastating blow to Long Chen. Indeed, this was a rule that exceeded Long Chen's imagination. Only then did he realize that the ancestral dragon's rules had no upper limit. Just the massacre rule alone was much stronger than the dead spirit blood talisman. And this dragon's inverse blood was indeed the most terrifying rule that Long Chen had ever experienced. He had never thought that the massacre rule could reach such a level. The ancient blood spirit dragon was a dragon of blood and slaughter. The inverse blood of the dragon should be inclined towards blood, but its killing ability was also terrifying. When one's own blood became the opponent's weapon, condensed into the opponent's body, and even used one's own strength to execute the rules to destroy oneself, it was simply a disaster, and also an unimaginable miracle. Requiem of life. If not for Long Chen's timely use of Requiem of life to protect himself, he would have lost his life at this moment. He had been careless. He did not expect the immemorial blood devil to have such a rule. At this moment, his body had suffered great damage. His bones, internal organs, and other parts were all struggling. The only thing that could resist was the Requiem of life. However, the billions of immemorial blood demons hidden in his body were really difficult to deal with, especially with the power of rules. Chapter 3268.
The voice of the primordial blood demon came not only from the primordial blood demon in front of him, but also from the mouths of the hundreds of millions of primordial blood demons in his body.
To Long Chen, it was a mental blow. A large number of primordial blood demons surged towards his world tree, and even the Heart of Rule. They wanted to devour the Heart of Rule, destroy his primordial spirit, and completely destroy Long Chen. Long Chen's gaze swept across all the primordial blood demons in his body. Without exception, they were all hideous and terrifying. He couldn't tell that they belonged to him at all, but they were all his blood. True slaughter and death. Long Chen was indignant. He was even more furious. He was the heir of the primordial blood spirit dragon. Why did he need the primordial blood demon to teach him what true slaughter was? This was a humiliation. An unbearable humiliation. The primordial blood demon in front of him made Long Chen burn with rage. He didn't know how Mo Xiaolong's battle was going, but as his elder brother, if he couldn't even defeat the primordial blood demon, how could he save Xueqi and bring them out? The threat of death was so heavy. However,
The anger in his heart and the will of the primordial blood spirit dragon were also exploding rapidly. The world in front of Long Chen was completely drowned in blood. His anger was unstoppable at this moment. Boom. At this moment, even though Long Chen didn't control himself, his body naturally turned into the primordial blood spirit dragon and appeared in front of the primordial blood demon. The dragon and the demon faced each other on the sea of blood. Seeing the true form of the primordial blood spirit dragon, the primordial blood demon was dazed for a moment. Perhaps it was in its bones, but it actually felt a little afraid. Of course, it was only for a moment. Go to hell. Because of this, it roared even more furiously. However, it soon saw the eyes of the primordial blood spirit dragon. The eyes of the primordial blood demon were frightening and ferocious, but its opponent was indeed pure. However, it was this purity that made the evil of the primordial blood demon feel like it had nowhere to hide.
Inverse dragon blood? Long Chen could feel the immemorial blood demon Dao Seal opening the way for him. In the massacre Dao Seal, the purest inverse dragon blood Dao Seal was pouring into Long Chen. This was what he needed, the key to unlock the Dao Seal. The tragic attack of the immemorial blood demon had given him such a key. When the endless immemorial blood demons attacked in a frenzy, wanting to devour Long Chen was completely immersed in the inverse dragon blood. He could see the blood of the immemorial blood demons, and he could feel the true essence of the rules. In the battle of wills, Long Chen was not suppressed at all. I'll show you what the real inverse dragon blood is.
Suddenly, right in front of the primordial blood devil, Long Chen's primordial blood spirit dragon let out an angry roar.
Whoosh! Time seemed to come to a standstill.
The primordial blood devil was stunned for a moment. That familiar power actually landed on his body, and in the blink of an eye, the blood on his body directly transformed into primordial blood spirit dragons. Furthermore, there were also billions of primordial blood spirit dragons, but the attacks of these primordial blood spirit dragons were much stronger than the primordial blood devils.
The Dao Seal engulfed everything.
The 10,000 death claws, heaven-slaughtering blood sword, extermination dragon seal, and even the dead spirit blood talisman were released from the billions of divine dragons. The moment they appeared, they dealt a more destructive blow to the immemorial blood demon.
Boom, boom, boom.
The billions of divine dragons moved, stirring up the atmosphere. Everywhere they went, everything was destroyed. The immemorial blood demon did not have the soul-returning song of life, so it could not block the attacks. In a very short time, amidst the screams, the immemorial blood demon was destroyed in front of Long Chen. Long Chen took the opportunity to control his blood and let it dissipate. The danger from before was reversed.
How can you know such rules?
The immemorial blood demon could not believe it. If Long Chen knew such rules, he would have used it long ago.
Didn't you teach me just now?
Speaking of which, I have to thank you. With the reversal, Long Chen quickly took control of the situation. It did not take long for him to suppress the immemorial blood demon. Impossible. The immemorial blood demon still could not believe that the rules he had just comprehended could be so strong that it could suppress him directly. It was because he was a divine dragon. This was a question he could not understand even at the moment of his death.
Long Chen would not give him any chance.
When he had the upper hand, he mobilized all his strength to activate the inverse blood of the dragon. The billions of immemorial blood spirit dragons completely destroyed the most furious and unwilling immemorial blood demon in a very short time.
Boom.
When the billions of inverse blood of the dragon rushed out of the immemorial blood demon's body, it was also the time when the immemorial blood demon died in battle. At this moment, he was completely destroyed and disappeared. At this time, the terrifying inverse blood of the dragon rule was also considered to have ended. The billions of immemorial blood spirit dragons formed by his blood also turned back into blood. The surrounding sea of blood was also disappearing, and all traces of the immemorial blood demon were also disappearing. What a close shave. Long Chen felt as though he had escaped from death. This victory was a little thrilling. If he had not comprehended the inverse blood of the dragon at the last moment, it would have been very troublesome. The half-ancestor of the ancestor devil was still unimaginably strong. At the moment when he defeated his opponent, Long Chen thought of Mo Xiaolang. He did not know how Mo Xiaolang's battle was. After all, he was in another world and could not be sure at a glance. Long Chen was worried about his safety. Therefore, when he defeated the immemorial blood demon, he did not have time to look carefully and directly turned to the battlefield on Mo Xiaolang's side.
It's all right.
When he saw the situation of the battle, He was slightly relieved. Although the battle between Mo Xiaolang and the perennial war demon was also very fierce, and both of them seemed to have suffered serious injuries, at least Mo Xiaolang's life was not in danger. When Long Chen arrived, the two of them were in the most intense battle. Mo Xiaolang had completely devoured the opponent's eternal flame, causing the opponent to be unable to recover and lose its immortality characteristic. Even so, the perennial war demon's attacks were extremely violent. If it was not for Long Chen's arrival, it was estimated that Mo Xiaolang would have been defeated by the perennial war demon if the battle dragged on. Of course, the situation was immediately reversed when Long Chen arrived. You killed the immemorial blood demon. When the perennial war demon was at its most violent state, he exclaimed. He did something that was beneath his status, and that was to run away. Long Chen had originally thought that, given the rules he cultivated, he would fight to the death. Naturally, if he were to fight to the death while being besieged by Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, he would be a fool. After the perennial war demon fled, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang exchanged glances. They were mainly considering whether or not they should go after the perennial war demon. After all, their main objective was to save Xueqi. At that moment, however, Long Chen suddenly sensed the existence of the void demon and Xueqi in the world behind him. Xueqi's existence could not be hidden from Long Chen. Go back. Now that his battle had just ended, Xueqi and the void demon reappeared on the battlefield. Long Chen was sure that Xueqi had appeared. Her sudden appearance was most likely due to the immemorial blood demon's heart. Just now, when Long Chen killed the immemorial blood demon, he did not have the time to take a closer look. He was worried about Mo Xiaolang's safety and rushed over. He did not expect that Xueqi would appear in the blink of an eye. It was very likely that the void demon and Xueqi had been on the battlefield all along. Although Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang didn't have the time to think too much about it, when they rushed back to the world where Long Chen was fighting, they saw Xueqi holding the immemorial blood demon's heart in her hand. Without saying a word, she put it into her mouth. In her eyes, a blood-red light flashed. Not much time had passed. Xueqi was clearly stronger, but her eyes seemed to have become more numb. Mo Xiaolang panicked. The void demon was behind him. It was a huge, illusory shadow. When Xueqi took the immemorial blood demon's heart, he waved his hand to block it. Then, Xueqi disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. Even the void demon disappeared completely. In a very short time, it became something that Long Chen could not sense at all. Eternal Vortex. At such a close distance, Long Chen wanted to use the Eternal Vortex's time power to imprison the void demon. This time, he could not let the void demon leave. I don't exist. You can't imprison me. The void demon's voice gradually weakened, indicating that he was leaving this place at an unimaginable speed. Don't worry. I won't kill her. She's my baby now. The void demon's voice was already very weak when he said that. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were most depressed that they hadn't even touched a hair on the void demon's head. I have a vague feeling that the void demon is the most mysterious and strange among the 7 ancestor devils. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang calmed down and conversed. I think so too. Even the great Brahma ancient devil isn't as strange as it is. Only by remaining calm could one think things through clearly. Long Chen thought carefully and said, he appeared right after I defeated the primordial blood fiend and got Xueqi to take away the primordial blood fiend's heart. There are 2 huge points of suspicion in this. First, he should have arrived before I killed the primordial blood fiend. The timing can't be that coincidental. He appeared right after I killed the Garuda golden fiend, and he arrived right after I killed the primordial blood fiend. The only possibility is that he has been following us all this while, but he didn't help us when we were killing the other ancestor devils. He even helped Xueqi collect the ancestor devils' hearts. Speaking of this, there was the second point of suspicion. The second point of suspicion is that the void demon ignored the lives of the other ancestor devils and attacked with us to snatch the ancestor devils' hearts and hand them over to Xueqi. Why is that? Is there a secret on Yen that we don't know? There were 2 major points of suspicion. There was no answer at all. Perhaps he would find out after killing the void demon. At 8 in the evening, Madman was invited to participate in a YY interview. The room number was 14373. Welcome, everyone. It said that there will be gifts and cute girls singing. I'll just be a bystander. There will be another chapter in a while.
Chapter 3269. Although Su Yan's life was temporarily not in danger, she had refined the primordial blood devil's heart. Out of the 10 ancestral devils, she had refined 5 of them. Originally, 3 of them were enough to affect her mind, but now there were 5 of them. The effects were even greater. Long Chen had a hunch that the Void Fiend's goal was to make Xueqi devour more. He just didn't understand why the Void Fiend would do that. After all, the more Xueqi devoured, the more of his companions would die. Don't worry, although he comforted Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen couldn't convince himself. It was impossible not to worry in such a situation. It would be fine if the other ancestral fiends controlled Xueqi, but now that she was in the hands of the Void Fiend, who knew what would happen?
Big brother, what do we do next? Mo Xiaolang could only try his best to remain calm, but he couldn't control himself. The demon's thoughts were also in his mind. Long Chen thought carefully and said, I think the Void Fiend might follow us. The Eternal War Demon didn't escape for long. If we can find him and kill him, it's possible that the Void Fiend will appear with Yen. When that happens, we might have a chance. That's right. This was the only hope they had now. It was better than waiting here. Let's go. The two of them exchanged glances. Then, they promptly made up their minds to speed up as they chased after the Eternal War Demon. As they did not immediately give chase, whether or not they would be able to catch up to the Eternal War Demon would depend on their luck. Big brother, my eternal sacred fire is still burning on his body. All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang brought him a piece of good news. The eternal sacred fire burned eternally. It was difficult to expel and would never disappear. As long as the everlasting war demon couldn't get rid of the eternal sacred fire, Mo Xiaolang would be able to sense his location more strongly. If the void demon really appears, you have to take the opportunity to burn him with the eternal sacred fire. If you succeed, we'll know his location. Up until now, he still hadn't been able to save Xueqi. He should be getting anxious. Other than the perpetual war devil and the void devil, it was possible that the great Brahma ancient devil, the Ninely giant devil, the divine Tao refining heart devil, and the other primeval troll had all gathered together. The present situation was much better than the 7-person siege. If Kitten was willing to help, there was no need to be afraid even if there were 3 ancestral fiends gathered together. After killing Perennial War Fiend, there are only 4 ancestral fiends left. The Void Fiend is problematic, but we don't have to be too afraid of the remaining 3. That was why killing the Eternal War Demon was crucial. Although they failed to save Xueqi, at least Long Chen and the others were quickly advancing towards victory. Over here, Mo Xiaolang secretly informed. He felt that the eternal sacred fire was getting closer. Perhaps the perpetual war demon didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to be able to find him through the eternal sacred fire. He's using the eternal sacred fire to heal himself. It's even more obvious. Although he escaped far enough and is separated by many worlds, he probably didn't expect us to be able to catch up. This time, don't let the perpetual war demon escape. Don't let the void demon escape either. The two secretly discussed everything until they approached the world where the perpetual war demon was. If the void demon was tailing Long Chen and the others, he would have warned the perpetual war demon if he were in his normal state. However, he didn't. This was enough to show that there was a huge problem with the void demon. Go over. It was another coordinated battle. Actually, if it was a one-on-one fight, Long Chen wasn't afraid of the perpetual war demon. However, with Mo Xiaolang's help, they could quickly finish off the opponent. Why not? When the perpetual war demon was bathing in the blue eternal flame and enjoying the feeling of being undying, Long Chen appeared before him with a sun-devouring direwolf behind him. The eternal flame was very strong. During this period of time, the perpetual war demon had already recovered to his peak state. He was unharmed. Just as he was about to leave, he encountered the two of them. His expression changed. Are you two trying to kill me? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Fair and square. The battle intent in the perpetual war demon's heart grew rapidly. That huge body erupted with a terrifying will to fight, suppressing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang with a mental attack. What kind of joke is this? When we first came here, you didn't fight us one-on-one. Time was tight, and there was no point in talking. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had already agreed. At this moment, the 3 of them attacked at almost the same time. The perpetual war demon was covered in the eternal flame. His body was huge, second only to the Xueqi giant devil. He had the most terrifying strength, the most violent battle rules, and the sharpest battle intent. At this moment, in order to survive, the first thing that erupted was his strongest mental will. This soul attack was comparable to that of the original Soul Race's Tongtian Soul Overlord, or even stronger. Anyone who fought with the perpetual war demon would suffer. Before the battle even started, the opponent's mind was already being attacked by the opponent's incomparably strong will. A loud roar shook the ears of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Undying, eternal battle will. The mental attack was centered on the perpetual war demon. It spread out in the most terrifying manner, like a howling storm. In the eyes of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the perpetual war demon's body carried a supreme brilliance. That divine light made them tremble. The mental attack, undying, eternal battle will, indeed brought about a huge impact. As a result, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were suppressed by the perpetual war demon for a moment. But it was only for a moment. After that, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang both withstood the opponent's attack. At this time, the perpetual war demon's new rule descended. The undying, eternal battle will was only a rule that increased his battle intent. The next rule was his strongest battle rule. Big brother, be careful. Mo Xiaolang had withstood this attack before, so he reminded Long Chen. At this moment, an even louder roar came from the perpetual war demon. It had the effect of intimidating Long Chen and summoning the other ancestral fiends. It was also forcing Long Chen to end the battle quickly. Roar! Unprecedented trillion divine punches. Pressing forward and fighting to the end, the perpetual war demon descended in front of Long Chen. His demonic claws condensed into fists, with Long Chen as his only target. At this moment, he activated his berserk mode. The most direct and overbearing fist intent rule was all based on the most overbearing rule. Unprecedented trillion divine punches rushed towards Long Chen. Each punch was stronger than the previous one. Boom, boom, boom. The trillion divine punches were like the waves of the vast sea. In the face of such a violent attack, Long Chen was unmoved. He still used the Origin Dragon Palace and the Primordial Dragon Halberd. He was familiar with it. He used Nirvana Primordial beginning in front of the Berserk Perpetual War Demon. This was the impact of the Nirvana Primordial Beginning Rule and the opponent's Will and Fist Dao Rule. Long Chen's Nirvana Primordial Beginning peak destructive power collided with the Perpetual War Demon's trillion divine punches in the most direct and terrifying way. If the world in the Tomb of Samsara wasn't tough enough, the world would have collapsed under such a destructive impact. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of destruction and battle. However, the Perpetual War Demon's trillion divine punches could not be used to the end because Mo Xiaolang was behind him. He was not to be trifled with. When the Perpetual War Demon and Long Chen were fighting, the sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed forward and bit the Perpetual War Demon's neck with its huge fangs. In an instant, the trillion divine fires and the 5 ancestral fires controlled the Perpetual War Demon again. The Perpetual War Demon's unprecedented trillion divine punches were interrupted, but Long Chen was not affected. He rushed forward. The moment the sun-devouring demonic wolf trapped the opponent, he broke through the layers of flames. The Nirvana Primordial Beginning's power completely bombarded the Perpetual War Demon. Bang, bang, bang. The Perpetual War Demon's body exploded. If he had encountered other opponents, he would be indestructible. The Eternal Flame quickly swept out and healed his injuries. It would not be so easy for Long Chen to kill him. The problem was that the Eternal Flame had just appeared, and the sun-devouring demonic wolf swallowed it all. This made the Perpetual War Demon dizzy again. He was indestructible, but he had encountered a nemesis like the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The sky-devouring race was so heaven-defying. They did not follow the rules of the world. Many times, there were even things that were impossible. The Eternal Life War Demon was severely injured, and he struggled frantically to escape. However, Long Chen was more decisive when it came to killing. After the Nirvana Primeval defeated his opponent, he suddenly turned into a primordial blood spiritual dragon in front of the Eternal Life War Demon. Don't. The Perpetual War Demon's fighting spirit disappeared instantly. All that was left was the fear and unwillingness to die. Inverse Dragon Blood. There was no don't. No mercy. He left the Perpetual War Demon alive. Who knew when he would destroy everything Long Chen had? His mercy now was cruelty to himself and his own people. Long Chen had already experienced how terrifying the Ancestor Devil was. Destroy! Under the dual impact of the inverse dragon blood and the burning flames, the perpetual war demon let out an earth-shattering scream. However, he turned into ashes in the imprisonment, destroyed from the inside by the ancient blood spirit dragon's rules. The cooperation between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang completely crushed him. If not for Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen's inverse dragon blood might not have been able to kill him. Because he had the eternal flame, he could resist and recover. Just like Long Chen before, he would not die so easily. The so-called undying perpetual war demon turned into ashes in front of Long Chen. He died completely. However, this was actually the most tense moment for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Because at this moment, the void demon might appear. In order to seize the initiative, of course, they had to get the perpetual war demon's heart as soon as possible. Mo Xiaolang got closer to the perpetual war demon's heart. When it appeared, Mo Xiaolang instantly held it in his mouth. When he transformed from a sun-devouring fiend wolf to his human form, the perpetual war demon's heart appeared in his hand. Now that he could not open any space, he could only hold it in his hand. Long Chen quickly came to his side and looked around vigilantly. At the same time, Mo Xiaolang transferred the perpetual war demon's heart to Long Chen's hand. After all, Long Chen could protect it better. Void Fiend, come. At 8 p.m., Madman was invited to participate in a YY interview. The room number was 14373. Welcome everyone. I heard there will be gifts and cute girls singing. I'll just be a bystander. Chapter 3270. Grasping the heart of the eternal war demon, Long Chen sensed his surroundings and waited for the arrival of the void demon. Mo Xiaolang was also fully prepared. If the void demon came this time, he would definitely do everything he could to snatch Xueqi away. Now was the crucial moment. For a moment, everything seemed to stop, and the atmosphere became heavy. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were highly focused, searching for the void demon that seemed to not exist. Indeed, when the void demon did not make a move, it was no different from not existing at all. As time passed, the two of them couldn't help but lose their patience. 15 minutes had passed, but the void devil still hadn't moved. In fact, it hadn't moved at all. Big brother, I think this time, either he did not follow us, or he did follow us but saw that we were on guard, so he did not dare to make a move. But he is still watching the surroundings. Mo Xiaolang said. Of course, he was secretly talking to Long Chen, so that the void demon would not know that they were talking. Long Chen said, that's right. There is a higher chance that he is nearby. If we continue like this, he will not make a move. Clearly, he does not have absolute confidence that he can fool us. Then what should we do? Now that something had happened to Su Yan, he was extremely anxious at all times. It was quite difficult for him to calm down. Long Chen thought about it and said, since he does not appear, we can only continue looking for other ancestor demons. The more we kill, the higher our chances of success. Of course, because we now have the heart of the eternal war demon, we need to be wary of the void demon at all times. For safety's sake, we need to constantly imagine that he is beside us and be ready to attack. Looking like they were relaxing and looking for other primeval troll would attract the void demon to make a move. After making up their minds, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang continued their journey. However, they were much more cautious this time, paying attention to their surroundings at all times. Once they encountered a primeval troll in this endless world, they would kill it quickly without exception. Many demon supremacies at the full circle realm had died in their hands. Since the beginning, they had killed more than 10 primeval troll. The further they went, the harder it was to encounter primeval troll. But once they did, they would usually be together in 2s or 3s. There were even cases of 4 primeval troll being together. This meant that they were constantly meeting and converging during the process of moving. The remaining 4 ancestral fiends might very well have already gathered together. That would be difficult to deal with. The void devil hasn't made a move yet. I hope he doesn't join forces with the other 3. If that happens, things will get very troublesome. The deaths of Primordial Blood Fiend, Eternal Battle Fiend, and Garuda Golden Fiend in battle definitely have something to do with the void demon's refusal to save them. From the looks of it, there's a rift between him and the other ancestral fiends. There's likely a problem. Therefore, he might not be able to stay with the other 3 ancestral fiends. Regardless, the Void Demon's actions were truly incomprehensible to Long Chen and company. They continued searching and killing, but they did not encounter any other ancestral fiends. As time passed, the 2 of them felt even more anxious. After all, Xueqi was still in the Void Demon's grasp. They could not feel at ease if they did not save her. What's this? When they arrived in a brand new world, they chanced upon a brown object. It was huge and long, and it pierced through the entire world. It was not a living thing, but it possessed immense spirit chi. It was the only thing in the tomb of Samsara that possessed spirit chi. It looked like a gigantic primordial chaos immortal essence. It seems to be a tree root. The 2 descended above the object. From its material, it was indeed a tree root. Long Chen took out his primordial dragon halberd and slashed it slightly, tearing open the thick bark. It was indeed made of wood, but it was rather hard. It was the hardest tree Long Chen had ever seen. Long Chen had used his primordial dragon halberd, but he had only just scratched the skin. In order to sever the tree root, he would probably have to use laws. If there is a giant tree, then this tree must be very big and very hard. Let's not talk about how this giant tree has anything to do with the tomb of Samsara. When we see this giant tree, we will be suspicious and want to climb up from its roots. Others will definitely do the same. We can follow this tree and look up. All right. Soon the 2 made a decision. Let's go up. We still have to be careful of the Void Demon. The 2 made up their minds and followed the tree root up. This is the Samsara tree. In the entire tomb of Samsara, this world was the largest because it was the core of the tomb of Samsara. Generally speaking, it was not easy to find this core space among the countless worlds. However, because of the Samsara tree, it was much easier to find. As long as one could find the roots and branches of the Samsara tree in other worlds and follow them, they would be able to come to this largest world. This largest space was so large that it could bear the entire crown of the Samsara tree. Of course, the only thing in the entire space was the crown of the Samsara tree. The size of the sacred tree of Samsara was almost the same as that of the builder tree. Of course, in terms of material it was like the difference between foam and steel. This was a world that even an original-grade creation artifact could not destroy. It was the core of the entire tomb of Samsara. On it, there were countless branches and leaves. To mortals, these branches and leaves were like continents. They were incomparably huge. Of course, there were no living beings here. There were no living beings. There was only the kitten who came here first. This burly man, who looked like a white tiger, stood proudly in the middle of the Samsara tree. Around him, the branches and leaves of the Samsara tree were actually moving, as if they were his arms. One could imagine how terrifying the power of such a huge body was. The sacred reincarnation tree actually still exists. However, I never expected it to have weakened to such an extent. Back then, it was the source of power for the entire reincarnation tomb. It bore many sacred reincarnation fruits. Through the nourishment of the sacred reincarnation fruit, even after reincarnation, the divine dragons were able to rapidly gain great power. Now, the sacred reincarnation tree has actually withered to such a degree. Does the large sacred reincarnation tree bear a single sacred reincarnation fruit? As long as I have a samsara fruit, I might be able to return to the progenitor realm. The kitten's eyes were blazing. As he walked in this huge world, he couldn't help but think of the tens of thousands of dragons soaring in this place. Although he wasn't a divine dragon, he still had great divine might. The dragon souls here all respected him very much. Everything has disappeared. Everything has died. Sigh, the sky-devouring clan. Kitten's eyes were full of helplessness. However, he was very focused on finding the samsara fruit. After walking in this huge world for a long time, he revealed a look of surprise. I didn't expect that after hundreds of millions of years, the samsara tree would still bear a samsara fruit after withering to such an extent. I've really hit the jackpot. This samsara fruit has probably been here for a long time. Only today has it been discovered. Other than this one, Kitten almost searched the entire samsara tree, but he did not find a second one. Below him, there was a huge fruit the size of a spiritual star. It was a complete and regular sphere, pink in color. It shone with a light like the sun. It was simply the sun of the surrounding world. If one looked from afar, it was indeed no different from the sun. A fruit like a sun. If Long Chen saw it, He would even suspect that the samsara fruit could be moved out and arranged for trillions of lives to live on it. Of course, those trillions of lives would be very lucky. This was because if the samsara fruit was considered a primordial immortal essence, its level would definitely exceed the origin level. It was something that could allow Kitten to return to the progenitor realm. Back then, I was only allowed to eat one samsara fruit every 100,000 years. Every time, I would die of craving it. Today, I finally have the chance to enjoy it again. That taste is so nostalgic. Unfortunately, this should be the last samsara fruit in the myriad worlds. Now, 90% of the power in the myriad worlds has entered the stomach of the sky-devouring clan. It is impossible for another samsara fruit to be born in this world. This was the deepest helplessness in Kitten's heart. It was also a kind of pain. The reincarnation barrier that protects the samsara fruit still exists. With my current strength, it is quite difficult to destroy the reincarnation barrier. Back then, my Lord Cat, I, the sacred beast of reincarnation, could destroy the reincarnation barrier with one claw. Kitten wanted to be serious, but recently, he had been showing a different personality for no reason. This made him very distressed. Could it be that I have been affected so badly? That me. It really is me. He was not too sure. He felt that his carefree and careless self was a little strange, but also somewhat familiar. Anyway, it was very strange. It was difficult for him to be sure that it was him. Whatever, I'll destroy the reincarnation barrier first, then see if I can help them. His most important goal in coming to the tomb of reincarnation was the samsara fruit. He had finally found it, so of course he would not stand on ceremony. Next, he began to destroy the reincarnation barrier in the sky. The reincarnation barrier was a layer of pink light on the surface of the sacred fruit of samsara. It was a part of the sacred fruit of samsara. Every sacred fruit of samsara would be protected by the reincarnation barrier. Ordinary dragon souls could only absorb the power of the sacred fruit of samsara through the reincarnation barrier. Only supreme divine dragons were qualified to swallow the sacred fruit of samsara and be reborn. Boom, boom, boom. Because of the destruction, he spent a lot of time and energy, causing a huge commotion. Not long after, Kitten panted and said gloomily, I didn't expect my power to drop to this level. Damn it, Lord Cat. That personality kept popping up. The reincarnation barrier was only half destroyed, and it was still healing. At this moment, Kitten felt the arrival of danger. Looking back, he saw 3 huge figures descending in the distance. They were Primeval Troll, Jolly Giant Demon, Divine Tao Heart Demon, and Great Brahma Ancient Demon. Chapter 3271. The 3 ancestral fiends gathered together. They followed the roots of the samsara tree and arrived in a huge world. The moment they arrived, they were extremely shocked. But immediately, they heard the sound of Kitten attacking the samsara barrier. The 3 looked at each other and rushed over. It's the existence that separated us. That's right. It's an expert that appeared mysteriously in the infinite worlds. Heaven-devouring troll demon mentioned his existence before. He's even more difficult to deal with than Long Chen. But this time, there are 3 of us. Kill him. The 3 ancestral fiends quickly made their decision. Of course, Kitten very quickly discovered them. When she turned her head, her cold gaze was locked in an intense confrontation with the 3 ancestral fiends. She was originally in a good mood, but when she encountered the primordial troll fiends, her mood immediately soured. Shit from the sky-devouring race. The primeval troll made Kitten feel extremely disgusted, especially the divine Tao heart refinement demon. Kitten naturally recognized him. He looked like one of the 10 ancestral dragons. Both parties faced each other over the samsara fruit. This is some good stuff. No wonder you would try to sneak in. No matter what, since we've seen it, it belongs to us now. Even your life belongs to us. The 9ly great demon said with an incomparably deep voice. That's right. Great Brahma Ancient Fiend was among the 3. He was the one who knew Kitten's strength the best. He was secretly reminding the other 2. This one is difficult to deal with. The 3 of us have to attack together. We can't let him have any chance to retaliate. Killing him will help us turn the tables. They were well aware of how many primordial ogre fiends they had lost, as well as the strange changes that had occurred to the Void Fiend. Now that 3 ancestral fiends had died in battle, They were already extremely anxious. The most depressing thing was that they couldn't find the Void Fiend. What they needed to do now was to kill Kitten, then Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Finally, they could settle the score with the Void Fiend. Kill! Almost instantly, without any communication, the three ancestral fiends hurriedly took action. They could tell that the samsara fruit was definitely a good item. It contained the purest power and could make anyone stronger. It was the greatest treasure that could be born in the infinite worlds. As for Kitten, he couldn't be bothered to talk to the primeval troll in front of the samsara fruit. He felt extreme disgust and disdain. Cat was the purest Fae. Among Fae above the primordial realm, his true form was the strongest in combat. Therefore, when the three ancestral fiends attacked, he instantly transformed and revealed his true form as the samsara divine beast. As expected, it was a huge pure white tiger instead of a cat. Its size was larger than Mo Xiaolang's and was comparable to the largest ancient giant demon, the Jiuli giant demon. It was one of the largest giant beasts in the myriad worlds. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation beast, which was as large as a nebula, was like a baby in front of it. In terms of divine might, the three ancestral fiends retreated in fear when they saw the samsara beast's true form. There was a whirlpool-like mark on its forehead. It shone with blinding light on the samsara tree and penetrated many worlds. It was the mark of samsara. The samsara beast was fighting the three ancestral fiends. Among them, the three ancestral fiends attacked the samsara divine beast at the same time. Right in front was the ninely troll fiend. He was about the same size as the samsara divine beast. He was a possessor of extreme strength and destruction laws. He possessed the most terrifying physical strength in the world. His thick body, arms, and hind limbs possessed the power to easily destroy everything. The ninely great demon let out a terrifying roar. Like a combination of a bull and a divine dragon, he instantly charged above the samsara beast. His demonic claws condensed into 2 fists that erupted with unparalleled strength. A single punch caused space to tremble and everything to shatter. The fists were comparable to an original grade creation divine artifact. The ninely great demon's attack method was similar to Mo Xiaolang's. They both wanted to restrain their opponents. Their true attacks were on the divine Tao heart-refining demon and the Brahma ancient fiend. 3 of them. The 3 ancestral fiends had already exceeded the limits of what Kitten could handle. When the 3 ancestral fiends attacked at the same time, he felt as though he was facing a formidable foe. In a blink of an eye, the ninely great demon was right in front of him. No matter how far Kitten dodged, the ninely great demon chased after him with all his might. Although he was using ordinary laws, these ordinary laws possessed terrifying destructive power unique to the ninely great demon. Boom! The punch was dodged by the samsara beast, but it struck the samsara barrier. Immediately, the samsara barrier trembled. Its might was comparable to Kitten's previous attack. Don't go! The ninely great demon let out a deafening roar. He followed like a shadow and pestered Kitten relentlessly. He locked onto the samsara beast and was willing to suffer injuries in order to restrain Kitten. Bang! In a very short period of time, he pounced on the samsara beast's back. His teeth, claws, wings and tail shackled the samsara beast's body, leaving a huge wound. At that moment, he succeeded in restraining Kitten. The terrifying and domineering power shackled Kitten's body. With the ninely great demon's ferocity, he was going to tear the samsara beast apart. At the same time, the Brahma ancient demon and the divine Tao heart refiner unleashed their destructive laws at the same time after a short period of preparation. For example, the black and gold divine Tao heart refiner's huge body turned into a whirlpool. Suddenly, a terrifying torrent erupted, forming endless seawater that crashed towards Kitten. Of course, the ninely great demon was also included. However, his attack would not hurt the ninely great demon. Don't let him escape. Because of the ninely great demon's imprisonment, the 2 of them were so confident that they could use the laws to completely finish off Kitten, leaving him with nowhere to run. Karma Torrent. The laws of karma formed a torrent, containing unimaginable destructive power. It covered the sky and covered the earth, drowning me. As for the Brahma ancient demon, although his laws weren't as powerful as the divine Tao heart refiners, it was definitely more terrifying. Nameless incantation. Its huge body poured out all its energy, condensing into a small dot. That was a grade that looked like an eye. However, it was a different kind of eye, illusory and not real. It was precisely this eye that shot out a beam of light towards the eyes of the reincarnation beast. This seemingly simple beam of light was actually one of the most terrifying killing moves of the Brahma ancient devil. Kitten didn't understand the mysteries behind it. The Brahma ancient demon was indeed mysterious and terrifying. He was the hardest to deal with here. He was worthy of being the first primeval troll to be born in the myriad of worlds. The ninely great demon's imprisonment caused the other two ancestral devils' killing moves to descend. Life and death were on the line. Scram. At that moment, Kitten was infuriated. His long and hard tail, which was like a steel whip, instantly smashed onto the ninely great demon's head, shaking it where the eye should be. With a slap, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Boom. The vigorous tiger god flipped over and slapped the ninely great demon's body with his thick tiger claws. Although the ninely great demon excelled in strength, in terms of strength, Kitten wasn't inferior to him. In a short period of time, he sent the ninely great demon flying and broke free from his entanglement. At that moment, the other two ancestral devils' killing moves didn't even have time to escape. Mirror of Samsara. When Kitten retreated, an illusory mirror condensed in front of him. This was a law. After the mirror formed, it was incomparably smooth. The appearances of the Brahma ancient demon and the divine Tao heart refiner appeared in the mirror. Instantly, the two ancestral devils' attacks landed on the mirror of Samsara at the same time. With a loud explosion, the hastily formed mirror of Samsara shattered. However, the karmic torrent and the nameless incantation were reflected by the mirror of Samsara. The mirror of Samsara was one of the reincarnation laws. Its effect was somewhat similar to the primeval troll's endless devil body. However, the reflection came faster and more ferociously. The karmic torrent and the nameless incantation returned at the same time. Facing the divine Tao heart refiner and the Brahma ancient demon, the two ancestral devils' expressions changed slightly. Of course, they were half-step ancestors. Given that they were prepared, they wouldn't be injured by their own attacks. The Brahma ancient demon and the divine Tao heart refiner spent a certain amount of effort to settle their own laws. At the same time, they had a certain understanding of Kitten's strength. To be able to block two of our laws with one law, this person's strength is terrifying. He's the true strongest existence in the myriad worlds. However, his limit is probably only two of us. So kill him. There were three of them. To them, the previous battle was just a warm-up. The real battle had just begun. Not only did the primeval troll want to kill the huge threat that was Kitten, but they also wanted to obtain the samsara fruit. If we get the fruit, we can all become stronger. It'll be much easier to deal with the void demon. This traitor should die a horrible death. The three of us must divide and devour him. It's not just the nihility demon. The one before us, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, all deserve to die. We have to seize this opportunity to kill them. Kitten was the person they needed to defeat the most. Therefore, the three ancestral devils quickly entered a state of madness. A bunch of damn dog things. The Kitten was even more enraged. The primitive giant devil had left several bloody marks on its pure white body, ruining its current perfection. In its eyes, as long as these stupid and filthy things touched it, it would be unforgivable. He temporarily gave up on the samsara fruit. He didn't know how many ancestral devils Long Chen had killed, or whether he had saved Xueqi. All he wanted now was to cut the three primeval troll into pieces.
Chapter 3272. This tree is really huge. It must be as huge as the holy tree of Builder Tree. Of course, even if it's so huge, it's not that big compared to the entire tomb of Samsara. Otherwise, we wouldn't have walked for so long before we hit the tree roots. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang continued upwards. They passed through more than 100 worlds and had already reached the position of the tree trunk. They did not discover any primeval troll nearby, so they continued upwards. Of course, they used all sorts of relaxed postures to attract the appearance of the void fiend. However, after it disappeared the last time, there was no more movement from the void fiend. There's a battle up there. Although they were very far away, Long Chen could vaguely sense it. There's only us and the primeval troll here. There definitely won't be a fight between the primeval troll. That's Kitten. Instantly, Long Chen guessed who it was. This sudden discovery made him put the matter of the void fiend aside. Since Kitten had taken action,
There had to be a reason. Let's go. Without another word, he and Mo Xiaolang no longer advanced slowly. Instead, they charged towards the area where the battle had erupted. In the blink of an eye, they passed through more than 10 worlds. It was already rather obvious that they had arrived here. The most obvious was Kitten's Samsara law. It was extremely powerful and had far-reaching effects. There's also a law that's similar to world creation. It should be the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend. Kitten is fighting the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend. Long Chen was not too worried. He was very confident in Kitten. But soon, he sensed the existence of the karmic law. It was extremely intense. The Divine Tao Heart Refinement Demon is here too. This battle is probably over. Kitten said that he can only deal with 2 at most. We have to intervene and take the opportunity to kill more ancestral fiends. He and Mo Xiaolang charged with all their might. The Ninely Great Fiend is here too. Kitten is in danger. In the next instant, they sensed the presence of the Ninely Great Fiend. Of the remaining 4 ancestral fiends, apart from the Void Fiend who was still missing, the other ancestral fiends were all present. A fierce battle was about to befall them. In an instant, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang rushed into this huge world. The entire canopy of the Samsara sacred tree existed in this place. They found the source of the battle in a very short time. They rushed over without saying anything. Almost instantly, they saw 3 huge primordial demons. The Great Brahma Ancient Fiend, Ninely Great Fiend, and the Divine Tao Heart Refinement Fiend were present. In the middle of the 3 ancestral fiends' encirclement was a snow-white tiger. However, its body was stained with blood, making it look rather pathetic. Of course, the 3 ancestral fiends were not in a good state either. They had injuries that were in no way inferior to Kitten's. This proved that they had not been able to do a thing to Kitten before Long Chen arrived. The moment Dan Long Chen entered, the Great Brahma Ancient Devil found a chance to launch an attack and unleashed a shocking law. Genesis. Under the shroud of the Genesis, a brand new world was born. It enveloped Kitten completely. This was a prison built by the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend. It was a world that lacked movement. It was a world of stillness. Everything that entered this world could not move. It was the same for Kitten. Fuse. When Kitten released his terrifying power to tear the Genesis apart, the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend took control again. He did not expect the Genesis world to completely fuse into the reincarnation divine beast's body. With Kitten's body as the world, it turned Kitten into the Genesis world itself. For a moment, it truly restricted Kitten's movements. The Divine Tao Heart Refinement Demon and Ninely Great Fiend had been waiting for this moment. They used their killer moves to deal with the reincarnation divine beast. As for the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend, he was still tightly restraining Kitten. He was fighting with Kitten. Once he persevered, the Divine Tao Heart Refinement Demon and Ninely Great Fiend could completely destroy the defenseless Kitten. It could be said that Kitten was in a very dangerous situation. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were lucky to have arrived before this. Otherwise, if they lost Kitten, they would lose a huge helper in the future, a brotherly bond that could not be restored. Attack! Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang instantly made their arrangements. In that instant, Long Chen held the primordial dragon halberd and rushed towards the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend alone. The Great Brahma Ancient Fiend had his back facing Long Chen, while Mo Xiaolang transformed into the sun-devouring fiend wolf and rushed towards Kitten. Rebirth Cleave. This rule was fast and fierce. It attacked the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend from the back. The Great Brahma Ancient Fiend was doing his best to control Kitten. This was the most intense moment. It was very difficult for him to return and deal with Long Chen's attack. To them, Long Chen had come too suddenly and at the right time. Bang! The Rebirth Cleave tore a huge wound on the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend's body. The Genesis rule was broken because of the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend's injury. A rule without the support of power, especially when it was being controlled by Kitten, the result was obvious. Originally, Kitten was about to tear the Genesis rule. Therefore, before Mo Xiaolang arrived, the Genesis rule disappeared. Kitten regained his movement. At this critical moment, Mo Xiaolang changed directions and affected the Ninely Great Devil's attack. And Kitten's cold gaze landed on the heart-refining devil that was about to kill him. The ferocious tiger's murderous gaze frightened the heart-refining devil and it hurriedly retreated. On the other side, the Ninely Great Devil did the same. The 3 ancestral devils quickly gathered together, forming an iron mountain horn. And at this moment, Long Chen was standing between a huge pure white tiger and a black sun-devouring fiend wolf that was surrounded by countless flames. This seemed to be a moment that had never happened before. His two most important brothers were by his side in unprecedented strength. White Tiger and Black Wolf. The only slight regret was that Kitten's personality wasn't as comical as before. This still made Long Chen feel that he was filled with power. At this moment, he was using the soul-returning song to heal Kitten. Kitten didn't refuse. Among the three of them, one was the ancestral dragon successor, one was an all-powerful demon ancestor before the epic, and one was from the sky-devouring race that could devour heaven and earth and had terrifying potential. Fate had made the three of them brothers. And at this historic moment, they were facing three ancestral devils. Other than the strange and mysterious Void Devil, these three were the final camp of the primeval troll. They were also the strongest group. Each of them was a half-step ancestor. It was them who had almost forced Kitten to his death. Now, with the arrival of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the final clash in a very fair duel had finally arrived. Upon seeing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the three ancestral devils had ugly expressions. They were so close to succeeding. To them, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had come at the wrong time. But without a doubt, they had a greater desire to kill Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. This was because in this short period of time, Long Chen and company had killed three of their ancestral devils. Of course, they also hated Kitten. This was because Kitten's appearance had disrupted samsara, resulting in such a situation. Now, the situation was disadvantageous to the three of them. Long Chen was worried that they would escape. But they didn't. After all, the samsara fruit that could change the outcome of the battle was right beneath Long Chen and company's feet. Their departure would allow Long Chen and company to regroup. Coupled with the benefits of the samsara fruit, the primeval troll would no longer have a chance of victory. We originally thought that the tomb of the sky dragon was unable to open up your world and prevent you from escaping. We thought that it was the only place that could kill you. But we never expected that we would shoot ourselves in the foot and be killed by you one by one. The ninely great fiend was especially furious. The tomb of samsara did have its advantages, but Kitten's appearance had turned the advantageous situation into a disadvantageous one. Especially the transformation of the void fiend, it made the other ancestral devils fall into a state of extreme devotion. However, none of us are cowards. Today, there are only three of us left, and the three of you are here. This heaven-defying fruit is also here. Since this is the case, it's time to determine the victor and the loser. You weaklings of the myriad of worlds have created a miracle to force us to this extent. However, it's still uncertain who will be the one laughing till the end. Clearly, the three of them did not want to leave. Moreover, they wanted to fight to the death. Ignorant dogs, I can't wait for you to stay. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Kitten was almost killed just now, so he was naturally furious, especially towards the great Nirvana Ancient Devil. He glanced at the great Nirvana Ancient Devil and said to Long Chen, "Since you two are here, I'll give you two opponents. Leave the great Nirvana Ancient Devil to me. As for the other two, you can choose yourselves." Among the opponents, the great Nirvana Ancient Devil was the strongest. On Long Chen's side, Kitten was slightly stronger. Long Chen had no objections to this arrangement. In fact, ever since he saw the heart-refining devil, he felt the same as when he saw the primordial blood demon. Blasphemy against the existence of the ancestral dragon. Seeing Long Chen's arrangement of opponents, the three ancestral devils almost went mad with anger. Of course, their killing intent and fighting intent had reached a terrifying level. This huge world and the crown of the samsara tree was perfect for them to fight. Heart-refining devil of the divine Tao, get over here. Long Chen made a prompt decision and went to the left first. To be honest, his team had a higher chance of winning now. Aside from Su Yan, who was still in trouble, he was very confident that he could kill these three. As long as they were dead, he could slowly deal with the void demon. This time, the three of them were fighting side by side. Their previous tacit understanding had returned. Long Chen was filled with unprecedented confidence. With these two brothers present, there was no way they would lose. The heart-refining devil's expression was ice-cold in response to Long Chen's provocation, but he didn't say a word. His golden and black wings flashed as he chased after them. Along the way, the samsara tree's branches and leaves were all cut down. Ninely Giant Devil.
Chapter 3273.
The battle with the 7 ancestor fiends had turned out to be a great victory for them. It was something that they had never dared to imagine before. If the matter of the Void Fiend and Xueqi were to be put aside, things would have been much easier for them. However, it was precisely because Xueqi was still under the control of the Void Fiend that she had not responded at all. Furthermore, she was still devouring the ancestral fiend's heart. They did not know what Xueqi would become with the 3 ancestral fiends' hearts, as well as the primordial blood fiend and Garuda golden fiend. As such, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were under immense pressure. It was especially so for Mo Xiaolang. He still needed to control himself, or he would lose his mind. They did not know where the Void Fiend was, but the remaining 3 ancestral fiends were right in front of them. It was a great opportunity to kill them and resolve the crisis of the infinite worlds. Therefore, he had to fight to the death. Otherwise, what could he do even if he went out to search for them? The Void Fiend was completely void, and its nothingness laws were many times stronger than the formless fiend. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang vented all his anger on the 9-Li giant demon. At that moment, his eyes were even redder than the violent 9-Li giant demon. The savage aura that belonged to the sky-devouring clan made the 9-Li giant demon nervous. Of course, the 9-Li giant demon's body was extremely huge. Although it was a primeval troll, it had 2 pairs of arms, making it look like a giant. Boom! When it gathered its terrifying physical strength, its body emitted a series of thunderous booms, as though billions of stars were colliding in its body. This was the strongest physical strength that Long Chen had encountered so far. Roar! The 9-Li giant demon let out a roar that sounded like a wild bull. Its aura swept out, as though it was tearing through space. It charged forward and collided with Mo Xiaolang. Bang! The clash between the 2 giant beasts was destructive in its power. During the battle, countless branches of the Samsara tree exploded during the battle between the 2 behemoths. It was as if continents were collapsing during their battle. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang already possessed the ability to truly contend against a half-martial ancestor. He did not lose against the eternal war demon, nor did he wish to lose against the 9-Li great fiend. Wait for me. He had accompanied her for so many years, and now, with the heart of a heaven-devouring giant demon, he had proposed to her.
She had tearfully agreed. The moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. In this life, the trials and tribulations were always with him. Mo Xiaolang became more and more glorious, but he never left. He had only wanted her to become stronger and better, but he had never imagined that such an unforeseen event would occur. He felt guilty and blamed himself, but he also knew that all of this was useless. The most useful thing was to kill this opponent in front of him as quickly as possible. Therefore, in Mo Xiaolang's eyes, there was a blood feud between him and the 9-Li giant devil. He had blocked Mo Xiaolang's path. Die! At that moment, there was an endless amount of power in his blood vessels and body. It exploded and poured out endlessly, forming endless flames. The color of blood gradually filled Mo Xiaolang's world. On the other side of the battlefield, Kitten was fighting the great Brahma ancient devil, and Long Chen was fighting the heart-refining god devil. No one was wasting time. The battle was about to start. This was the final battle between the myriad realms and the primeval troll. The 3 decisive battles between Long Chen and his 2 brothers were about to start. The entire world, the entire tomb of Samsara, was in a state of shock. Long Chen's gaze was cold and solemn. To him, his opponent was a giant. Fighting against him was no different from fighting against the entire world. The heart-refining god devil's black and golden dragon scales shone with a righteous and glorious light. He was like a peerless saint, standing proudly in the world, looking down at Long Chen with a noble and condescending gaze. You really look alike.
However, that's only in appearance. You have an evil soul inside. Long Chen had just killed the primordial blood devil. Now that he looked at the heart-refining god devil, his heart was filled with hatred.
But we're all living beings.
Evil or not, that's just your definition. From the perspective of the myriad realms, it's survival of the fittest. We, the primeval troll, eliminate you. This is the choice of the myriad realms. There's no difference between good and evil. The heart-refining god devil said calmly. This was his Tao. He wouldn't let Long Chen influence him so easily.
Bullshit.
Your birth has nothing to do with the myriad realms. The primordial blood devil that I killed had the same thoughts as you. Although they were conversing, Both of them were staring at each other. This was a terrifying battle that could break out at any time. They were brewing, waiting to deal the fatal blow. Don't think that you can scare me just because you killed the primordial blood devil. In my eyes, he's nothing. The heart-refining god devil wasn't affected by Long Chen at all. He was still high and mighty, incomparably noble. Aren't you curious how I killed him? I'm not interested. On the other side, the battle had already started. It was a terrifying slaughter. Only Long Chen and the heart-refining god devil were still facing each other. But at this moment, the heart-refining god devil couldn't take it anymore. From the looks of it, his primordial blood devil wasn't gaining the upper hand. This made him a little anxious. After circling around Long Chen once, the heart-refining devil took advantage of this moment and suddenly attacked. This attack directly ignited the battle. The three battlefields were filled with the flames of war. Among them, the battle between the sun-devouring demonic wolf and the ninely giant devil was the most intense. Most of the battles were close combat. Flames soared into the sky, and the berserk ninely giant devil was a visual impact. Karma Torrent. The heart-refining devil of the divine Tao flapped its golden and black flesh wings, forming a torrent of the laws of karma. It was boundless and engulfed everything, engulfing Long Chen within it. After that, it charged towards Long Chen from all directions. The karmic torrent brought about a fatal threat. This karmic law was even above Long Chen's comprehension. For a moment, Long Chen was completely trapped, and his life was in danger. Of course, this was only a test of the heart-refining demon technique. Only by doing this would he know how best to kill Long Chen and completely destroy him. Facing the karma torrent, Long Chen's face was cold. He had two origin-grade destinable divine weapons, which were his greatest source of power. Now that the origin dragon soul was protecting him, the primordial dragon halberd became his weapon. Endless life and death calamity. Past and future life reversal. 2 consecutive karma laws were released in different ways. A total of 6 karma laws appeared, starting with the life and death calamity, followed by the past and future life reversal. Their target was the heart-refining god devil. In fact, Long Chen was even more anxious. However, he used the calmest method to kill the heart-refining god devil. This was one of Long Chen's most hated enemies. Boom boom boom. The life and death calamity split the karma torrent in half. However, the karma torrent from other directions continued to engulf Long Chen. It looked like Long Chen was about to be engulfed in the sea of karma. At this moment, the past and future life reversal technique bypassed the life and death calamity and appeared before the heart-refining god devil in the blink of an eye. It contained the power of karma, and with such a clever use, it instantly appeared before the heart-refining god devil, disrupting its rhythm. Buzz! The past and future fate inversion rushed into the divine Tao heart-refining demon's body. This was a law that was difficult to resist. With the divine Tao heart-refining demon's ability, he could indeed restrain the law of karma in a short period of time and completely control the past and future fate inversion to protect himself. However, the problem was that by the time he finished controlling the past and future fate inversion, Long Chen had already escaped from his control and was completely unharmed. In a clash of laws, it was difficult for Long Chen, who possessed the 8 ancestral dragon legacies, to lose. Even though the karma laws were inferior, he was still superior in other aspects. Through this clash, the heart-refining god devil gained some understanding of Long Chen. He realized that this fella might not be easier to deal with than Kitten. Therefore he decided to go all out. The other party's recovery speed is too fast. If this drags on, I will definitely lose. The only way is to try and use the laws to destroy him. Instantly, the heart-refining god devil reacted. He restrained the past and future life reversal technique and spread his wings to fly above Long Chen. In an instant, the heart-refining god devil transformed. Right now is the time for you to die. The tone of the heart-refining god devil changed. It became solemn and solemn, like the heart-refining god dragon from billions of years ago. He wielded justice, punished evil, and spread justice. Long Chen, you've committed all sorts of evil deeds and massacred countless people. Today is the day you'll be executed. Are you prepared to die? In the air, the heart-refining god devil enunciated each word as if he was reciting. I'm ready. Hurry up and grant me death. At that moment, Long Chen did something that even the mind-refining demon found inconceivable. He let go of the two origin-grade destinable divine artifacts as if he was really waiting for death. He completely let down his guard and gave up on resisting. With the most easygoing attitude, he smiled and looked at the mind-refining demon, who thought that he was invincible.
What a farce! The heart-refining demon sneered. Since Long Chen had given him such an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. At that moment, he became even more divine.
A golden and black light enveloped him, making it seem as if he had truly become the heart-refining dragon of divinity, reaching a level where he could pass off the fake as the real one.
Long Chen, I grant you the death penalty. Come on, don't waste my breath.
Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at him, a smile once again appearing on his face.
Dang!
This infuriated the heart-refining god-devil. In an instant, the most terrifying laws of karma were about to descend upon Long Chen.
Chapter 3274.
Although Long Chen's eyes were narrowed, his gaze was actually solemn. It contained his hatred for the heart-refining demon of the divine Tao, as well as his urgent concern for Su Yan's life. All of this showed that he wanted to win this battle as quickly as possible. Not far away, Mo Xiaolong's battle was extremely intense. He and the Ninely Great Demon were both riddled with scars and it was hard to determine the victor. As long as he killed the heart-refining demon, it would be the end of the three ancestral devils. The three ancestral devils would definitely die in battle. At that time, the myriad worlds would truly be at peace. The final moment had finally arrived. To Long Chen, this was a terrifying and bold challenge. This was because he planned to repeat the process of learning the inverse dragon blood. The inverse dragon blood was a type of nomological rule that was comparable to the Nirvana primeval. He deeply understood that the descent of the mind demon of the Shinto Tao would definitely be the same nomological rule. Sure enough, it was as expected. This was the reason why he would go crazy and take the risk. High up in the sky, the heart refinement devil of the god Tao was already shrouded in light. The golden and black lights were fusing and the two terrifying lights had already lit up the entire world. When the two colors were fused, the strange thing was that it turned into white.
Pure white. Holy and noble.
Of course, it was also terrifying. Long Chen raised his head and saw a white blazing sun in the sky. Within the blazing sun, he could vaguely see the heart refiner. It was majestic and terrifying. Divine Tao trial. Sinners shall be punished. In an instant, the heart-refining devil of the divine Tao let out a deafening roar.
Karma trial light.
The pinnacle of the karma nomological law was unleashed at this instant. Long Chen was its only target. The white light that shrouded the heart refiner seemed to explode as it shot towards Long Chen.
This light was the karma trial light.
This was the strongest nomological law of the heart refiner at the half-ancestor level. One could imagine how powerful it was. Morality and karma dragon. I focus on karma, but the nomological law of morality is also an important part of the heart refiner dragon. This karma trial light is the perfect fusion of karma and morality. The judgment is the judgment of morality, the embodiment of morality. I have to say, the heart refiner dragon has taught me something. When the karmic trial light was born, Long Chen only needed a single glance to immediately see that it was his problem.
He could also see his way out.
This was the reason why he had given up on resisting. Once he gave up on resisting and allowed himself to accept the laws, this was the fastest way for him to learn a type of law. Of course, it was also more risky than any other method. For Long Chen to choose such a method, he was undoubtedly risking his life and courting death. But this was his way. He was fearless as he spread his arms wide to receive the karma trial light. Using this rule to deal with Long Chen, from the perspective of the divine Tao's heart devil, he believed that Long Chen was evil, so he should be judged by karma. Karma was uncertain. From the perspective of the divine Tao's heart devil, if Long Chen's karma was evil, then the power of the karma trial light would be formidable. Because it was from the perspective of the heart refiner dragon, the nomological law was relatively powerful. Although it wasn't as strange as the inverse blood of the dragon, it definitely surpassed it in terms of absolute lethality. This was the destructive light of judgment. Under the judgment, as long as the person being judged was killed, the light of judgment would be able to kill him. Under the cold gaze of the heart refiner dragon, Long Chen was completely drowned by the karma trial light.
What a joke.
Courting death.
He had actually given up resisting against such a killing move. This was the stupidest of stupidity. The Heart Refiner Dragon had no idea what he was going to do, but he knew that Long Chen would definitely be annihilated by the Karma Trial Light. What he had predicted was completely correct. The power of the Karma Trial Light was to purify and annihilate. It was one of the most direct destructive powers. Under the intense annihilation of the light, Long Chen's body started to dissipate and turned into ashes before the eyes of the Heart Refiner Dragon. Death arrived when Long Chen was enjoying the Karma Trial Light. That's right. His expression at that time was indeed one of enjoyment. But no matter what, he was already dead. Even though the Heart Refiner Dragon still had doubts in his heart, as long as Long Chen was dead, other minor details didn't matter. What a strange fella. To think that he was courting death. At that moment, the Heart Refiner Dragon still had some doubts in his heart. The moment he retracted the Karma Trial Light, something unbelievable happened before his eyes. Right before his eyes, the dissipated Long Chen was reborn from the green flames, completely unharmed. From death to rebirth, it only took an instant. And just this instant was enough to change many things. Then, under the Heart Refiner Dragon's astonished gaze, Long Chen transformed before his eyes, turning into the Heart Refiner Dragon. The real Heart Refiner Dragon. The golden and black scales lined up neatly, the dragon horns with a sword of judgment, the dragon tail was like a spear, and the dragon claws were like blades. When the Heart Refiner Dragon truly appeared, the Heart Refiner Dragon seemed deformed in comparison. He looked bloated and lowly. The true nobleness and majesty belonged to the Heart Refiner Dragon. Of course, to the Shinto Heart Refining Demon, what was even more terrifying was the fusion of the golden and black light on the Shinto Heart Refining Dragon. That's right, through extreme experience, Long Chen was able to comprehend the Karma Trial Light faster than the inverse dragon blood. At that time, he died at a terrifying speed under the Karma Trial Light. The pain tore him apart. However, to become stronger, to end this final battle, to give Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi a perfect ending, Long Chen chose to endure and fight. He always wanted to surpass his limits. This was because he shouldered the greatest responsibility of the entire world. There were too many things he wanted to topple. If he didn't fight, how could he be here today? Therefore, in the midst of destruction, Long Chen didn't make a sound. The Karma Trial Light was a form of enjoyment to him. In this enjoyment, the Karma Dao Seal allowed him to truly understand the rules. At the final moment, he comprehended it. Therefore, after coming back from the dead, the true Karma Trial Light had already formed in his heart. Now, he was just displaying it. However, within it, there was the true Tao of the Heart Refiner Dragon, the good and evil of the world. This was still the world. The good and evil of the primeval troll didn't exist. At that moment, the white light completely enveloped the Heart Refining Divinity Dragon. Within that white blazing sun, the Heart Refining Divinity Dragon coiled. That was the true karma and judgment. Such a scene caused the Heart Refining Divinity Dragon to tremble in fear. It wasn't just the suppression of strength, it was the impact to his soul. Before the true Heart Refining Divinity Dragon, his nobility was already a form of humbleness. No. Although he said no, the Karma Trial Light that belonged to Long Chen still descended. Although it was similar to the Heart Refiner Dragon, in fact, from Long Chen's perspective, all primeval troll were evil. They were existences that destroyed the bottom line of morality. This was the true trial. Bang! In an instant, the Karma Trial Light hit the Heart Refiner Dragon just like how it had hit Long Chen before. In fact, it even pierced through it. The Karma Trial Light was like how Long Chen had been annihilated before. Even though the Heart Refiner Dragon was struggling, it was destroyed by the destructive light. Perhaps it was due to karma, but when dealing with the Heart Refiner Dragon, the destructive power of this nomological law was much stronger than usual. Perhaps this was the wrath of the ancestral dragon. Karma itself was a mysterious nomological law. This time, Long Chen witnessed the karma nomological law being released to its strongest degree. Logically speaking, the destructive power of the Karma Trial Light should be able to be strong or weak. However, this time it was unprecedented. It was the strongest. It was so strong that the Heart Refiner Dragon was completely annihilated. Long Chen could see it very clearly. Under the illumination of the light of karma judgment, the divine Tao Heart Refining Demon was quickly reduced to ashes. The ashes began to spread from the place where it had been pierced, and it was purified into powder. How did you
Perhaps the greatest doubt and unwillingness of the divine Tao heart-refining demon was that Long Chen had grasped the trial of karma in such a short period of time. However, it didn't even have the chance to voice its doubts before it was completely annihilated. The only thing left was probably the divine Tao heart-refining demon's heart. Long Chen turned into human form and held the heart refiner dragon, placing it in the same position as the eternal life war demon. Now that he had killed the heart refiner dragon in the shortest time possible, he definitely had to help Emo Xiaolang and Kitten kill all the ancestral devils. Long Chen's battle started the slowest, but also ended the fastest. After the battle ended, he quickly discovered that Kitten had actually crushed the great Brahma ancient devil. It was about time. With Kitten's current personality, he would not let the great Brahma ancient devil escape. He was more concerned about the battle between the sun-devouring direwolf and the ninely giant devil. This battle was extremely bitter. Logically speaking, Emo Xiaolang, who lacked an absolute killing move, should not have been able to defeat the ninely giant devil. However, perhaps the matter with Xueqi had made his fury and madness effective. Even now, he was fighting the ninely giant devil with his life on the line. He had not fallen behind, and he had even forced the ninely giant devil to not dare to fight him head-on. The ninely giant devil's huge body was constantly being tangled with the ancestral flames. It was badly mangled and charred. As for the sun-devouring direwolf, it also had lacerations on its body. But even so, the sun-devouring direwolf did not seem to notice. In its melee battle with the ninely giant devil, it was bitter again and again. Seeing Emo Xiaolang like this, Long Chen understood his heart. He also knew that such a loyal person could not be suppressed by his nature. That nature did not exist. Emo Xiaolang's nature was hot-blooded, kind, and true.
Chapter 3275.
This wasn't a competition, but the final battle between the myriad worlds and the primeval troll. Since Long Chen was free, he naturally wouldn't sit by and watch as Emo Xiaolang and the ninely great devil fought. Perhaps Emo Xiaolang would win, but the most important thing for them was to kill more ancestral devils and rescue them so that they could return to their companions safely. Seeing the sun-devouring fiend wolf's crazed roar and blood-red eyes, Long Chen knew how desperate he was. So he descended behind the ninely great devil as fast as he could and attacked as fast as he could. The battle between Long Chen and the heart-refining fiend demon was too fast. Life and death were decided in an instant. The great Brahma ancient devil saw the heart-refining fiend demon's tragic death, but he couldn't do anything because he was completely suppressed by Kitten. All he could do was stay alive. As for the ninely great devil, he was driven mad by Emo Xiaolang. Surrounded by flames, he had no idea what was happening to the heart-refining fiend demon behind him. In his impression, the heart-refining fiend demon was stronger than him and wouldn't be defeated so easily, let alone killed. So when Long Chen descended behind him, he barely noticed it. But it was over. Long Chen and Emo Xiaolang were now in a pincer attack, especially Long Chen. At the last moment, he used his fatal rule. Inverse Dragon Blood. Even though he was using it in human form, the killing power of the inverse dragon blood was terrifying. The ninely great devil was full of blood qi. When Long Chen's control over blood manifested in his body, the boundless blood transformed into primordial blood dragons. Billions of primordial blood dragons absorbed the ninely great devil's strength and attacked his insides with the most destructive force. Outside his body was Emo Xiaolang's flame diagram. Endless flames complemented Long Chen's rule. Roar! In that instant, the ninely giant devil reared his head back and howled in agony. This was the most tragic sound he had ever made. One could vaguely see billions of primordial blood spirit dragons surging within his body. Their bloody shadows were visible on the skin of the ninely giant demon. Break! Even though the other party was in such a sorry state, Long Chen did not show any mercy. Reverse dragon blood, millions of mystical dragons, were currently tearing the ninely giant devil apart, turning it into flesh and blood. On the other side, Emo Xiaolang had already displayed the sky-devouring fire diagram. Rumble! The heaven-devouring fire diagram descended on the ninely giant demon. The huge pulling force caused the ninely giant demon's body to completely disintegrate. Under the ravaging of the ancient blood spirit dragon, the ninely giant demon turned into countless pieces of flesh that were devoured by the sun-devouring demon wolf. It was obvious how furious Emo Xiaolang was at all the ancestral fiends. The giant demons of the Xueqi tribe were torn apart by the two forces and were devoured by Mo Xiaolang. Of course, that was also the moment of their deaths. The sun-devouring demon wolf's devouring meant certain death. Especially with Long Chen's reverse dragon blood, the ninely giant demon was almost done for. Boom! With a final loud sound, the ninely giant demon disappeared completely. Mo Xiaolang retracted all the flames and the surroundings suddenly quietened down. The broken branches and leaves also stopped moving. Out of the 3 battlefields, 2 of them were already completely silent. 2 ancestral fiends had died in battle, leaving only the great Brahma ancient demon, who was completely suppressed by Kitten. From this point of view, the great Brahma ancient demon was indeed the strongest among the 10 ancestral fiends. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for it to last so long in the hands of Kitten. It was hard to imagine that the 10 most terrifying ancestral fiends of the primeval troll had all died in battle. Only the struggling great Brahma ancient demon and the elusive void demon were left. From this moment onwards, it could be confirmed that the primeval troll no longer posed a threat to the myriad worlds. Most of the primeval troll had already died in battle. 8 of the top 10 ancestral fiends had already died in battle. The remaining Great Perfection Realm fiend supremacies of the Tomb of Samsara couldn't even leave, let alone cause any trouble. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had obtained an unimaginable victory this time. Of course, Soyan's safety was also lacking. Of course, it was also because of Kitten's help. Otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. Even the myriad worlds might have perished. Thinking back, it was like a dream. Of course, the battle was not truly over. Now, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's hearts were tense. They quickly gathered together. Mo Xiaolang spat out something and handed it to Long Chen. This is the ninely Great Devil's Heart. After obtaining the ninely Great Devil's Heart, Long Chen now had 3 ancestral fiends' hearts. Now, his attention was not on the ancestral fiend's heart. After putting it away, he and Mo Xiaolang quickly rushed to Kitten's side. Kitten and the great Brahma ancient demon were on the Samsara fruit, engaged in the final battle. Help me kill him quickly. Long Chen did not think much and prepared to attack. If the 3 brothers attacked, the great Brahma ancient demon would definitely not live for more than 10 breaths of time. After finishing him off, they could search for the void demon in peace. However, just as they were about to attack, the reincarnation divine beast that looked like a white tiger glared at Long Chen and said, "Don't interfere. I will take care of him myself." Since he said this, Long Chen could not do anything. After all, Kitten did not have any memories of interacting with him. Of course, he absolutely believed that Kitten could defeat his opponent. It was obvious that under Kitten's suppression, the great Brahma ancient demon was completely crushed, even if he used his amazing creation nomological laws. When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang arrived, the battle was already at its final juncture. The great Brahma ancient demon was already in a heavily injured state, while Kitten was basically unaffected. This white tiger was simply the great Brahma ancient demon's nightmare. I am waiting for the primordial devil race. The death of the divine Tao heart-refining devil and the ninely great devil was a huge blow to the great Brahma ancient demon. He did not think of escaping. Now that his defeat was already decided, what he wanted to do the most was to drag Kitten down with him. As expected at this moment, his body was burning with golden flames. Not only was it burning his strength, but it was also burning his flesh and blood. Rumble! Endless golden flames instantly shot into the sky. It was as if the great Brahma ancient demon's body had expanded dozens of times. You guys are really not bad. You have inherited the legacy of the divine dragon, and even in such a disadvantageous situation, you still managed to do this. Amazing, amazing, ahaha. Surrounded by the golden flames, the great Brahma ancient demon seemed to have gone crazy, as if he had lost his mind. At this moment, there was no need to mention how great the blow was to him, especially the betrayal of the void demon. They were a group of ancestral devils. Sometimes they were really unimaginable. No one knew what they really wanted. Was destruction really that important to them? What were they after? No one knew. What was their connection with the Sky Swallowing clan? At least, there was no movement from the Sky Swallowing clan. Long Chen deeply understood that after finishing off the primeval troll, the only enemy in the future was the Sky Swallowing clan. The terrifying Sky Swallowing clan. The cricketers. No matter what, the great Brahma ancient demon, who was forced to a dead end, gave up everything. In a magnificent way. He used his own life to complete the last rule. Of course, in front of him, the reincarnation beast's eyes were cold. Against the great Brahma ancient demon's rule, he was doing the same thing, but he did not need to pay the price with his life. At this moment, the great Brahma ancient demon shone with golden light. Many symbols appeared on his body, and those symbols swept around him like waves. Amidst the flames, a real world was born. That was his creation rule. That world was endless, huge, and complete. Not only did it have the sun, moon and stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, but it also had living beings, corpses, reincarnation, and all living things. Everything was there. A world that was born in an instant. The great Brahma ancient demon's divine body burned and turned into ashes, fusing with the world. His body became countless pieces, becoming the power of the entire world. Gods and Buddhas. The rule was formed. In that world, tens of thousands of golden figures appeared. They seemed to be cast from gold. They sat in the air, chanting scriptures and emitting thunderous sounds. For a time, the entire world was filled with them. Under the chanting of the gods and Buddhas, even if they weren't attacked, Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen still felt extremely uncomfortable. They had no choice but to retreat. Long Chen understood that he couldn't block this level of rule attack. Fortunately, they hadn't participated, otherwise they would have become the great Brahma ancient demon's target. Perhaps Kitten knew that the great Brahma ancient demon would use his life as the price to create such an attack. That was why he didn't let Long Chen and the others interfere. This was Kitten's good intentions, not his arrogance. The world of gods and Buddhas formed a golden wheel in the air that was surrounded by flames. It rotated, and the entire world was a law of destruction. The countless living beings within it were all part of that law of slaughter. Facing such a rule, the reincarnation beast's expression was solemn. It first retreated a distance, then its huge body walked in the air, forming a reincarnation cycle. World of Reincarnation. The reincarnation beast's rule shone brightly in the space between its eyebrows. A white world of reincarnation was born on the reincarnation beast's head. It was very similar to the world of gods and Buddhas. In this world of reincarnation, there were also countless lives. Naturally, although they looked similar, their essence was different. The great Brahma ancient demon was the law that created the world. As for Kitten, he was the law of reincarnation. Living beings weren't part of his power. They were part of the meaning of reincarnation itself. The reincarnation beast was using the living beings to fight against the gods and Buddhas. If it wasn't for the price of his life, the great Brahma ancient demon wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight against the world of reincarnation. But at this moment, two worlds, two different rules, formed an unprecedented and incomparable confrontation.
Chapter 3276. Bas.
The gods chanted in unison. Their might was vast. Everything was for the sake of destruction. The world of reincarnation was like a whirlpool. Countless lives were inside, but there were too many of them. The reincarnation beast's reincarnation laws were even more heaven-defying. At this moment, in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the reincarnation of all beings and the gods collided. Two great worlds, two great laws, were melting each other. The edges of the two worlds were collapsing. All the gods and Buddhas in the heavens, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, and all the mountains and rivers were crushed into pieces. The reincarnation of all beings was also destroyed. In this confrontation, Kitten did not obtain an overwhelming victory. In fact, the destruction and melting of the world of samsara of all beings was even faster than that of the world of gods and Buddhas. It was like a collision between a piece of silver and a piece of gold. Countless lives turned to ashes. Billions of gods and Buddhas were destroyed, turning into dazzling light. Such a scene could only be described as shocking. Kitten will lose. Mo Xiaolang couldn't help but ask when he saw the samsara of all beings was melting faster. No, he will win. Long Chen revealed a relaxed smile. From the current situation, the great Brahma ancient devil was bound to lose. Why? The great Nirvana ancient devil used his life to display his laws to such an extent. Both are melting. Although the cycle of reincarnation is being destroyed faster, the difference isn't too big. The great Nirvana ancient devil will die in the end if he does something like this. He just wants to die together, but his laws aren't strong enough to crush Kitten. At most, He will injure Kitten a little, but he will definitely die. It was just as he had expected. The chanting of the gods and Buddhas filled the sky. Deafening explosions rang out. The final result was that everything collapsed. Whether it was the world of gods or the reincarnation of all beings, everything was destroyed. At the same time, the surrounding branches and leaves of the reincarnation tree were destroyed. It was like countless continents were destroyed, turning into nothingness. Not even ashes were left behind. When the world of gods and Buddhas and the cycle of reincarnation of all living beings completely dissipated, the Brahma Heaven Ancient Devil didn't leave behind any words and completely disappeared without a trace. The golden dust that filled the sky was probably left behind by the Brahma Heaven Ancient Devil. However, in this world, there was no longer any information about it. Long Chen even thought that he would deal some damage to Kitten. In fact, he didn't do anything at all. In the later stages of reincarnation, he caught up and destroyed the Great Nirvana Ancient Devil's laws. Maybe it was because the Great Nirvana Ancient Devil knew that he couldn't defeat Kitten, so he gave up. In any case, apart from the Void Demon, the other 9 ancestral demons had all died in the hands of Long Chen and company. Among them, Long Chen had killed many of them alone. The tomb of Samsara had become his hunting ground. One ancestral fiend after another was slain by him. In the end, only the Void Demon was left. If he could kill the Void Demon and save Xueqi, as long as the Sky-Swallowing clan didn't do anything, the 10,000 worlds would have a long period of peace. That was what Long Chen longed for. This is yours. The reincarnation divine beast transformed into its human form and stretched lazily, as if this battle was insignificant. Right now, all of its attention was on the reincarnation sacred fruit below. It was an important item for it to return to the progenitor realm. He gave Long Chen the Great Nirvana Ancient Devil's heart. Now, Long Chen had gathered 4 ancestral demon hearts. They came from the perennial war demon and the 3 ancestral demons he killed here. He borrowed the Great Nirvana Ancient Devil's heart. At this time, Kitten had already descended on the samsara fruit and was prepared to destroy the reincarnation barrier. With his cold personality, even though he had defeated the 3 ancestral demons, he didn't feel happy. It was as if he had done something insignificant. What is this? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang still didn't know about the samsara tree and the samsara fruit. The sacred fruit of samsara. Before the epoch, there were many sacred fruits of samsara on the sacred tree in the tomb of samsara. Only peerless divine dragons could take effect. Ordinary divine dragons could reincarnate just by smelling it. According to your current standards, the sacred fruit of samsara is a primordial immortal spirit that surpasses the origin. Kitten said lightly. I see. Long Chen couldn't help but be tempted. However, this was something that Kitten had obtained. Kitten obtaining it was the same as him obtaining it. What effect does it have? Asked Long Chen. It can probably help me recover to the progenitor realm. It's just a guess. I'm not sure. Don't disturb me. Kitten said impatiently. However, Long Chen knew that he didn't have any ill intentions. This fellow was just being stubborn. When the 3 ancestral fiends attacked him, it was Long Chen who came to save him. At that moment, Long Chen was very relaxed. The Void Fiend hadn't appeared for a long time. Long Chen had nearly forgotten that the Void Fiend was following them while he was talking to Kitten. After all, he had waited for a long time without the Void Fiend appearing. This even made Long Chen feel that the Void Fiend wasn't following them at all. But at that moment, he appeared. After lurking for a long time, he even took on a human form and appeared behind Long Chen. In that instant, Long Chen felt a law suddenly appear behind him and strike his back. It wasn't a very strong law. It only made Long Chen stumble. But it was precisely because of this that the Void Fiend had prepared for a long time and directly snatched away the 4 ancestral fiend hearts from Long Chen. All of this happened in a short moment. By the time Long Chen realized that the ancestral fiend hearts had been snatched away, the Void Fiend had already escaped and was no longer by his side. However, due to its violent movements, the Void Fiend, which had never appeared before, finally revealed itself in front of Long Chen and company. Long Chen didn't know if he should be happy or depressed that the Void Fiend had suddenly snatched away the 4 ancestral fiend hearts. He instantly reacted. This was the only chance to capture the Void Fiend and save Xueqi. Xiaolang. Xiaolang was beside Long Chen and naturally knew of the sudden change in the Void Fiend. This was a chance to save Xueqi, so Mo Xiaolang naturally went crazy. The 2 of them attacked at almost the same time.
Eternal Whirlpool. Primordial Mist Dragon World. The double shackles of spacetime completely descended on the Void Fiend. Mo Xiaolang instantly transformed into the sun-devouring fiend wolf. Under his control, flames spread and formed a raging inferno. Even Kitten saw the changes. He hesitated for a moment before chasing after the Void Fiend. After all, he now knew that this was the last fish that had escaped the net. The three brothers immediately gave chase, especially since Long Chen had already used his law to descend on the Void Fiend's body. For a moment, it was still somewhat effective. In terms of combat strength, the Void Fiend wasn't stronger than the other ancestral fiends. It was only superior in that it could transform into nothingness, making it difficult to detect. Don't even think of leaving. Yan. Under the control of Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten, the fleeing Void Fiend suddenly realized that it was difficult to escape and made a decision. Soyan appeared in front of Long Chen, but her eyes were cold and emotionless. The four lights in her eyes were constantly changing, giving Long Chen a headache. In such a short period of time, Soyan had consecutively devoured 4 ancestral fiends' hearts. A total of 9 ancestral fiends had died, and all 9 ancestral fiends' hearts had been devoured by Soyan. If not for the Void Fiend, Soyan wouldn't have been able to do that. He could feel that as she devoured more ancestral fiends' hearts, she was getting further and further away from Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, even though she was still herself. Her eyes were also turning colder and colder. Yan. After seeing Soyan, Mo Xiaolang lost all reason. Go. At that moment, the Void Fiend struck Soyan's body with a law. At that instant, Soyan completely vanished from Long Chen and company's eyes. They couldn't even sense her presence. Then, the Void Fiend turned around and reverted to his true form. He no longer hid himself and revealed his body, blocking Long Chen and company. The Void Fiend's true body was actually the most ordinary primeval troll. After he was no longer in the void, other than having the massive body of an ancestral fiend, there was nothing special about him. Stop chasing. I've already used the law of traceless and traceless to make her leave this place. In this Sky Dragon tomb, it's impossible for you to find her among the 100,000 worlds. Indeed, Soyan did not exist in the entire world or the surrounding worlds. However, the Void Fiend had stayed behind. His intentions were clear. In order to prevent Long Chen and company from disturbing Soyan, he seemed to be willing to stay here and buy time. If you want to find her, you'll have to step over my body. After saying that, the Void Fiend immediately used his law. Realm of Nothingness. One law, one world. Suddenly, the Void Fiend swept Long Chen and company into a world that didn't seem to exist. It was a world of nothingness. Nothing existed. Even the samsara tree and samsara fruit had disappeared. In my realm of nothingness, unless you kill me, you won't be able to leave, the Void Fiend said coldly. Kill him. Since that was the case, Mo Xiaolang couldn't hold back anymore. All he needed to do now was kill him and find Soyan. Wait. Long Chen needed to calm down even though he was as anxious as Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, he stared at the Void Fiend and said angrily, "What's your purpose? Why did you betray the other primeval troll and let Soyan devour the ancestral demon's heart?" At that moment, Soyan had devoured 9 ancestral demons' hearts. Who knew what would happen to her? Back then, she had only devoured 3 ancestral demons' hearts and reached the ultimate god realm. If she were to digest the other 6, it would be unimaginable. Vaguely, he felt that the Void Fiend was trying to make Soyan into some kind of existence. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.